Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum, where a weekend tournament EU is starting in about 10 minutes. If you're planning on registering for that, you probably want to click on Tournament tab, click on your thing, click Register. I've already got 104 participants signed up. I expect that to get up into about 300 by the time tournament starts. With me in the booth today is Alpha Titan. Nice to see you, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. It is good to be here and looking forward to some classic European tournament casting with my favorite co-caster.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Taking a look at the earlier tournament, Asia was won by Batoa with FP76.
I haven't seen them in a while.
And ERS routing out the top three. Hawkins Space 5th, Dorgon 7th. Very nice performances, both. See Recato, Lepaco, and Godia's Prime 11, 12, 13. Very nice work, everybody.
Tasty Bait making an appearance in the registration side of things.
Apparently, Baller and Zach are sparring at the moment. Just a warm up before.
Very nice.
For tournament. I saw you guys were hanging out in the lounge there. So.
I was curious if y'all were playing twos, but sparring makes a little more sense as the warm up.
Yeah. Apparently, Zach had a blinder against Baru. That's fun.
What?
A blinder. Played very well, I mean.
I see. I'm not familiar with that expression, meaning that.
It's a Britishism, so, you know.
Well then it's very apropos.
Exactly, that's why I used it.
I wonder what the origin of that is from British context, what that means. Because I'm always curious the origins of expressions.
Right.
Okay. So, Zach is aggroing Baller. Baller is putting up a Mustang Fire Badger defense with arc lights. So just all chaff clear into Assman. And the EMP on the arcs are likely turning things off. Charge shot birds are also here for Baller to kill the marksman if they can't get turned off. Yeah, just kind of a strange, almost like just so many different layers of chaff clear on Baller's side. Very fascinating. And ironically, a surprising lack of chaff on Zach's side.
Right.
This is an interesting map to look at. And of course, Mustang's doing Mustang things. They don't have AP yet, which is a little surprising given that he's got like 15 levels each of them, although it's expensive. There's Wraith into Charge Shot Birds. Not sure if the birds were new ads, but that didn't last very long.
Welcome home, Toast. Dorgon, congrats on the top 7. Nicely done in Asia.
Yes. And some of the Mustangs are able to survive the fire. All right.
It's like Baller wins this warm-up. Yep. Fun. We are, what now? 6 minutes away. Well, 7 minutes from tourney.
Essentially, yep.
Yep. 158 now. How is everybody's Saturday going?
Well, it's my mom's birthday, so we're going to be celebrating that tomorrow. Going to go to church and then get good Tex-Mex restaurant food after, and then play cards, which is kind of our family tradition for hanging out together, probably watch some Star Wars.
Very nice.
Month of May is very much my mom's day because she's a nurse, so that's Nurses Week. It's her birthday. It's Mother's Day. Mom's month is the month of May, and then Dad actually has his birthday in June, and his Father's Day, and so it's kind of our back-to-back celebration at the Alpha Titan family rituals.
Very nice. We definitely have to have words with her, though. Her birthday is supposed to be not on a Saturday, Sunday, so that we can play on a
I
2v2.
see. So we need to rewind,
Just
something years ago and have a word with her parents.
yeah, exactly. Or just tell her she can have it next year, but it can't be on a weekend.
Wow. Okay.
No.
I'll pass that along. I'm sure that will be well received.
No. I don't think that needs to be getting passed along at all.
Yes, that the Nightcrawler is one of the many baller aliases. One of the recurring ones that, or an Invincibles reference, or an Amarok name spinoff,
Right.
are kind of his go-to staples.
Yeah,
Or something to do with LeBron.
Yeah, where's the merch, Nightcrawler? Come on. And do Americans even know what Eurovision is? It's where you guys get optometry appointments covered, right?
Wow.
By singers. Hmm.
So while we have just a few minutes, I will go ahead and plug this little shout out to those who are here for the early pregame. I don't know who all out there has or hasn't heard of Expedition 33, but it comes with the Alpha Titan thumbs up recommendation if you're willing to engage with mature themes. The disclaimer is 100% on point and take it seriously.
All right.
So if you are easily bothered by sensitive topics, then it's not a game for you, but it handles them respectfully.
Nice.
And maturely, but in a way that is very immersive. And it has some of the best voice acting, I think, of any game I've ever played.
Very nice.
So just amazing, interesting. It's one of those games where sometimes it's not super fun, but it's still entertaining because the game is engaging, but its goal is not purely to be fun. It is to engage with you on a level that it presents itself as, and that's something it does really, really well.
Nice.
And is therefore enjoyable, even though it's not like a warm and fuzzy feeling game.
Very cool.
Oh.
I guess I'm not super familiar with the original premise, right? So it's a turn-based RPG, but it's got some kind of like RTS mechanic. That was kind of what was bumping me off of it.
It is very much a turn-based strategy game at its heart. It's Final Fantasy-esque, where you explore and run around, and then you trigger these battles. In the fights, everything is beautifully animated, but the only real-time component is that there is a dodge or parry mechanic that is built into every attack. So in theory, Dark Souls, true to form, you can dodge everything if you're good enough. But for the vast majority who aren't, there are still mechanics, interactions, and you can build really strong character synergies with your classic RPG style. There's a fencer character, there's a mage style character, there's different things. But the premise of the story is some world-shattering cataclysm happened to Earth, and so basically there's this pillar with a number, and the number counts down every year, and everyone of the age that's now showing disappears.
Oh God.
And so inevitably, as that number gets lower and lower,
get a little bit worried.
You can't, right? And like you can't repopulate. So every year, then an expedition is sent out to try and end the cycle before the number reaches 0 and everybody's gone because you can't have babies anymore.
Right.
And so, honestly, other than that, it's something that it's more fantasy than science fiction. It's more fantasy than sci-fi in the sense that it's mostly kind of this kind of high fantasy twist on modern world with the way that this has been changed. But it's fascinating. And honestly, other than that, you just kind of have to play it. Anything more is
spoilery.
Spoilers that will ruin the immersion.
Let's go.
The discovery as the player is so much of the story and the experience.
Right. Well, we are 60 seconds out on this tournament, so last chance to get in. We're at 249. So welcome home, gamer. let's go play some tournament. Good evening, Ms. Diana, Potato King, Sir Limbo, and Zach talking about his game against Baru. That's excellent. He says, "I broke Baru. You would have loved it." I am super looking forward to watching that one.
Nice.
So,
What is Baru's MR these days?
I don't know. Zach, you would know that better since you just ran
Yes.
into him. It was 1950 at the time. Very nice.
Oh, okay. Wow.
We've got 261, so we're going to have 3 groups of about 90 or so. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Mr. Limbo says he's down to the low 18XX now. Okay. Rooster against River to start with. That could be a lot of fun. Tarkus against Tasty Bait. Steel Sane against Diana. Sunnyside against Dorgon. Holy smokes. Illuminati against Sparty. There are some good matchups today.
Diana's not opposed. I always enjoy watching her tackle like the big names because she's always somebody to be afraid of.
Exactly.
Even if her fundamentals aren't always like 100%, but the way she attacks is, and you can catch anybody off guard and snowball on a dime, and is very spooky.
Yup. Well, let us give this one. Don't forget to ready up, Diana. We're in.
Yes.
We're casting you and Steel Sane.
I love Steel Sane's angry cat profile picture too. That's just it's that face that's supposed to be intimidating, but it's a cat, so it's also not. But it is an intimidating cat, so it's just very adorable.
And of course, it is his late kitty, passed away this year. It's homage to cat. All right, folks, channel point predictions are up for those of you that enjoy your Gamba. You're going to suffer from the Steel Sane curse. I mean, that's better than a caster curse.
A lot of people suffer from the Steel Sane curse. It's called he's really good at the game.
True. Do apologize.
Steel Sane is well known. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I do apologize to those of you who are on an ad-based schedule. We didn't run the 3-minute ad in the warm-up to this, so you're going to get an ad somewhere in the probably second or third round of this match. So I do apologize, but unavoidable.
I will say Steel Sane is reputably known for his defense, which would then make sense. Diana may historically struggle, but it is interesting to watch the way that she goes about attacking. And sometimes it looks like a silly attempt that gets nowhere, but Diana has also been playing Abyss recently.
Right.
And has been really, really scary with Abyss. I think that Abyss right now is being slept on as a 2K plus strategy.
And Diana
being forced.
Diana of all people is one to show you how it can be done.
Exactly.
Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament European at number 106. 2 favorites of the channel, Steel Sane versus Diana, Russian versus fellow Californian. Steel Sane is going to be the favorite near side blue. Diana will be far side red.
Wonder if she takes the speed pack. This is tough. I could also see Quick being good with Hound staying.
Yeah, I liked the quick. I liked the units in the quick supply. I like speed for the way that Diana plays. Diana, of course, coming off of a European Advanced Group 2 title this week. Congratulations.
Very nice.
Diana in Europe and me in the Americas this week, back to back, for mini tournament Advanced Group 2 wins. So I managed to do that from 16th seed. Advanced Group 2.
Well, let's be fair. You were
I was
far better than your seeding suggests, and your performance proves it.
Fair enough, yes.
So Steel Sane coming out with his classic defend both towers, ready to go, vertical sledges into steel balls. And I honestly think that the sledge arc start is probably, particularly if you're expecting pressure, probably like one of the two best unit packs you can get.
Right. Now, Diana is
It's
coming
just
out
so good.
aggressive, but not outside, leaving the steel balls very much aimed straight at towers. I like that positioning. That's interesting and different. Of course, Diana is a super creative aggro player. And when we had Steel Sane on channel for interview, he said that his goal was to be the world's best defensive player. So
Right.
we're going to go ahead and give Diana a measure of support.
And Steel Sane doing the intensive training, leveling his middle arc, which
Right.
will likely be pulled into the fight regardless of direction.
Right, and the thinking there is if she's offset on either side, it's going to be perfectly positioned to go join the defense.
Participate.
Right.
Right.
But as it turns out, it gets a little bit caught out by being stuck in the middle. So not contributing as much as it could have. But vertical steel balls, if you've ever wondered why people recommend vertical steel ball or vertical sledge in defense against steel ball, Steel Sane giving the demonstration right here why that works.
I will say a double. Oh, no, it wasn't a double chaff. Okay, never mind. Quick. Oh, yes, Diana loves the quick teleport.
Mm-hmm. She will be coming at you from anywhere. And she's got the
Wasps.
surprising wasps. Yes. Diana, of course, infamous for her top 3 world free-for-all, 4-player free-for-all wasp strategies, which are fairly different from the way that a lot of other people use them. I think one of the things she does is very early jump drive, and that is for the speed, not so much for the ability to jump around the board. And she just uses
Notably,
that. Go ahead.
Notably, she's actually running different types in her 1v1. She runs Elite in that, but she runs Aerial in 1v1. Which is a very interesting distinction.
It makes good sense, though. She doesn't want to get beaten by not having Aerial on the bar.
Right.
So she doesn't want somebody to be able to counter her wasps with wasps of their own. The last thing she wants to do is let somebody beat her at her signature unit.
Oh, that tower was delayed. The crawlers died when there was one tap away from going down.
But she gets both towers and gets the level 2 Arclight for experience. Tries out Vertical Ball. Vertical... Yes, that's not what I meant. Vertical Sledge is what I meant.
Interesting choices.
I
think Steel Sane... Oh!
Steel Sane takes Typhoon against the Wasps, I guess.
There is... Mm-hmm.
Now, you were having a really interesting debate I was reading in the guild on Scorpion and role of Scorpion. I liked, I think, Forgotten Arbiter's point on it, which was he was talking about the value of, or all the different ways to counter a
right
Scorpion, which I completely agree. He basically says that Scorpions get outscaled by marksmen and phoenixes, and then in defense they lose to crawlers. Plus any
and get
air
bullied
DPS.
By anything air.
Yes,
right.
And then you're looking at exactly that board coming from Diana, right? So a lot of people would have taken the Scorpions as the obvious drop into the steel balls. And Steel Sane avoids that. Does not make that mistake because he's looking at a board which is going to get built with crawlers and wasps, both of which would have been really, really good against the Scorpion drop. So,
right. Well, and Typhoon is in the Farseer conversation of strong flank guardian, which is incredibly strong into this style of push. And the biggest weakness of Typhoon is range, but a speed specialist is not going to be able to be at range for very long. Their units will gap close for you, so the Typhoon's biggest weakness is a little bit offset by Diana's specialist.
Right, and she's not sitting back playing any units with a ton of range right now.
Right. So I think that the Typhoon does make a lot of sense, and in particular being able to intensive it to level 3 is huge, because there are no leveled steel balls, and a non-leveled steel ball will like there were steel ball locks on that Typhoon and didn't really do anything.
Right, and you can see it did 58,000 damage already in a round.
Right. If there weren't already but he does actually add the Scorpion, and now that there's Typhoon and Ball on the board, I think that makes a lot of sense. I know that you have your own take on the
I certainly
Typhoon Ball
do.
push.
I certainly do, but Diana is definitely not building it the way that I do. Now, check.
That's also true.
She is building range plus fortified target lock. Now, that's going to be okay at skipping past crawlers. It's not going to help skipping past fangs as they come in, though. But it's kind of interesting. If you watch, they will see they kind of skip those crawlers to lock onto the lead of the sledges.
Typhoon. Yes, that too.
And over here on the Typhoon on the left, yep, we're looking at different spots on the board.
The big thing on these Typhoons, I think that Steel Sane should, if he noticed what happened, because sometimes it's hard to notice every engagement, a cheeky beacon back and forward will break that lock. Because they are on the edge of the steel ball range.
Right,
while also shooting the crawlers that rush in.
Yeah, if you can get them to lock on the lead crawler and make sure that you outrange them, right? So you can take advantage of the fact that they've only got the 85 range. The Typhoon has the 100-meter range.
Right.
All right, so Steel Sane has won rounds 3 and 4.
Now Diana has to take EMP on the arc. Sorry, Steel Sane needs EMP on the arcs to turn off the inevitable ball text.
Now, one thing, Diana is not running. Turn those into crawlers. She's got armor and damage
there's no
share.
mech div. Oh my gosh, then EMP isn't good. You're just gonna rely on Scorpions.
You're gonna have to rely on the Scorpions. And he takes the Ion Blast to go with the EMP. Diana has sold out of this Typhoon.
Good EMP. That'll also break the lock this round.
That works for breaking the lock for sure. But she sold out of this bottom right corner. So we have no, we're not getting hard countered by the Scorpion right now.
Right.
Adds a...
We are in Ball Wasp committed.
It is, yeah, it's 100% Ball Wasp at this point. Ball Wasp Crawler.
Lots of Crawler on this flank, notably.
Good Ion Beam for Steel Sane. Takes out the level 2 pack of steel balls. By the time it gets over here, there's nothing left. He's actually hitting his own darn crawlers. But I think he'll take that. When your Ion Beam has done so well that you hit your own shaft, you're not upset. Diana is going to win on the left flank, get that left side tower.
Now, notably, these Wasps don't have Elite, so levels are always scary in general, but it's not like you're being put into a position where you're on the clock.
Right.
There is no infinite scaling here.
So Diana
Laser Sight is so good for those steel balls with heavy target.
Right, you're basically making your own ER. Yep, on the flank there. You've got your own ER steel ball. You can take the card away, Bear Lake, but you can't take the playstyle away.
Committing to Wraith. Interesting.
And
I think that selling one of your leveled Chaff Clear was kind of a mistake. I think a beacon was the answer here.
I think the idea here
but
is...
Wraith is definitely solid.
I think the idea here is that the Wraith is up above. It's not getting targeted by the steel balls ever. So we're kind of making the heavy targeting a bit of a waste. And looking at Diana's triple techable crawlers, Steel Sane was worried about her taking the... I think it was worried about her taking the... one of the techs on the crawlers and getting those slowed down by the degen beam. Just using the degen as a slow to bring this whole thing down. There's no anti-air EMP sources. Wraith is a good counter to the Wasps, as you can see. And now there's no upshoot. This is a 1,200 point round, and that's going to put Diana down to 1,600.
I do think that the AA possibility on the Wasps is a very strong possible counter to this.
It's
so
actually...
I think this does somewhat put Steel Sane on the clock
2,600.
in the long term.
It's a 2,600 point round, though. There might not
Yes,
be
exactly.
a
There may
round
not be
long
time.
term.
Exactly.
Diana
and
down
that's
to
what I'm getting at is
Diana down to 390 hit points. Ooh. And
the Rays are interesting for Diana
Rays,
as a way of trying to muscle through these Wraith.
Rays are interesting for Steel Sane as a quick way to drop oil, but if he runs it, he's not. He's taking the Hounds. We are going to get a GG taken there, so let's...
Intensiving to level 3. Wow, that level 3 Wraith is going to be a menace.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7.
We're just all in on these Wraith.
There's just not enough. There's no way to kill them, right?
Right, there's not time. Right,
yeah.
They lose in 2 rounds, but there won't be 2 more rounds.
Right.
And blue hounds in particular are extremely valuable as a crawler clear drop. Not that Wraiths need help clearing crawlers per se, but when you have this many double teched crawlers, being able to have hound drops with 5 deploy locations that rapidly can clear crawlers as well, while also being bodies to stall the steel balls, is honestly a very valuable drop for Steel Sane.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the 5 bodies just to slow down those steel balls and keep them off of towers. It's going to be really, really useful.
And the D-Gen is putting in a ton of work.
Yeah, the D-Gen has been the game changer, I think, in this particular one. Slowing down and essentially taking away Diana's entire specialist by removing the speed there.
But you can see that even the level 3 Wraith went down pretty quickly to just these 2 packs of Wasp on the left.
Right.
In the long term, they will absolutely be able to body these Wraith, but there is no long term. This is
right.
enough to close it out.
Yoicks. And Ms. Diana says, excellent hard tech switch by Steel Sane. Very well done. Steel Sane sitting at 2,000 MMR. And
getting out of the ground game to dodge the balls, basically.
Yeah. In fact, I thought that was funny because you questioned it when it happened, but it was absolutely the right choice, as it turns out. And I think it's kind of funny to me, because I know Diana loves to support her crawlers with a D-Gen Wraith. If she can get a opponent into a crawler v crawler mirror and then win it with D-Gen. Toast celebrating Steel Sane's victory, or congratulating him on his victory with a sub, and gets the thank you in Russian. I'm sorry, I know it says spasibo, but I'm not going to be able to read the rest of it. So, thank you to Toast. GG's.
Steel Sane, ever the gentleman, I will assume that this is totally appropriate.
I think so,
will
yes.
run it on his good faith.
I am pretty sure. I'm going to guess that is thank you for the gift sub, but...
something along those lines, for
yes.
sure.
All right, that was game number 1 of our coverage, at least. But we've got 3,000 hit points each for... Zach says, wait, come see. I have a level 9 assault mode marksman. Let's see if we can find him.
I mean...
Where are you at, sir?
That is certainly an invitation if I ever heard one.
Where are you at, sir? Why did I... There's Assault Monkey. Just scrolled too far. Hello, sub. Welcome home. And there is a you're welcome as well. All right. Scoo Near side in blue is running improved overlords and has 4 of them with photon emission and launcher overload, trying to protect against this storm with the photon, I would imagine. Potentially also protecting against EMP from somewhere. That is not just a level 9 assault mode marksman. It's a level 9 assault mode marksman with a laser sight. So he's actually got 145 meter range. He's got full XP to have gone to a level 10 if the game ever gives us a level 10.
What's really sad is there's no elite on the bar to like really leverage him.
Oh my
that makes
god.
me sad on the inside, but it is an impressive marksman. What I want to know is, does he have any? Yeah, so he's training spec.
He's training
that was
spec.
What I wanted to know. So he got a little help along the way, but he has earned his like honorary level 10 status.
Yes.
And of course, winning with marksman does not always do that much actual hit point damage on the bar.
So he's got the Farseers for that, it looks like.
Yes.
In fact, I can almost imagine this build continuing with scanning radar. No, I'm gonna get my assault mode marksman even further.
Question is, does a jav kill it?
Steel
Does not. It has 87,000, so he survives a javelin strike.
Steel Saint says we are now all fluent enough in Russian to work as a food courier. So we can just say, nice. You're welcome.
Very, very nice.
This guy, yeah, nice point, Dorgon. This guy's got 87,000 hit points.
I checked if it would die to a jab, and it doesn't.
It doesn't die to the jab. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Did opponent even check that?
And honestly, that means that the javelin is probably not. I doubt it. You would have. There's like this ball with the level 4 marksman, level 3 marksman, the sledges.
Yeah, this is the spot for it.
The jab spot, 100%.
Right.
Although realistically, the fact that there are birds here means that orbital would have been better since you can't jab the marksman.
Right.
So that's just a misplay, I think.
And Sob says this is the reason he still runs EMP on his hackers. That was the old school solution to assault mode marksman. Range plus EM.
Also very good into the armored rhino.
Yep.
Instead of necessarily having to try and add melting point potentially.
Right.
Although melting point will also take care of a marksman, notably without elite.
Right. This guy is damaged now and going to be in range of something. It gets melted. Oh my god. And
I'm a little spooked for Zach since this was when he orbitaled.
Right.
And the jab did minimal damage to him in comparison.
Right. That is bad news. Bad news for Zach. We go to around 11. He's at 1190. Sue at 3222.
Triple fort. Such a high value drop.
That's huge, yeah.
Storms? The defender? Interesting choice. Everything is fast.
Storm with EMP on top of the marksman. I can see it.
Yeah.
It's.
But when you already have Melter and Rain, and I don't know.
I'm not saying it's great. I'm saying it's one of the canonical answers.
I see. EMP, yes. Although taking Melters to take EMAG Barrage and then taking Storms at level 4 for EMP as well feels a little bit tunnel visioned for the focus. That said, I think the boats are going to get there if I'm looking at this. I think honestly the ground cannon overload boats with Photon is just going to be enough tankiness to get there. Zach going with anti-air for the boats off the forts
on the
is also
forts.
A little
yeah, I'm surprised we weren't thinking barrier.
Or even Fang summoning would be valuable here with extra chaff.
Yeah.
or frankly even just range to kill these badgers. Like, I think Fort AA is the last tech of the four that I would pick in this scenario. Although there could have been wasps, although there's farseers for that. So I think since you have the farseers to counter wasp, I think that the Fort AA is not what you want.
Right. The level 9 marksman this time locked on the level 4 overlord, and I think was the value
huge.
Here is that the
and the
fortress
AA specialization on the marksman was huge.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
It's the extra 30 meters for the marksman, and then this fort being able to engage with the units that were straight in front of it, because he's actually had a really good round as a fort, not as an AA unit.
Right. The AA on the marksman was 100% the winning move there, because it just deleted the boats that had no range.
Nice. Well done, Zach. Gets the level 9 marksman and the win. He's through to the next round. Very pretty. And just in the time we were here, this marksman did 1/3 damage.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Right.
Yeah, once you get leveled assault marksman with range added back, they can just become a genuine menace because they scale so hard in health and damage.
Right. They are good, no lie about. Especially with that, they've been bumped from plus 20% attack to plus 50% attack. Sob says, you should follow my YouTube. There we go. This is the... Sob is running a Zero to Hero series on YouTube, so there's the link. Zach says he has double shot. Would you have gotten elite instead? Actually, I was wondering if you wanted launcher overload, but be that as it may.
So, I'll just say quickly, as far as marksman goes, if you want to be able to run assault mode, it's tough, but I would probably run elite over double shot. I actually run elite on the bar instead of assault mode, and otherwise the same as you. I run range, air, double, and elite. But if you have assault mode and you run it frequently enough, I think that elite is better than double tap because the range that you get back is huge. And because of the health bump on assault, you actually scale with levels really well. So that just builds into the future synergy of the unit.
And is it a... No, air served you really well there.
Yes, air was huge.
But taking a quick look at it, it's 17% per rank. So you're going to be... Level 6 is what you would need to break even on double shot. Or to be ahead of double shot, even. Level 5 would be just behind double shot.
I actually run elite and air, personally. Although the question, if you want to maximize assault mode, I think quick shot is better than double shot. Because you already have the shotgun effect and you're already getting 50% bonus damage. So the ability to fire more rapidly is huge. If you really want to specialize in assault mode. And quick also lets them be super fast as your own chaff clear, and then you can mass more of them rather than having to diversify your deploys.
Right.
Which then allows you to get more scaling value out of protecting the unit you have more of.
Right. I think you also have the value of being able to get the DPS up really quick early, and not necessarily being behind, or like you can wind up with the drop of them where you need that DPS. Okay, I'm going to go around the room real quick. Winners are Apucci, Rooster over Riveruskende, Forgotten Arbiter over Znart, FP76, Baller, Fleet Command. The favorites all getting the wins until you get to Tasty Bait, who upsets Tarkus. Well played. Nicely done. Of course, Tasty Bait probably lower MMR on that account than the player's quality. So a little bit unlucky for Tarkus to draw that one. Steel Sane, Sunnyside with the wins. Nolam, Azeel with the upset over Scale. Illuminati won the match against Sparty. We probably should have cast that one, shouldn't we, Zach? that was a match.
That was my second pick.
That was my
if it wasn't Diana versus Steel Sane.
Yep. Abstain with the win. Two of our 201 players, I think of this fellow is Z, beats AWM. Godius Prime with the upset over Any 272. Perovian beats Spoon. Laminator Lau Crocodilo Bombardillo. I presume that is a Dillo account. Matty Smite, not Math is Might. Dillo and... No, that is not a Dillo account. Dillo and Red Scare with the wins. Further on down, winners included Azan, Hikikomori, Wumbo Drebin, Sob, Salt Monkey, Bratwurst, Dane, DLG, Kliss, Demandrid, Explosive, Brojwan, Illuminator, Ingwe, Roll With Me, V-Star, Aloe on Fire, Eddie Bong, Last Zep, D-Unit, Vex, and Theorist. So we've got 45 unbeatens, and AWM will be in the spoiler roll. I think we've got to take AWM against... Oh, no. AWM is Somebody Abandoned.
Oh, no.
Right? Wouldn't they have had to? I'm so confused. Did we get a buy? We did. We had a buy, but who's... So confused. I swear I'm seeing 45. Oh, no, 45 because Park has the buy, so he's showing us one win. All right. Let us find a match.
So I'm looking at these options. Nothing immediate. I don't suppose that Wumbo is like a Mumbo alt, is it?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. It's always hard to find a round 2 match. You kind of try to look at the like closest ones because they're all a little
right.
A little mismatched because you get the bottom bracket winning up matching up against the top bracket winners.
Yeah, I think I could go for Tasty Bait and Azan.
Okay. I mean, that is the 22-23, so in the absence of somewhere to pick, that is presumably the closest.
Well, except I think Tasty Bait is a little bit ahead.
Yes, I would agree. It's an alt, and it's probably under MMR'd as a result, and this is its chance to climb a little bit.
Well, you say it's an alt, but this was actually his OG account.
Okay. Although he plays more under the other ones these days, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, that is correct.
So it's like the posthumous alt,
right?
By virtue of playtime, even though it was his canonical namesake.
Yes, indeed. Folks will also know this player as Only Fangs.
Yes. Tasty Bait is always such a scary name and premise because anybody who wants to advertise how delicious they are as bait,
yes,
like theoretically speaking, it's like why do you want me to see you as bait? That's not suspicious at all.
Miss Dionysus never has a cognomen been so rigorously classified. I love it. Don't forget to ready up, everybody. Good luck. Have fun in your next match. We are, of course, 30 seconds away, but we have channel point predictions up for Azan versus Tasty Bait. Azan and I have met a bunch of times in mini tournament, so I kind of have... I'm not at his level right now, but do have some familiarity with him. And of course, we have cast Tasty Bait numerous times, either as Tasty Bait or Only Fangs. Welcome
Cognomen is a great...
Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament European number 106. Tasty Bait, Farside Red with a Quick Supply Brawler Stormcaller start. Azan near side, the Tarantula Marksman start with Elite Specialist. Elite with no chaff is always a scary proposition.
And Marksman, that's like the last of the 100 cost units you want as Elite, because blue is so valuable, and you need chaff. I wonder if this is just I like playing spiders, so I'm taking it, but this is going to be super hard. What is that formation? That is
It's an Assault Lord Marksman formation.
selling the tarantula.
For an elite
Oh
wasp on round 1. And wait,
what is
Baller? Baller? What are you doing? Give the keyboard back to Azan, please, Baller. Thank you.
Okay. That is such a baller thing to do. And I mean that in the like player baller.
Yes, yes. Well, both.
All right, Azan is contemplating what to do with their deployment life choices. They have 20 seconds left to figure it out.
It's all part of the plan. Diana says,
clearly leading for blue abyss.
oh my god.
Clearly where we are headed.
Parks says, I've never seen rank 2 Wasp on round 1. I do think Azan might have been in the there were no recommended formations for this category. But just keep in mind, if he wins it, we should have one.
That's true. But I will say selling out of the spider is so painful because this invites Mustang and spiders are solid into Mustang. There's just so many layers of like Tasty Bait has a million lines here. But it will win him the round. There is no upshoot.
There's no upshoot. He's got this. All you have to do is win every round from here on out. He's got 5,300. Tasty Bait has 3,500. Just put the early pressure on.
That's true.
Keep the early pressure on. Level the wasps. No, not quite. These are wasps with ignite.
Oh my.
And no range.
What? Azan is like giga cooking. Holy smokes.
I'm glad we get to see this. I'm going to have to reserve comment.
I can say, I say this often, but I can say this with another level and layer. I have never seen a game like this before, and I likely never will.
Right? And Sir Limbo wants to know what MMR this is. I'm gonna guess Azan's around 1850 right now. We'll see after
oh my
the
goodness.
match. We'll see
That's
after the match.
Ambitious. That would surprise me if Azan was that high.
Really?
Yes. I don't recognize the name necessarily, but to me, this is like 1,500 MMR play. If maybe I'm a doubter and I deserve to eat my words, but that feels like where we are at here.
Yeah, no, he's legit. Exactly what Salt Monkey says. And
okay, then. Wow. I mean, maybe it is trying to bait the Mustangs for the Abyss play, and I was like calling it from the start. Because Abyss does eat Mustang.
well,
There is Assman on the bar, so that can be a button.
yeah.
Farseer makes that painful, though.
The tower timing wasn't good. The Farseer's not very good for him. Yeah.
Although, wait,
He
didn't take Farseer. He took the Fangs.
He took Fang, right? He took
Wow.
the 2 level 2 Fangs.
Not taking Farseer into Wasp, but the possibility of Assman is on the bar feels very strange. Not that 2 chaff isn't great.
Azan takes the laser sights. We saw Zach get to a level 9 marksman with laser sight on it. Assault mode marksman with laser sights. Can Azan duplicate that feat and win this one? Bye, kiddo. We have our rhinos as well. Level 2 rhino back in this flank, backing up the level 2 crawler that was already over there. This one, I'm going to say, I didn't like this deploy. I was chatting with Kiddo real quick. I was on mute. I couldn't point it out. But when you have no chaff, right, you're on a 0 chaff deploy, and you're bringing out your first chaff units, I don't like seeing them out on the flank. And that is, obviously just going to run right into this arc light. Backed up by the Rhino now, and what he is going to do with it is a nice pull that's going to let the jump drive Wasps reposition away from the new Mustangs and have a straight run at tower.
Yes. And these fangs will be locked on that Rhino as well, so there's nothing that upshoots to hit these Wasps on the left.
So this is a really solid, Monks-esque, Rat-esque style pull and attack tower. Really solidly executed. Gets the tower, and that's just going to let these Rhinos ignore the rest of the board. Azan is the one with the Farseer, and that is
no chaff clear for these crawlers, though. That is hurting a ton.
Right, we didn't whirlwind the Rhinos. We haven't assault moded the Marksman yet. There is just no chaff clear, really.
Yeah, and Farseer shoots fast-ish, but not with enough splash relative to its deploy cost to be a chaff clear unit.
Right. We did use all of this guy's hit points. It was calculated.
That's fair. And blue rhinos are tanky.
Azan is at 4,700. He's got Tasty Bait down to 2,700. You've got subsidized ball and a round 4 super supply. Azan is skipping the super supply, going for the underground threat for tempo. But Tasty Bait reads that is the call as well, and plays the Tasty Bait's attacking underground is out here on the flank. I do hope Azan is cagey enough to level both towers. Looks like it's going to be a new Rhino on the other flank instead. And Tasty Bait has added, oh my goodness, he's got full carry Wasp, but no shield. He is going to be able to win a Wasp v Wasp war there. And, of course, his Wasps would not lose to a Rhino, and can get some nice XP from killing level 2 crawlers and then level 2 Rhinos. I think that's a really good play. Probably better than having gone into Mustang, honestly.
Well, the Mustangs are unteched, so you could certainly sell out of it if you want to. And since you don't have to pay anything for the unlock, it's a lot less painful than it used to be.
Right. But he is going to add another Mustang over there.
I do think, honestly, that if you're going Wasp, I would have wanted the laser sight on said Wasp.
And Azan is not laser sighting anything right now. Hasn't laser sighted his Wasps, which also surprises me.
I don't hate it, because I could see these Wasps being value, but you don't want them to be your carry, and since you can't elite them and you can't range them, that missile obviously putting in a ton of work deleting those Wasps.
The right side Rhino is down, the left side Rhino is down. All of that even before Tasty Bait gets into the tower. The tower is level 2, so Azan played this nicely, leveled one of the 2 towers, and protected it. So that saved a bunch, but yeah, this round goes hard for Tasty Bait with both flanks answered.
Notably, Tasty Bait loaned this round when Super Supply was on offer. Neither of them ended up taking it, of course, but that's Tasty Bait's way of saying this is not a long game. I may be low health, but now so can you be.
Right. I am going to bet on you taking the Super Supply as a mistake and trying to finish you by taking loans on 4, 5, and 6.
These Rhinos need armor so badly into the current board, although Hacker hurts, and there is the armor.
They take the armor as requested, but Tasty Bait has already added a pair of hackers.
Although that armor still adds a good chunk of hit points to the bar, but there is still a lack of chaff clear. Like, that is the elite recruited Mustangs.
Yes, as the elite specialist, we have clicked elite recruit to bring in level 3
There's
Mustangs.
There's where the laser sight's going.
Ought to be, right?
Yeah.
Especially over the oil.
Another loan. Tasty Bait is in loan cycle.
committed to it once he played it, right?
Right.
And
The
full
enhanced
health.
control.
Oh, full health. If I get those rhinos, they are coming back at full health. Yeesh. And he is running.
And notably, these arc lights do have EMP on the bar potentially. So even EMP arcs to go with it means that you could slow the rhinos, disable the armor, hack them, and get them back to full when they're armored for you.
Right.
So I definitely see the line for Tasty Bait to close this out.
And selling that crawler is going to be real painful because it has given Azan instant locks on both flank rhinos. That's very, very painful. He did add a level 3
This
rhino
shield
over
is
here.
huge to protect the tower.
Level 3 rhino is going straight to tower. That is going to cost him a hacker up here in the corner. And that is one rhino that will not get hacked. Both towers are down.
Oh my goodness, oh my gosh, the other rhino doesn't get hacked either.
The wasps save the rhino. The hacker play looked brilliant for Tasty Bait, but all of a sudden
the armor made
collapses.
The health on those rhinos and the tankiness of them, the armor was essential, but it can be pivoted with an EMP arc, and that's what I want to see added.
Right. Yeah, because you called that in advance. There's also Phoenix with a cheap source of EMP, Phantom Ray with a cheap source of sticky oil. I would love to see oil dropped everywhere from Tasty Bait. Just stop all of this play. He doesn't run
the
oil.
Oil is gone.
He doesn't.
In the front.
Yeah, he doesn't run oil. This oil is gone. Lee. Now he would take the 300 EMP on the hackers, or what is it? 300 EMP on the Arclight. I think the 300 is on Arclight is better because that gets locks on both packs of rhinos. He's taken steel balls to help out.
In my opinion, from Tasty Bait's side of the equation, instead of adding the wasps, since the opponent's wasps don't even run range and aren't a long-term scaling threat, I add multi-melter here into the rhinos as my play, since I know that armored rhino stuffs so much potential damage, and I already have the massive chaff advantage, and there's no chaff on the elite side of the player's board, hardly.
Right.
So that would have been the line that I would have taken probably 2 turns ago if I was in Tasty Bait's shoes, specifically.
Azan with a nice little play here as well. He's sold out of that right side rhino. So he's got a huge investment to stop no rhino at all. And that huge investment is going to get stopped in the oil over here. So he's basically created a situation where the majority of his engagement is over here. A bunch of the units that could have gotten involved do not, because they're way out over on this side. He gets this side's tower, and in theory should win this fight before these guys take the right side's tower. That's the plan. And if it works, that could be game. There's only 900 hit points left for Tasty Bait.
Hacker, though.
Hacker doing work.
And kill cannon, yes, there is photon on the rhinos, but in that situation, then the rhinos have another $500 tech as opposed to your $300 tech, and there are other targets besides the rhinos that also lose tech. So that's another expense that you're adding to the elite side player.
1,400 hit points left for Azan. 900.
Ion is so strong here.
900 for Tasty Bait. Tasty goes immediately to the Ion and sets it up to run through. I don't think it's hitting this Rhino. I think it's hitting Mustangs and other units that are charging. He's going to try to slow things down. He's got that thing in front, but might even see one more chap up front to try and pin a bunch of these units in it. Get you out this way.
There's a ton of stuff in Tasty Bait's back right corner that is basically dirtling at this point.
Yes. In behind that oil, but he still won the round with it, and of course, not having engaged all of those, that was huge source of the hit point damage this round.
Naturally.
But it's gonna be on fire this time. One hound with incendiary over on that side. That is a single unit with a single tech.
Yep. Which is especially painful for the elite player, but you do what you gotta do.
And
Now, he
then,
does run oil on his Rays, so he could put Rays over there and do it again next time.
right. And he is running the ion over the shields over here. And looks like we are going to try to go around the oil. Tasty Bait
I
is
like that.
very well played here, trying to dodge the oil with a bunch of his units. Doesn't see the fire coming, or he would have included the Fang and Mustang. But at least he's got
Well, I think he's picking the fast units. I think
yeah, he took all the fast
even if there's
units.
fire, you're picking the fast units and pulling them to the side of the fight where there is a fight.
Right.
Oh, the hacker just gets under the shield. No.
And then it goes down. Yeah, Ion does...
It tried. It was like trying to boogie.
Yeah, Ion actually does splash damage, so you see it brought this shield down before ever touching that shield. Right? So if you can run an Ion along the edge of a shield, it does splash damage onto that shield the whole time. And Tasty Bait drops Azan to 324. We've got around 8. There's just 1,200 hit points on the board total. Gotta end soon, right?
So some of the more greedy-minded players might say, see, it's round 8, therefore the round 4 top supply was correct. But neither one of these players would be alive if they had been the one to take it.
Exactly.
So it's one of those self-fulfilling prophecies of if you were greedy and had taken it, you'd have been dead by now, even though, quote-unquote, it would have paid off.
And it's a survivorship bias, right? Like if you...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly true.
Tasty Bait with Vulcan and oil.
Rude.
And, oh, by the way,
Totally
replicate crawlers. You know, I kind of like chin gun overlords for Azan.
There's a lot of chaff, though.
There
The
is...
fire is going to toast these Mustangs, unfortunately.
Right, our itemized stayings are going down. Both players...
Tell me Azan loans, though.
Both players have the crawlers in the back line, but of course, Tasty Bait has gone for the replicate drill crawlers to make sure he wins this head-to-head.
And that's going to go out of control, because he's going to get replicate drill crawlers out of the deal.
Right, but then it's going to run into missiles, so I'm not sure. Right. And then, yeah.
I do wonder, with so many of them are going to be in the middle, my suspicion is that both missiles will proc, but there will be crawlers left over.
I think you might be right about that.
I don't think it's going to matter, though, with the oil on the front.
Yep. Rhino got to tower, but couldn't bring it down. The level 3 Rhino got hacked. The Overlords are still a threat, but during tower debuff, it's going to be a little rough for them. They're getting engaged by Mustangs and Phantom Rays and Marksmen. Meanwhile, the hacker underneath stealing more Mustangs. One Overlord's down. The other Overlord is down. And Azan is down. Tasty Bait through. But Azan gave it a really good run at it. And I rest my case about Azan's MMR. I guessed 1850. 1831.
That was more of a game than I expected it to be. But I do think...
He was definitely cooking. What was the phrase you used for me yesterday? Deep in the sauce?
Lost in the sauce.
Lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
Tasty Bait shows up. He says, my only regret is I didn't get another hacker. Yes. But
that was a great game to watch, though. Very entertaining. Very, as I said, we will never see a game quite like that again, I don't think.
Right. This is, Diana level unhinged from Azan.
Yeah, this is very Diana-esque, actually.
Yeah, I love it. So, and Tasty Bait, of course, a very solid player, able to come up with answers to all of it. I really like the way that Azan got Tasty Bait kind of overcommitted to this corner. a lot of
Yes.
times that would be enough. And, let's just put it as a, if Azan were at the level of a Forgotten Arbiter or somebody, this would be enough of
Almost
a
an
overcommitment.
irrecoverable.
Yeah, it would be so irrecoverable in terms of economic investment. So I love what
However,
Azan did to create that overload.
Yes. It was a relatively low investment on his part, because although deploys are very valuable for Elite, and he just had such an empty board, if you just kind of zoom out and look at both sides, that's what kind of did him in the end.
Yeah. Only Fang says, round 1 Elite Wasps, he crazy. And Zach, speaking up for Azan, says he is mental. I play him on ladder a lot. He does the most crazy stuff, and I love it. Only thing is, I would have liked to see Abyss. Grubby said the same thing about Azan. Let's go. Azan giving a great acquittal of himself. Tasty bait through to round 3. Do we have something still ongoing? Like all the favorites have their wins. Let's step into Wumbo Drebin and Godia's Prime. Now that was the other one you wanted to take a look at. And while we're loading there, I'm going to say I really appreciate you guys being with us here on your Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening if you're European.
Oh, Abyss!
You would have liked to see Abyss, Zach? Here you are. Godia's Prime is running some Prime Abyss play.
He is running the entire air comp. He's got Wasp, Wraith, Phoenix, and Abyss. He's just missing Raiden and Boat.
And Boat, but he's fighting Boat, so,
That's true. He's also fighting Mass AA...
Assault Mode Marksman.
Assault Mode Marksman.
Wow.
But I think Abyss is honestly pretty good into that, because it does enough damage.
Yeah, the missiles are doing a zillion damage, and the marksmen sit still. They don't dodge it. And,
right.
Oh, those two
That
went...
beam would have killed with one more tick, too.
Those two went toe-to-toe, and the marksman came out ahead. Level 5 and looking to get up a level. So... Godia's Prime working on a level 3 tower. This marksman has killed 2 Abyss.
It did the tower, the missiles. Did you see that? It was fast enough with 17 meters that it started walking.
This guy brings down 2 Abyss and keeps the game going for Wumbo Drebin.
Wow. Nukes. Into the air player. That's pain.
I've heard some people say that these spells are super overpowered against air units. I'm gonna point out, Godia's Prime has mitigation strategies such as Energy Shield and Jump Drive for both of the Phoenix and the Wasp. His Wasp bar is committed to the full damage output, which is why
the super carry Wasps.
Yeah, so essentially, if you are going to run something that does not run Jump Drive or Shield or both, you are committed to being vulnerable to air. You don't get to complain that spells are OP.
These wasps, these wasps are murder wasp super scary. The trade-off is you have to accept weaknesses.
Right. These wasps are OP if there weren't spells.
Exactly, and I think that some spells are overtuned. That is fair, but the weakness of Air 2 spells is good.
It's very intentional.
As long as the spells are balanced. And so that's more of a specific spells. And I actually think Nuke is one of the more fair play-aroundables to an extent, because it's delayed. It only does 1 instance of damage.
Right.
It's still strong, and it still can be one-sidedly stronger than the other.
It's
also, look at these marksman line.
Wow.
That is terrifying.
Godia's Prime down to 373 hit points.
And these are now 4 teched marksmen.
Ms. Diana says, using Jump Drive to get into the one area of the map not blanketed by 3 spells is one of the joys I get. One of the biggest joys I get from free-for-all. All 3 opponents trying to kill your wasps. And she dodges.
That is fun.
Oh, hey, look, I'm in your back line now. Dang it!
Right. Like, do I lightning storm myself On the off chance Diana's here with me.
Blind lightning your back flank. Yeah, this is where Diana's going to be. Hmm. I don't think I even have predictions for how this round is going to go. Godius Prime takes a lead on the Wasps. That's going to be a huge help.
That's going to do a ton of extra value.
It is...
The blue, this is also a big deal.
It is Mech Div on the steel balls on the ground. So, EMP of some sort would be nice.
Oil to slow the ground, which then means the air gets ahead of it and then gets priority locks by the marksman.
AA marksman, yeah.
There's a level 5 melting point.
Casual.
Getting beaconed into tower on this side.
Casual level 5 melting point with a beacon.
Wow. I can't tell you how much I wish that had absorb on it for the 400, because the extra health and the ability to heal once it locks either the saber or the abyss.
Right.
Kind of the 60% HP is like 2.5 mark, almost 2.5 melter levels.
Right.
Although if it locks before it even gets shot, then the healing is moot. Yeah, I think the AA on the marksman with the quad tech is enough to just push it over the line here.
Does look like it. And then some. Wombo Drebin getting it done.
That oil was huge for getting the locks earlier on that left side.
And for Wombo Drebin, this is a bit of an upset. He's beating Godius Prime, who's 144 MMR higher. Nicely done. I think that was our last match of the round. Not quite. There's one ongoing down in the Dorgon versus Diana. Oh my god. What are you two up to? Why am I afraid?
Oh, did you get it clicked?
I did. I clicked it.
Oh, here it is still. I got in time as well. I had to scroll down to find it, though.
Yep. Yeah, Assault Mode Marksman. 20% attack buff. And,
You mean 30%? Because it went from 20 to 50?
I thought it went from 30 to 50.
Maybe it did.
Notes.
Maybe
I have my notes wrong.
Then. Okay. Maybe I was just mistaken, but either way, it's 50 now, and the bump has been appreciable.
Yep.
Lots of anti-missile, multi-melter, chaff with lost on Dorgon's side. Defending against a lot of Mustang Hound Crawler.
It's from 30 to 50 is what the patch notes say.
Okay, then it was a 20% buff, you're right. And these, what I want to know is, they are extended range saber teeth. That's what I was curious about. So these range double tap sabers are just demolishing these melting points.
Right, ER, extra range, and double tap. These things have 180 meter range with temporary range from tower. That is gross.
And these EMP storm callers are turning off the melters. So that way the sabers can just pound them from range.
Right.
Which is what those anti-missile devices are for, to shut down the EMP. Oh, fire to light the oil is going to be pain.
Oh, ouch. We will both light the oil on fire. I love it.
No chaff on the left is allowed.
Right. And instead of trying to block the edge here, Diana is going for a 6 shield deep line.
Right. I mean, if this smoke lands, it's going to be brutal on the right side. I think these shields are not a place where they need to be for Dorgon. Okay, that did get a chunk of the fire in the mid, a zigzag. This is a wild match. Oh, there's also linked ledges for Diana. That's fascinating, but I would imagine if those don't get separated, that a level 8 Sabertooth double tap is just going to blow up the whole pack. With one shot.
Holy what? Level 8.
I'll
Oh
be
my
watching for
god. Yeah,
that's doing about 140,000 damage in one firing rotation.
they do split. And Saber doesn't have splash anymore. No, it has splash. Goodness.
When they're linked, it does the splash for you.
Oh my god, yes. Yes, it does. Brutal.
By the way, it's worth noting there is a casual level 5 amp core melting point, a level 4 amp core melting point, and a level 6 laser sight melting point.
Yes. These are some
of
the...
They are just getting smashed by double tap ER sabers.
Some of the world's best melters. And they are not enough to save Diana. Dorkon is through. Well, gets to 1-1 after 7th place in Asia earlier today. Of course, we saw Diana earlier as the Advanced Group 2 champion. Whew, the meltiest of points.
Some of the scariest melting points I've seen in a long time.
That was pretty amazing. Diana says, I sold my collar drop after a few rounds instead of getting more collars. I think that was the mistake. I won rounds 9, 10, and 11, but then lost 12 and 13. GG's from Dorgon. He says that was a crazy game. Our favorites all getting wins. Apuchi, Rooster, Forgotten Arbiter, FP76, Baller, Fleet Command, Steel Sane. DLG upsets Nolam. Azil beat Bratwurst. Z over Sabman. Provian over Hikikomori. Hasty Bait we saw beat Azan. Umbo Drebin over Godius Prime. Salt Monkey 2-0 after a win over Abstain. Illuminati has a opponent who abstained from playing. Sunnyside Laminator Lau. Crocodillo Bombardillo. Matty Smite.
That's a name.
Crocodillo Bombardillo and Matty Smite with wins, along with Dillo and Red Scare. So, it's going to give us, we have now 22 unbeaten. Well, 22 unbeaten, but one of them abandoned. So, Demandrid will be facing Apuchi in the boiler roll.
That was crazy.
Do we want to take a look at, well, the Fleet Command against Dillo could be great. Steel Sane against Zach sounds like fun. Z versus Sunnyside could be good. Hasty Bait against Baller. What are you feeling? I'm thinking 11, 12, 13, 10, 17, 6 are kind of my preference.
Well, I don't recognize FP or Crocodillo Bombardillo. Either way. That's a wild name. I almost want to see how they play. Otherwise, Fleet Command Dillo definitely sounds like a great game. That would probably be my second pick.
All right. Were we able to confirm that Fleet Command is not Woot? I think Woot said that is not them.
That's correct. Woot has confirmed it's not them.
And Crocodillo was 2200 MMR in the Asia tournament. All right.
Well, that makes me doubly curious.
Right. Can we identify the player?
Right, that's the kind of name that if Dillo wasn't also playing, I would wonder if it's a Dillo alt.
Right.
Because Dillo has, like, almost as many accounts as Zemp does. And loves to have a little bit of fun with it, because you know how Zemp always changes his profile pic to be something fun and zany. Dillo has the same kind of thing sometimes with his names, like Baller does. I could see it being Zoot Sour.
Nightcrawler says, I beat Crocodillo right before the tourney. It's an Italian brain rot name, a TikTok trend. Okay. Yeah, is it the most standard of standards? Might be HD Zoot Sour. All right, welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament European number 106. We have FP76 near side blue. We don't know who that is necessarily. Crocodillo, Bombardillo.
It did pick a standard E-Pack.
Far side, we are guessing. Guesses are, if they play very standard, might be HDC Sour. If they play a little bit more unhinged, might be Fury, who has made a point
Also
of
possible.
made sure of getting into the tournament, the European tournament, the last couple of weekends with the Chris P. Bacon account, also a 301. We shall see.
We also have a crocodile airplane picture.
Love it.
Just committing to the bit.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but yeah, this is a very standard defense style. I could totally see this being, honestly, either one of them. Although Fury is a little more aggro-y, so Zeusauer stylistically supported here with the pick.
Zeusauer does like a 5 Arclight arc, though. And this middle Arclight positioning is a bit deep for Zeusauer, in my opinion. So,
okay.
FP76, a runner-up in Asia last week. No, this week. So came second earlier today.
Okay.
Crocodillo, the Amplify Specialist, put the amp cores on the sledgehammers.
Which I really like in general in this meta, but especially into the spiders where the extra health and damage both matter, because it's a pseudo-honest matchup in the sense of a slugfest. And then adding extra crawlers as FP76 is very much going to play to Crocodile's unit start, so not a surprising round one at all, given that information.
Both of them take the Farseers on round 2, therefore they are both Thonics, right? Oh, wait, no.
That just means they play well, because like Farseer is almost categorically correct on round 2. It's exceedingly rare that it is not the pick.
We have a request from a 6-year-old member of the audience to get some close-up crawler views. So we are
very nice.
Riding on the back of one of the crawlers. Now, I think your 6-year-old needs to know that these are, some people call these crawlers, but a bunch of us call them drill puppies, because they have that big drill on the front, but they also kind of look like puppies, and they kind of bound around. This camera perspective is going to change very quickly.
When you said a 6-year-old member of your channel, I thought you implied for a moment you had like 6 years of channel history. I was like, whoa.
When trickle checked, they become velociraptors. Yes, indeed. And of course, that is one of the reasons your 6-year-old there is one of the reasons we do keep this channel family friendly. So please, chat, please be mindful of that. Just a nice little reminder of the rules. Okay, FP76 was a Typhoon Specialist with the Crawler and Tarantula start. Bombadillo...
Saber add. Wow.
Bombadillo added Sabers and gave them the Amp Core. Saber as the counter to the Tarantulas, making some sense.
Especially if you're expecting the Farseer drop, it's honestly pretty decent at being able to tank and bully that as well. So I don't actually hate it.
And it gets a quick level. I like it a lot.
And a level on them is huge for the scaling. Fortified Arclight is super tempting into this board, especially into spiders, because the extra health is massive. Oh my goodness. And we get... oh, that's subsidized. I thought that was the Fortified Stain card. I really would have liked to see heavy arc here for Crocodillo.
Really? Okay.
I think that the loss of range means they walk forward, and I think that it helps them tank and lock tarantulas.
Okay.
And not die to them, kind of like what you can do to Vulcans as well, depending on how you play.
Very nice. Crocodillo takes the subsidized Mustangs, which is going to be pretty darn nice, considering opponent just took Wasps. Unfortunately, they're on the far side corner, but Wasps a very bold choice on a turn that you saw subsidized staying available and Farseer already on the board.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not getting that from FP76.
And this Sabertooth with a casual 35,000 HP is going to sit here and tank for days. Wow. Like, it may go down eventually, probably, but you got every penny of value extracted from that deploy, being like the only thing that died.
He's got 6 crawlers left alive. Look at that. Crawlers that survived a round. And Crocodilo has FP76 down to 2022. So it is looking problematic on that side of the board. Blue in a lot of trouble going into our round 4.
Elite Hacker is actually really spicy for both sides. Lots of hackable units, and Elite will hack them in no time flat.
And Crocodilo takes the Incendiary Bomb, which will
that makes a lot of sense as the defender.
Get rid of a bunch of the chaff.
He's already got sabers, and so that makes a lot of sense. But the big thing is, if you get that saber hacked, it will demolish your own side.
Right.
Lots of Mustangs, though, which is a good hedge into the hacker, which is the argument against it.
No range on anything yet.
I really think FP... Okay, I wonder if he was considering that hacker.
He probably spent a lot of time thinking about the hacker, yeah. Instead takes the Incendiary Bomb, has about 45 seconds to come up with a plan. Of course, a lot of players...
If I'm him, I think I'd do a greedy fire on the left side.
I'm going to say, a lot of players do... a lot of the top players will spend most of their thinking time coming up with the plan, and then the execution. You can still see there's a lot of thinking happening here. 950 to spend, 22 seconds to go.
I think you have to range your... If you range them, you risk locking the saber early. Maybe you splash them. So he goes hacker anyway,
Takes
but
the
doesn't take the elite card. Ooh.
And they're going to be in the fire. Well, one of them is. This one's not going to last through that fire. The oil, or the shield, not really going to do much. This guy gets a lot, but it's never going to have the time, right?
It's going to do a lot, though. The fire on the left is going to clear all of the chaff. The arc light is going to damage the tanks, maybe even kill them.
Right.
I actually think this round is not going to be bad, and Hacker, I think, is potentially a long-term winning play.
It is good.
And the tanks do go down.
The one on the right that basically gets an instant lock. The one at the right side hacker that died really quickly actually gets a pretty instant lock on that saber. So this round not representative of how those hackers are going to perform.
Exactly.
That said,
well, you can add chaff in front of it this round.
You're down to 1100, and opponent gets to react with chaff, or even the Fang drop if that's what they decide they need.
Hacker Fang is absolutely the line for FP76 here, I think. You get level 4s. I think that's your only option. Although playing the Mustang is painful, being level 4 is huge. And the Mustangs aren't ranged yet. Maybe you don't, man. This is tough. Because maybe you armor the Rhino, but there is a melting point, but there's nothing on your board that's... Like, you don't take the melting point if you're Crocodilo. So maybe it's armored Rhino, anticipating the possibility of Mustangs being able to be bricked.
We have a level 2 Fire Badger flank from Bombardillo, but Fire Badger's taken by FP76 in defense as well. Bombardillo drops the oil in front of everything, and that's going to get lit on fire right away, so he's going to have similar. As you said, the hacker is up to level 2. They had range last round, this time they get barriers, so that is 32,000 hit points here, 16,000 on the other 3. And by the way, this flank Typhoon spent last turn summoning in and died. It's fully established now.
Right. I like the temp range alone here, despite round 5. Obviously you're low, but hackers are all about scaling. There are a bunch of Mustangs, and they are subsidized, which is potentially going to be painful long term, but you do have spiders. And while there is oil here that will get lit, I don't think the hackers actually walk into it. I think that they have enough range that they're going to stay away, and the oil is going to do some, but not what it could.
Yeah, the temp range keeping them out of the lit oil. This time they get that level 2 saber, and as you said, now that thing is working on its own.
No fortification on the tower was hugely painful.
And that the Saber gets to it from the front, huh? And,
Ooh, that hacker survived while its shield was up still. But I think there's too many Mustangs left. Although they're running into the fire.
Bombardillo's own fire, killing his own Mustangs. But the round goes his way again. And remember, FP76 took a loan for that one. Still loses half his hit points. He's down to 510. 110. Crocodillo has not lost a hit point yet. 5,200.
Every Mustang leveled. That's $600 in levels. And if I'm on that side, I sell my Farseer because it's a hack target and it's not clearing the wasps anymore. My Mustangs are, so it pays for half of those Mustang levels.
And that Farseer could level, so you could even enhancement module it. And
you could stonk it if you, and then stonk the
one of the Mustangs, because you're going
to. I actually think you stonk the Sabertooth, and you play it long term if you go that direction.
Well, I was thinking you stonk a Mustang because that's a free level, and plus 20% attack for that Mustang for this round, and you're planning on finishing this round.
I mean, if you're planning on finishing this round,
then you probably don't take the stonk.
Even double. Right, yeah. Even double stonking, you're down 50 on the money of just a skip.
Right.
Although the 20% stats might pay for that, so
yeah,
it's a hedge play if you're going to take both levels.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the level 3 on the outside tower, which I like. The Fire Badger placement is a little strange if you're going to do that, though.
The level
blue
3
one.
The blue is from last round.
Gotcha. There's the good shield. There's a lot of Mustangs here, and the hackers just are going to get overwhelmed by saturation.
Surely the Wasps will save it for FP70. No.
Naturally.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some ranged tarantulas. They're doing well. We have one ranged tarantula.
They are doing something, but I don't think that something is enough. Unless we get a tower snipe.
Oh! The hacked Saber takes the tower just in time. And this thing being level 3 was huge. It's somehow enough to stay alive.
Oh my gosh.
48 hit points and a dream for FP76.
Spells are coming back. So, like, wait, Lightning Storm for the Mustangs? And note that there's an intensive, so if they had taken the Stonk module, they could have made gazillions of benefit.
Right. If that Stonk module had been on this Mustang, he would have leveled to 3, and you could have intensived it to 4. But I don't think I would have predicted... That's
never the Mustang that you stonk.
No, I would never have predicted that one being the one to stonk either, so...
Although I would have actually had the stonk module on the Sabertooth, believe it or not, and then probably sold it and still gotten the level on this Mustang.
Right. Shields blocking the oil. I mean, the oil, of course, dropped on the round with the lightning storm.
Into a lightning storm turn with Mustangs. What? But, like, what you need is a Mustang answer, and you triple recruit birds. There have been a lot of decisions that are tough to make on FP's side of the board, but this is the only one that I categorically don't understand.
Do kind of love both players having sold out of this flank at the same time without knowing that the other one had sold out of it. I think that's kind of fun.
Well, the level 3 tower makes sense, and then for both of them to be like, I don't need to defend this, I don't need to attack this.
Yeah, Fire Badgers are not what I need anymore. But birds, those poor birds.
They did not deserve this treatment.
I can tell you what FP76 was thinking. It was, I need shield break. The Phoenix are going to be my shield break. And
Storms would be so much better in that role, though, because of the splash, the ability to get your Mustang. I guess then although you could AM the Mustang, but yeah, birds into Lightning Storm was not the answer. Much pain.
Are you sure? I mean, I think you're just judging by results. You didn't call that in advance or anything.
I see. Actually, yes, I'm backseating a little bit
No,
too
you
reactively.
you were clearly on it from the moment he took them. So, good call from you. And I think if I'm gonna guess, I'd have to guess he was gambling that if that Crocodilo Bombardillo didn't bother taking the lightning storm with the
Right,
shields
I am
up.
a little. Yeah.
So, yes, well done,
I...
possible sweet and sour. I'm still not convinced based on the arclight positionings. But
right, I mean, this is just Mustang subsidized into Hacker being a correct commit, so it's very hard to like extract anything stylistically definitive here. This was just Mustangs being Mustangs.
And player being smart enough to grab the card when it was offered and all of that being experienced.
Right.
FP76 was cooking.
By the way,
but
yes,
the sauce came out burnt. By the way,
if there's a real Mustang answer that is ground based played this round, like Vulcan potentially, I actually wonder if the Hacker board has a long-term winning position.
I actually do feel like the Hacker board had a long-time position, a long-time build in it. It's just he never got there, right?
Right.
And that is the risk in going Hacker, in my opinion.
And you never answering the Mustangs when there were 6 of them. Like, I think you had to deploy a Mustang answer this turn. Especially since you have the Lightning Storm, it's going to help you with the shield break, so this turn is not the shield break turn to worry about. The Lightning Storm is paying for that a little bit.
I do apologize for the loss of feed. We tried to jump into Steel Sane.
Oh no!
We jumped into Steel Sane versus Zach, because Zach was up 4,000 to 2,000, and game crashed on me. So
you're rebooting. I'm scrolling down to find that.
Yep.
Hop in.
Oh, Baller.
I don't actually see the game. There it is.
Baller says he had to knock Tasty Bait out of tourney twice today. Ouch. I do hate that, especially when you come up against somebody you like and you're like, I just happen to have your number. It's not. Yeah. Be a little frustrating for sure.
Zach is running Marksman and he swapped double tap for Elite. He's running a Worm aggro push, although there are hackers on the other side with EMP. Which the worms are there to try and deflect. Oh. He got hacked. He gets tower a little late. But it looks like the Vulcan Hacker Mustang Wasp defense is holding for Steel Sane.
One of those two
You don't
worms,
hear that very often.
One of those 2 worms has been hacked. Level 5 is still up. But now it's going to get hacked as well. And down it goes.
Barrier is really good for that worm, though, for sure. With the ability to lock fire and hacker beams. And that's a level 6 intensive worm. He could 7 it if he decides to go all in. Melting Point kind of makes sense. With EMP as the tech, it's a little strange. I don't think it's the ground game techs that are the problem, though.
Baller says, Zach said he's drunk, by the way.
I see.
And Tasty Bait's comment to Baller about having had to be knocked out twice of the tourney today is not cool. Right. I
feel like we needed more air. Well, there's Mustang. I don't know. Steel Sane definitely, surprise, surprise, Steel Sane has a solid anti-ground, anti-air presence, which is hard to exploit. The
Yeah.
brown spec wasps are a little copium into the level 3 Mustangs. And of course, his own Mustangs are dying to the Vulcans. There's also oil
Nice
phantom rays
flank.
and a tower snipe.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nice little flank. And this is one of the things that I think Steel Sane's addition to this. The Steel Sane of last year, this time, yeah,
Oh my
was
gosh, the worm
never
dips
going to
down
play that.
again. Right.
And the Steel Sane
no,
of
the
this
melter
year.
got hacked, and now it can kill the worm.
Oh,
in
God.
theory, but it doesn't get there.
That worm was tasty, for sure. So, Steel Sane getting a dub. Didn't see the flank last round. Yeah, that is,
Oh no, I hate it when that happens.
Yeah. This didn't even have the warp in slowdown. Yeah, good point. Good point, Ms. Diana. So
He just completely missed it.
Just misses it, and I mean that is one of the reasons, one of the advantages to running the automatic camera. But, oh, you did see it. You did see it. You just didn't answer it. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
It's also as easy to forget as it is to not see.
Yes, it is the advantage of being sober. Steel Sane, Zach says you were cheating. You were sober. No.
No, the Russian was sober in the match.
Wait. You're breaking my brain. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, so in some other matches, Apucci with the win over Demandred, the spoiler, Matty Smite over Wumbo Drebin, Lau over Krovian, Illuminati over Azeel, Red Scare over Laminator. Those would be the outcomes we expect from those matches. Dillo gets past Fleet Command. That is a tricky match, and would have been a closer one than what we chose to show. Steel Sane over Salt Monkey. Z beats Sunnyside. That was another close one. And then Baller over Tasty Bait, as we heard. Rooster beating DLG. So that is going to leave you with our 11 unbeaten. Sparty in the spoiler role against Baller. Crocodillo will be facing Red Scare. Tillo versus Rooster. Apucci versus Lau. Those are some good games.
Yes, there are.
And if this is Math is Might, that's Mighty Smite against Steel Sane is a good game too. I mean, there's not even a weak. There's not a weak player left.
That's almost certainly a Math is Might. It's a 501 account. Matty Smite, Math is Might is two. That's an absolutely
two on point.
Mm-hmm.
But this.
I was also wondering why Math is Might wasn't in the matches, and that makes like 100% sense.
I mean, if you look at this, every single one of those names deserves a title. There's not a single underdog remaining. Like, who out of this 12, who does not belong? Which one of them hasn't already earned a weekend tournament title? And if there is one that hasn't earned one yet, can you argue that they don't deserve it? So, yikes. Who do you want to see for our next round?
All of them. We're just gonna do like a 5-way simulcast.
All right.
Is that the plan? On a serious note,
Zach is the spoiler. Zach v. Baller. They just met as the warm-up right before tourney, and that will be your spoiler match. But
I could see as Laumange Dillo being. Oh wait, no, it's Rooster and Dillo.
Yeah, Rooster
Laumange and Apucci.
Lau and Apucci, right?
That's a spicy match.
I want to see.
Also, we don't see Laumange and Apucci play often because they don't always queue in the same tourneys. So I actually really want to see them play because they're both top tier and they don't usually square off.
Yep. Steel says, "Come on, Zach, like get him! Let's go, Zach!"
Yes. Yeah, like this is a bunch of great games.
This is in the I want to cast. I literally want to be casting two of
Mm-hmm.
them at once.
Like this is the kind of thing where somebody could go back and make it like a series of YouTubes on the round three.
This
I guess
round
round
three.
four.
I mean, all
The round four.
all four of, like, you could literally do
Mm-hmm.
every match from here on out and have a
Right.
legit tournament cast. Like, this
Mm-hmm.
is 12
All
of
of
the
these
top.
people have won a tournament, I think.
Exactly.
These are 11. Well, we don't know about Crocodillo, so the top 10 have all won a tournament before.
Red Scare out. That's going to change the set of matchups, but not
Oh
by
wow.
much. It just gets Salt Monkey out of the spoiler roll. No Zach v Baller rematch. So we have
There
10
still is
left.
Lao Manjapucci match.
Yeah, Crocodillo versus Nightcrawler, Dillo versus Rooster, Apuchi versus Lao, and then Z-Man against Illuminati, and Steel Saint against Maddie Smite.
All of these are great games.
Yeah, this is fun. This is why we come to this tournament.
That's right.
Oh, well then, no need to. I just need to take a moment to switch who I had on which side of the board, since they got renumbered. I'll have your channel point prediction up in just a moment. There you go. The Poochies are up. Diana versus Azan. I must win the lunatic off.
Oh my gosh, that's another. If there was ever a temptation to not cast a top game,
Right? I'm going to.
that's hilarious.
I am going to refill the coffee while we've got a 60-second break. Welcome back to everybody who saw ads. Titan, you have the con.
Oh my goodness. We have so much content. I am my only regret is that I have but one timeline to enjoy it all. Goodness. So yeah, best of luck to everyone in chat on their respective matches. We have a lot of people still at the one loss or potentially no losses bracket. Let's see. Remind me Z-Man's avatar if you're back, because I can't recall.
Ooh.
I know the player, I just can't place them offhand.
I am not pulling up an avatar in mind.
Okay. Well, 10 seconds before the match. If I had to guess, Apuchi aggro's, Lao Manj defends, unless Apuchi gets a clear sign from the cards that he is defending.
Right. Welcome to our round 4 of Weekend Tournament European number 106. And then there were 10. 10 players, all worthy of champions in their own right, but two of the most famous names meeting each other right here. Lao versus Apuchi. Concurrent elsewhere, we've got matches like Dillo against Rooster. So, all sorts of fun.
Indeed.
Lao is nearside Typhoon Specialist with a Stormcaller Crawler. So, as Titan predicted, lining up in a bit of a standard defensive alignment. Apuchi, Supply Specialist.
Sabers are inevitably going to be aggro.
Saber and Hound. Saber, Hound, to Fang, aggro, perhaps. Looks like he's going to be coming out left-sided. Both Sabers on the left, and then he'll build the formation around
them. Honestly, when you go Saber Fang and you see storms on the other side, you are never happy because that's just a bunch of slow walking, and Stormcallers will shoot you along the way. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pivot out of Sabertooth, even though they are generally better on aggro. And honestly, these Fangs are being played a little bit further back than you would normally put for aggro chaff, so that way there can be fast chaff in front and they can trickle in and not just be
right
storm fodder. but early round, this could be very painful.
I do like Ms. Diana's comment. It's weird to see Zlaumange without gold next to their name, without some tourney win of some sort. Of course, Apucci is wearing the America's 2v2 title from last week.
Yes.
And of
course, these two waving back and forth in typical sportsmanship fashion.
Yeah, two players who know each other well and have a lot of respect for each other. I think that is one of the neat things about this game, that for the vast majority of players at the top level,
my gosh,
have
those
so
sabers,
much respect for each other. Yeah, those sabers were trolled.
they drilled backwards
from
the storm callers.
I can just imagine Apucci talking to his troops right now.
Yes.
Where are you going?
When the aggro player loses the tower first and turns backwards to defend it because their units are slow, you know there's a problem.
Underground for Lau. Of course, Apucci is so far forward that there's nothing behind towers right now, so he is going to force Apucci to respect the fact that he might take underground or pay the price. Apucci takes the missile strike because, yes, I can knock out the annoying crawlers that cost me last round, and, oh, by the way, pick up a Stormcaller as well. Lau.
Both of these are so strong.
Lau takes a Phoenix and an Arclight, so Arclight number 3. Godius Prime says, I seem to be stuck on a loading screen. Ruh-roh.
Oh no. And you're always scared to be the one to, like, sign out and load back in because you don't want to be the one, so you just kind of hang in there and bear with it and hope that it eventually connects.
Yeah, I had a quick... I connected into a game and had the app crash today, so... Oh, Godius Prime says, now I have won. Welcome in, Blue Feral. Hello, hello.
Yeah, so Apucci fording one tower and then playing crawlers to distract on either side. These crawlers will still win off the call-in.
Right.
Or Zlaumange. But they will be... Oh, the other crawler pack does get pulled.
Good turn, I like that.
Between that and the tower fort. Yeah.
Actually, Apucci's going to win by virtue of having taken the 100 on defense enhancement. So his, well, he doesn't win it outright, but his crawlers did much better than they could have. Of course, he has an upshoot problem.
Oh, no, wait, there's one thing left.
Dodge, buddy.
Okay, no, it's... And I was going to say, being the player to add a Phoenix into the triple thing is a little risky, but not when you have Stormcallers and they are killing all of the things because they're aggro-y.
More shouting, less casting! We need a hype man caster! Alright, we get the unit reinforcement draft for round 3. Fire Badger, Vulcan, Wraith, Wasps for Apucci. Level 3.
Level 3 Wasp is just terrifyingly strong, especially if you know that you run Elite on the bar, like Apucci does. So this is inevitably going to be very strong, and it's particularly decent in this situation, where it's a little bit harder to run the Vulcan, where Mustangs would be the answer on defense.
Anti-missile on the Sabres, so Apucci is committed to those at this point. Just going to play them as a stop stormcallaring my troops. And oh, by the way, they will also be kind of useful against sentry missiles. I don't remember them being great.
2 of them here is enough to protect this pocket from a sentry missile.
Right.
2 to 1, it will mitigate the Stormcaller, and it also discourages a Fort AA answer in the short term. Adding a Stormcaller the turn Apucci adds an anti-missile saber is interesting.
And Apucci gets the third saber out on the side that Stormcaller is on. And they both took the level 3 Wasps. They both have the same bar, slightly out of order.
Right. think those wasps get straight to tower, and then win the wasp off.
Looks like they get pulled.
Oh, they got shot by the phoenix.
The phoenix handled the couple that came close. The crawlers get in underneath. The sabers really helping keep the hounds alive, which turns out to be
No
kind of the
upshoot
key element of the round for Apuchi. I don't know what you're talking about, no upshoot. There are 2 fangs left. 1 fang left. Dang it. I've been waiting for a hero fang round. Come on.
Right.
Work with me.
It's interesting. Obviously, you don't want your phoenix shooting wasps, but when they're shooting wasps 3 times their level, kind of efficient.
Haste module for
Haste
Lao.
module.
And for
on those
Apuchi.
wasps, get them in quick.
Yep, for both of them. So the wasp off will be ranged wasps for Apuchi this time. And
I like that.
pack of crawlers over here that is just going to draw the initial volley. Mostly die. Apuchi adds a
Very fortunate
second
these
wasp.
wasps don't level.
Hmm?
There's Laumanch. The wasps almost leveled off
Oh, I
the
see, I see.
surviving units on Apuchi's board, and them not leveling means that these wasps have a good shot of being on parity.
Right. Lao, of course, was a Typhoon specialist, plays the Typhoon in this left side flank screening role. That does feel very reminiscent to the way that we saw Steel Sane play it. And as you said, Typhoon very solid for flank defense. He's worried about, potential of maybe a crawler plus a wasp flank out here or whatever. He's got that covered now.
I would not be surprised to see it sold into sabers, though, particularly when you have your own wasp as anti-wasp.
Right. But he's going to be very glad he has it this round at least, because he has no techs on his wasps. There are 2 with range on Apuchi's side of the board. So that
Yes.
Typhoon could be a big equalizer there.
The extra bird is a little bit strange to me. Into the wasp v wasp, where there's AA potentially on the bar.
It's the single target DPS to take out the
Sure.
sabers.
But it's probably not the single target DPS you want.
Yeah, it's long enough range that it's behind the Typhoon.
Yes. Although it's more air for Apuchi's anti-air click to get value against.
Right. That's the long-term worry.
Exactly. I think that it's the wrong line of choice for your single target in this turn.
3,500
Those bosses do
apiece.
both level. Do you think Apuchi plays the unhinged heavy armor or super heavy armor wasp play that is reminiscent of Diana?
Super heavy armor wasp would be amazing. But
unironically terrifying me, actually.
If the level 4s didn't have an item on it, I would have loved to see it, but I don't think so.
Right. Selling the wasp.
Lao sells out of the wasps. Mobile beacons out of here.
Fort
with AA barrage. So,
and that's where the Saber AA was a preemptive
Saber
mitigation. AM, yes, is what I meant to say.
Preemptive mitigation for that, yeah. Very good point. This is where his wasp would have been too, right? So that's why he's certain that's where that's going to be. Be able to dodge it.
I do think that Apuchi in this situation is well served to potentially take Elite before AA, simply because there's so many ground targets that are beefy that the extra range helps in both and damage. And as we happen to know, obviously the Wasp gets sold, but I think the Elite is so much value that it's really good.
Right, and I think what might be in Lao's head is hoping that Apuchi did take the anti-air specialization on the round that he's taking the AA forts. Right. So that would be a nice combo for him.
A equalizer in terms of cost.
Right, and he's selling out, if he sold out of one of the air units that you were going to get value out of.
Right. This is going very bad very quickly.
Right, the anti-missile so effective against Fort AA. That is really neat to see from Apuchi. And it's going to be a solid 1,000-point round.
Or more, even. Yeah, that's a lot of wasps that didn't die. Oh, the wasps don't level, though. The level 4s have 3,030 out of their 3,100 needed.
Oi. 3,400 hit points down to 1,920 for Lao. Pucci appears in control. There is a steel ball production line for your giant.
AoE EMAG, though, is super important on the air.
EMAG is huge and will shut down the techs on the air game.
Kind of mutually, especially if you don't know if your techs won't be disabled, then the missiles are especially deadly.
Oh. Zalex points out that it was 2,500 last round, so it's 1,000 hit points, just more than 1,000 this turn, and just under 1,000 previous turn. Thank you very much, Zalex.
Obviously, with the mass AA or EMP, you kind of delay more air techs on the wasps. But I don't hate more wasps or even another saber, and I do think you need to shield your ground from being EMP'd off for your chaff clear range and your saber AM.
Right, the sabers have to have a shield, right? Like
yes,
they're going to get
2 of them.
Yeah. For Lao, it's 2 more forts. I'm committed to this line. I'm going to stay committed to it.
Right.
And that
At this point, it is an arms race game where ultimately, once you have a unit, you kind of selling out halfway through is just too far gone.
Well, and a lot of units, you may have I lost last round because I only had 2 of them making anti-air. But this round, if I've got 4 of them, it might overwhelm, especially if Pucci hadn't added another saber. Pucci gets 1 shield up to protect a couple of units. This guy barely got out of that shield. You can see some of the
flank attempt, but the crawlers thwart it.
It was the call-in, but yeah.
Yes, call-in.
The AA is sufficient this round for Lao, and the forts gets to chew on the sabers, even though the sabers are double tap. Forts. Well, I mean, fort versus saber can go either way, right?
Right. But a lot of damage mitigation, and that EMP was obviously huge for Zlaumange.
Yeah, that was.
I definitely think this could be a one-turn knockout from Pucci with a strong rebuttal round with more AA and wasp checks online.
All right, it is 2,500 for Pucci, 1,500 for Lao. You get Phantom Ray, Raiden, Sandworm, and Tarantula.
I like the worm. I think that with armor, it can tank for days, and I think there's not enough of a focused fire Zlaumange DPS. So I think armored worm for a Pucci in the front to just lock and then kind of pop up soon and protect would be really strong.
I was guessing armored worm at the weak side tower, which is what Pucci is going to do with that. It hasn't armored it yet, but has it coming at the weak side tower. More levels for wasps. 2 forts for Lao.
That is a lot of fort. Obviously, Pucci is going to temp range, temp speed. I wouldn't mind the sabers being ranged as a 3rd tech, especially since ranging the forts is the likely play to protect them. Is where I was going with that line.
And then they got ranged, and it became an even better choice. Pucci has improved the chaff clear by taking Mech Rage on Hounds.
Obviously, come on, Pucci, take your temps. There they are. Gotta be range on the sabers next round. If there is one, I don't think the level 2 worm, where it is now, is going to get to tower in a timely manner.
And it is a level 2
tower. And I think
tower.
this is a dangerous number of forts.
Yeah, we have reached critical mass of fort. And this is what I was trying to say when Lao took them last round, right, is some people would have looked at that round, especially if you're sitting at like 1,000 MMR, 1,100 MMR. They're like, oh, I took the forts. I took the forts. I gave them anti-air. They're not working. And tried to solve the problem a different way. Right. One of the best pieces of advice that I got full stop was something that Rat said in one of his. He said it in chat first, and then or to his chat first, and then made a video about it. But it is some games just commit to a solution. If it works, it works, and if it doesn't, then you know not to commit to that solution again. Right?
Right. But you have to give it a fair shake.
You
to
do
then have a chance to give it an honest try.
Exactly.
Smoke is brutal here.
Yeah, allow dropping the
smoke. Because you can't shield it. It's going to cripple your saber's ability to have range. Obviously, you're going to shield it for yourself.
Right. A pair of shield bubbles here and here. As long as those don't get broken by fort, before the smoke lands, because that is a possibility. Not a great one, though.
I also think that trying to play the worm like this was a mistake. I really think it wanted to be with the main push. And I honestly think keeping it and not attacking it was also a mistake. I think it either needed to be armored and given a roll, or it needed to be liquidated for range.
Right. It did turn out to be the gold damage dealer, but again, that is going to be mostly from this tower and this one fort and losing the strong side, right? So, like, it looks like it performed well, but don't be misled by that. And an extra level on that tower just in case he doesn't sell it. Apuchi does take the range and goes for loose formation crawler. That is solid because that is where Lau has put the EMP. He just decked that. Apuchi doesn't know about that. The missile strike won't kill a level 3 Phoenix, but it'll wound it. And take out some crawlers as well.
Birds are too fast. They don't even
Birds missed it. Oh my god. Yep. You can see the wasps are just not surviving the initial AA barrage. The second one is going to bring them the rest of the way down.
We are pushing through the smoke, though, which is huge.
Get the tower by virtue of having pushed through the smoke as well.
And loose formation, absolutely brutally effective at making every fort shot kill one crawler. Range on the Sabres last round, I think, would have been game-winning.
And
based on the way we see this round.
Game-winning this round. There you go. Apuchi getting it done against Lau. Lau showing us a 2150 MMR, but as we all know, he has been well above that before. 2300, 2400 previously. The range on the Sabres was huge. The loose formation on the crawler is something I have got to add to my repertoire much more frequently, especially in these like late round. If I'm on the verge of getting knocked out, I've just got to remember that that is 400 I have to spend,
especially into arc light clear with no Mustang support, because Mustangs help a lot.
Right.
A lot into the loose, but with only forts and arc lights, loose was just crippling.
Right. Against a Mustang board, you want to do subterranean so that they aren't doing their full damage. Against an arc light clear, you want the loose formation for sure.
Exactly. 100%.
Also against the other things that have small splash. So fort with 5 meters splash actually was killing more than one crawler, and then as you said, this round they were killing one crawler each with those shots. There's some similar things, Sabertooth with 5 meter splash, a couple of other units that have that low splash. Sledgehammer is one of them, where loose formation can be really effective.
It's also worth noting a lot of people might be tempted not to range into the smoke turn as a sunken cost, but the range was just required to keep them safe and get closer. And it's also cutting down on the amount of gap close time involved.
And Kill Cannon says, wait, the wasps were actual bait here? It does kind of look like it, and in particular, we got Lau into anti-air barrage to answer 2 units, and that has made every other attack that he could take more expensive. He never does take Fort Barrier, where Fort Barrier might have been a better long-term answer. So,
I do think that there was a commit to Wasp line that Apuchi still wins. We didn't get to see that timeline.
Right, possible, but I agree with Diana's comment there that the Apuchi's answer to not having any other answer to Wasps was to force Lao to sell out of his wasps.
Right.
Right. By getting the early advantage, the early attack, the early item on them. So, really neat. This was an amazing match. I'm super glad we chose it. Congrats to Apuchi, who is through to round 5. Can Illuminati come back from 102 hit points?
Whenever you see somebody at 100 and the other person at 4,000, you're like, are they about to just close out? Or is this like the round 2 of a stabilization turn for the grindy comeback?
Yeah, one of these two players is about to close out.
Well, we have AA Mustangs with Vulcan Melter defending, so I do not think this is Illuminati about to come back. This looks like the last round of a knockout.
Illuminati is in Vulcan Melter. It's unbeatable.
Oh, he's the one
right?
on the Vulcan Melter on the other side.
It's unbeatable. Range EMP barrage, range scorch, but
the worms are going to push through.
Opponent has a whole bunch of worms and a whole bunch of wasps. So it is Worm Wasp from Deep for Z-Man. This is not the profile pick I had in mind either. So I think they...
No, this is probably new.
Might be new, yeah.
These are some high-level melters pushing in. I don't know. I kind of like the shape of Illuminati's board. I don't know if it gets there. I think the worms might be enough with the wasps overhead. It depends on if these melters get locked.
I mean, I'm gonna say Illuminati has a this should win rounds 11, 12, 13 board.
Right. I think he's on the verge of stabilizing if he doesn't already, but I think the worms going up and down here is going to be enough. And the worms don't have armor, but they do draw enough fire regardless that the melters get their first locks for the attacking player.
And they could eventually wind up with mech div as well, for a cause you additional problems after their death sort of issue.
Don't think there's going to be an eventually here though, but yes, long term that's a way to further invest in the worms.
Okay, I do believe. Hold on. Yeah, that is the final. Z-Man with the win there. And that has put us through to our round 5. Crocodillo Bombardillo beats Baller. Congrats there. We saw Apuchi over Lao. Matty Smite beats Steelsane. Z-Man over Illuminati. And Dillo beat Rooster in the streamer battle. So,
nice.
We will have 5 remaining. Rooster in the spoiler against Matty Smite. Crocodillo versus Z-Man. Apuchi versus Dillo. Yeah. And then
do we watch the other streamer off with Dillo Apuchi?
I think we have to,
or
yes.
Or do we go Crocodillo with the 2 outside names of Z-Man?
I think I'd like to see Apuchi versus Dillo. I am a big Apuchi fan. And
naturally.
Dillo used to hang out in our stream for these tournaments before he was streaming a whole bunch himself.
I have a soft spot for Math is Might, mostly because I feel like they don't need a soft spot, and I feel like their gameplay is to the extent that I am always excited to see it.
Right.
Because they are in my top 3 players of the game conversation right now.
Right.
Just unbelievably good. They have so many hours in the game. I feel like they know all the correct matchups, and it's very rare that they make a wrong line. I think they may not make the only correct line, but I don't think I can remember him making a wrong line in a long, long time, which is very hard to do.
Right.
To not have those kinds of mistakes.
Right. Well, we will have channel point predictions up for that And we'll be joining it in 50 seconds. Don't forget to ready up for your match, folks.
Yes. You know how you like to get coffee and forget about it? I had my literal popcorn to enjoy during the match. And literally forgot.
I have drunk more of the coffee since the Apuchi Lau match ended than I drank during it.
Yep. But the living literalness of the get your popcorn.
Yep. Get your popcorn ready. As we were saying, it is round 5. There are only 5 left. Apuchi versus Dillo, the 2 major streamers, surviving with Matty Smite, Z-Man, and who's the other survivor real quick? Just forgot.
It was Z-Man and Crocodillo.
Oh, Crocodillo. Something. Yeah, Crocodillo Bumperdillo. Yeah. Apuchi will be near side, Fire Badger Specialist. We just saw them currently wearing the Advanced Group 1 2v2 Championship badge. We just saw them beat Lau last round. This time they'll be facing Dillo, who's coming off of a big win against Rooster. Dillo going to be a Quick Supply Specialist on the Sabertooth Arclight Spectrum, with Apuchi a Fire Badger Specialist, Saber and Fang, adding a Fire Badger right from round 1.
Very interesting matchup here. Saber v Saber is something you rarely see, often considered to be a relatively weak starting unit, and I tend to agree, although Into Spider or its own Saber Mirror is its best matchup, and we are getting a Saber Headbutt. Very, very aggressive violence on violence, and both being Fang. Dillo actually adding Fangs. Very interesting. So lots of unusual choices and a very rare Sabertooth Headbutt.
Right.
Hacker would go so hard for both players here. It would be hilarious if this turns into like a hack-off. Apuchi, of course, missing his second deploy for a round 1 Fire Badger, is a little bit behind in bodies on board, and as a result does lose round 1, but not massively.
And he's going to get that deploy back on round 3, right? Technically.
Well, I mean, he'll get a free one either way, but he still lost round 1.
Right, fair enough. But we get the unit drop for round 2. Phantom Rays, Marksman, Stormcaller, Steel Ball. Steel Ball in a Sabertooth versus Sabertooth is interesting. These, by the way, this is really close to point-blank range for the Sabers, which is one of the spots where secondary armament can come in really useful.
Yes, 100%.
Right? If you're just gonna, if we were lined up perfectly opposite each other and everybody was within 95 meters, that would be, the secondary armaments would be engaged with each other's main army.
I'm really spooked for Apuchi here, just because Sabers match up so well into Fire Badgers as only 3 bodies that can get one tapped or almost one tapped, depending on the level break points. And there are the Steel Balls, which A, can rush a tower, and B, also are good into Sabers themselves. I like that line from Apuchi. From Dillo, excuse me. That said, there's no upshoot, so this will be a round win by virtue of being in the air. I don't think the Fangs are going to be alive to clear these rays. Ironically, the Steel Balls get pulled to the Saber, but don't die in one shot and don't even lose one body. That's huge. Tower goes down. Very fortunate that we still have these Phantom Rays to win the round.
And the level 2 steel ball is doing a lot of good work on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But Apuchi, of course, winning by virtue of having air. There was upshoot. It was that one fang. I'm still not getting my hero fang round.
You know what this could be is a multi-melter headbutt.
Oh,
There's
God.
lots of good medium targets, and that pairs with hacker. I would love to see a multi-melter hacker line for someone here, particularly for Dillo.
Assault fang when
That
everything
does-
is at point blank?
Oh my gosh. And everybody has a decent number of fangs,
I mean,
too.
they're literally within 60 meters of each other already. You wouldn't even be giving up.
Need range.
Dilla takes advanced missile device. Okay. And so does Apuchi. They both want to missile out each other's main units.
I mean, when you're in a headbutt, it is so much value. Although I wonder if that means that we will see more anti-missile Sabertooth from Apuchi.
Right. Dillo notably doesn't have it on the bar. And Apuchi has ranged the Fire Badgers. It does get his free Fire Badger drop. Round 3. Puts it on the outside.
Healing Sabers is huge, though, not gonna lie. That's a hard one to sacrifice.
Yes, I do agree with that.
Wraith, a classic anti-airhead, but just dominant in this kind of position.
Level 2 raise. And Apuchi
You know what
adds a
else is funny?
crawler.
Dillo's missile here getting upgraded for free because it was deployed already on the line.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
But it shoots the...
A half of a dead stack of
Yeah.
things.
Well, I guess the splash got the Sabertooth there.
Level 2 Rays bully a level 1 Wraith pretty effectively, though.
And they've killed
Whether or not it will... Mm-hmm. I've actually used them as a budget Wraith flank guard.
Huh.
And can be effective if you don't want to pick something that can be grounded. Like, you don't want to tech something, but if you recruit elsewhere on the board for things you care about and then toss a blue Ray in the corner, it can be very effective.
And that Blu-ray in the corner is fast enough to come get involved in the main fight if there isn't something down there. I like that. That's clever.
What do you do if you're Dillo here? I still think multi-melt is just insane.
Deployment module to pull back off the line because we were a little too close. Now that we've ranged the Fire Badgers and there are missiles.
Come out of the advanced missile and saber range.
Yeah.
That may not be far enough back, though. I wonder if this missile still gets them in the splash off the fangs. If it is, though, thankfully it's a deployment module, so you can just scoot them back
Can you scoot it back one more time? Love it.
Range on the Wraiths is huge. That'll mean they outrange the Rays. And the inverse is Wraith level off of leveled Rays. So if they commit and you rely on that stopgap too long, they will be outscaled and feed.
Right.
That's the inverse of that relationship. Forge on the Badger, though, is really solid. Very helpful into Steel Ball as well.
Right.
And the clear speed. One thing Apuchi is very good at is picking his chaff clear and committing to it with techs. And one of the things I've been telling newer players, if you don't have range on your chaff clear by round 4, then you need to make some adjustments to your fundamentals. And we have ranged Wraith and ranged Badger, the only units that are teched.
And
for both players, respectively.
Right. And in particular, one of the things you said when you were coaching me was to actually push me to start ranging the chaff clear by round 3, which I had not been doing.
If possible, yes.
Yeah. And I thought that made a huge difference in terms of forcing me to
clearing
prioritize... Yeah, but I was going to say, forcing me to prioritize that. So it forces me to prioritize clearing chaff a little bit earlier in the board, and that made a huge difference to the way that I was playing. So.
It's funny because a lot of people don't even have chaff clear by round 3, and if you tell them to have it, that's only half the solution. If you tell them to tech it, sometimes they won't, but they will at least have it.
Exactly.
And it's kind of like that, the bait and switch to improve your play psychologically, even if you don't realize it, for players that are making too many mistakes or situations they don't realize.
Right. We had a round 4 super supply. Both players skipped that. It's instead taking the Wasp Swarm. It's round 5 super supply, I apologize. Apuchi will want to handle the crawler flank.
Mm-hmm. Also, Apuchi really wants to put a shallow missile chaff flank in this flank corner to protect these fire badgers, because they've been missiled out and are honestly a really important part of clearing the chaff for this blue saber to get better
left.
engagements on the opposing blue saber that are mirroring each other.
Apuchi's answer will be the missile interceptor to shoot down the sentry missiles.
I think Apuchi should sell these Wraiths and get a multi-melter into the Wraith. It's just super strong. There is the sacrificial flank chaff that I was asking Apuchi for.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even an anti-missile saber-tooth button clicked to potentially protect them depending on where the missile is positioned. So lots of buttons that we might have thought could come along the line.
Missile in the back.
I will say Melter is
for Dillo, so he's got flanks and the wasps covered. Apuchi has not covered this flank wasp. Ooh, barely gets a missile to cover it.
I think those will have a chance to clump up.
Yeah, they are clumping, as you can see. They get pulled closer and closer to each other. One wasp survives.
You'll know, well, I guess there is the Wraiths, but they're starting to feed levels to these Wraiths.
Right, now that this thing is a blue Wraith, it is a different story. But we get both
Although
towers.
The tower take, maybe with tower debuff?
It was just enough. Keeps
the little Ray
one Ray alive. Calculated.
It's time for Apuchi to sell this guy and get some real Wraith answers on the board.
What are you talking about? This is the gold damage dealer. You can't sell your gold damage dealer.
Oh, there's your Wraith answer. There you go. Just ask and you shall receive.
Fine. Apuchi takes the marksman if he has to.
Oh, tell me Dillo doesn't play Ray into the marksman. Oh my goodness.
He did. He played the riding into
honestly, these sabers are so tanky, they're going to not die to the Ray shot, the Raiden shots.
Right. Raiden is very good against Fire Badger and Ray. And what will happen is it'll be sitting there shooting one of its 3 shots against the saber and the other 2 against other targets. So it will be doing additional value.
The AA drop is amazing for Apuchi, though.
And Dillo really commits to air with 8-gun on the Wraiths into those marksmen as well. So
I think the Wraith are in a position where they won't be insta-locked, but the chaff dies so fast to scorch badgers that it doesn't have to insta-lock to get an otherwise very fast lock.
Right. It will be taking its shot at the 3.1 second mark, not right off of rip. This one might...
But at level 3, they will pop a Wraith in one shot, I think.
No, 7800 does not pop it in one shot. It'll be 2. 1500.
Okay, so it is 2 shots even for level 1. Gotcha.
Yep. 1500 hit points. And Dillo could punch that out to 2 shots. Punch that out 1 more shot, I think, with the tower health. It's really close, though. Oh, wait, is it 1 because of the 90%? No, it's 75%, right?
So 75% is, and that's why I thought it was.
Yeah,
it's
basically close.
Like very close.
Yeah, you see, it's very close. It's not quite.
So level 4. I knew there was a breakpoint.
Level
4 that 1 taps.
Yeah.
And if some of these marksmen might well be level 4, which means 1 tapping level 1, 2 tapping level 2s.
Yeah.
And if you didn't want to sell the raid now before, then you definitely do into the blue Raiden.
Advanced targeting system, I think
Vulcan drop.
Point blank is off.
That would be unhinged.
That would be unhinged.
In the wrong direction.
Assault Fortress would interest me if it were earlier in the game.
Right,
In
it's
a
too late
point
to go
blank,
Fortress
it's
here,
too
I
late to
think.
go for it.
Especially when you have leveled sabers on both sides. They're
Right,
kind of your baby forts.
well, but the blue sabers for Dillo aren't checked or anything. He's even selling one of them.
I worry about that. I don't think he has the DPS to kill the sabers without them. Like, even if they weren't connecting, that is interesting. Oh my gosh. Wasp from Dillo, the turn Apucci goes Mustang, recognizing it as the counter to the marksman, and just knowing what this is, and blind teching them for air, because you know that the wraiths are going
Beautiful.
to be needing air chaff. That is just a critical knockout play. Now, this oil is going to be painful. Apucci doesn't have the money to shield it.
We get a chef's kiss for Apucci playing those Mustangs, though.
Wow. Elite recruited, double teched.
And he did have one on the board already. Unfortunately, some of them
the oil doesn't light. Oh my goodness. Heartbreak.
That is enough to tip this game for sure. I think Apucci had it under control.
Close out with like almost 2K, almost.
I think Apucci was going to win it even with that oil lighting. Without it,
we don't even see the final score.
We don't get to see the final score, indeed. Very nicely played from Apucci, and again, this was I think for Dillo, the mistake is double committing into air on the turn that the marksman was dropped. Right? When Apucci doesn't have an obvious air solution. He's got to know that that was going to be the pick.
Right.
And it may have been a case of skipped past it, didn't stop and look at the board from his opponent's perspective.
I have a Raiden, it'll answer the rays that are killing my wraiths. I'm good.
And let's
get more wraith.
And clicks the button, and then doesn't process the other 3 units. And that's why you'll see other players taking a little bit longer. And that could even be something as simple as, like, if 10% of Dillo's brain is talking to chat, it might be just the 10% that's needed to have that one step ahead focus, because he does have that one step ahead focus at his peak. And then for Apucci to, as you said, go straight into the Mustangs when he recognizes that that's the Wasp, that the Wasp is the only possible play Dillo can go to that would beat him. There's no need to react. I will react to it in advance and make sure it doesn't happen.
And one of the big risks in this position for Apucci is if you don't have the Mustangs this turn and there's 3 Wasps, when you could have beaten them once there's 6, maybe there's not enough Mustang deploys to keep up with that play, and then the Wraiths can do their thing. So even being a turn late on a pivot into a good answer can be a critical mass arms race loss. And Mustangs v Wasp, AM versus missile units, those things matter by the 1 to 2 margin.
Right.
Let alone getting a 3 deploy head start is absolutely critical.
Right. Game is tightly balanced. That's what it means. And
unironically, if you lose an anti-missile missile match, if you recreate the board and add 1 to 2 units, you will almost always invert that if it was close to an overwhelming victory. And the not close outcome. That is how big 1 to 2 bodies means in terms of difference, which is also why picking a strong side can be so strong in those arms race style matches. If the oil lights, I don't know if it's a game. I still think Apucci probably wins the round, but I think enough dies in the middle that we go to another round.
Right. I mean,
I don't see the winning line for Dillo long term into the marksman drop.
Into the marksman drop, and then the correct play of the Mustangs, right?
So in the era where you had to pay to do unlocks, it was very difficult to kind of justify that as a hedge cost because there was different unit drops available. But in the world of free drops, if you are the Wasp player, get a Mustang on your board. If you are the Wraith player, get a Marksman on your board. It's a very low opportunity cost for one deploy unless it is super, super tight and you can't afford any wastage. Because if you have a line and you are ahead, you can block the drop in a way that matters for very low investment.
Right. Much like a giant specialist unlocking melting point for free.
Right.
Right. Just the same sort of thing.
To protect their giants.
If I had one marksman on my board, that changes this whole equation. There is no marksman drop. There might have been a Phoenix drop. There might have been a melting point drop that Richie could have gone into, right? But
and it might be that in this situation, there's enough sniper units that trying to hedge against one at the opportunity cost of a deploy wasn't worth it.
Right.
But there are times where it's, maybe you're the Phoenix player and a marksman drop breaks you, and it's the sniper that is the problem, or you're the Wasp player and it's exactly a Mustang drop that saves your opponent. If you are ahead, you have the leverage, and the 0 unlock cost makes it even easier to get value out of that line.
Right. Let's step into Illuminator versus Omlossi. Don't know either of these players, but just to have a match on.
Yeah, I think Rays are underutilized right now. I think people use them as oil cheese or as like floor is lava and kind of play hard commit, which is potentially dangerous and very strong. Right. I think that they are a Rhino-esque low commitment, high value unit because they have so much air hit points and can do surprising damage if unchecked.
Right.
All right, so we have an Arclight Mustang board with a couple of really high level marks. So this was like a marksman Arclight Mustang. Interesting. Against a Abyss Wasp Mustang push. Note these are Abyss without efficient.
Ooh.
Which is really painful because they only cost 150 to take and then no maintenance thereafter as opposed to 150 each. So it would absolutely have paid for itself by now. But the missiles from the Abyss are very strong into the Mustangs.
And missiles a lot stronger into that oil as well. Things don't get to dodge very nicely. Now the oil is lit on fire, but a bit late there. One Abyss down. The other one is locked by some AA Mustangs with EMP, so they're not going to do... It's not going to get to shoot off more missiles. It's also down. And that is a solid defense from Illuminator.
And that was the case of not enough Abyss into the amount of Mustangs that you were facing kind of situation.
Smoke bomb for Illuminator.
Smoke is decent, but honestly, there's very little on the ground that cares about the range. The Mustangs do to a point, of course. For Illuminator, obviously, it's a matter of needing to shield. The armored sledge is very good, but ironically, in particular, the healing sledge is really good into Abyss. Sells the Abyss for a double War Factory play.
Whoa! Interesting. We're going double Titan, guys!
Jumps the Wasp to the other side to beacon them together. Launcher
and
on the...
Launcher overload. So we have teched Abyss on the left, double teched War Factory on the right. Yes, Photon... does Photon prevent disintegration? No, it does not.
No, it does not protect against it.
Good question, Izia. We almost jumped into your match. I saw you. I saw you were still ongoing. How are you doing tonight?
I will say, level 4 marksman, level 3 Mustangs, level 4 Mustangs, that's some solid damage. I don't know if it's enough. Also, I guess you couldn't sub the Abyss and the Raiden. But that Raiden is not contributing. Will they get to the tower in time on the right?
They're close.
Also, some of these Mustangs might actually drive through the fire.
Yeah, that whole left side has died.
And if these War Factories survive, that is enough hit point damage combined.
Yeah, two War Factories alive will win this. One will not.
And I think they're going to drive into their own fire from the Vulcan.
If it turns...
Oh, maybe not.
It is not 2 War Factories alive. It is no War Factories alive. And Illuminator gets the win.
That almost turned dangerous.
That was a clever choice to jump over here.
It was a very good attempt.
It was very...
Ironically, Illuminator actually had the improved War Factory card the entire time and never played it.
That is funny. And then would have been able to counter this if the game doesn't end. Illuminator is able to counter that with improved version of the same unit, which is always painful.
Yes.
All right, we've got next matches coming. We will have 3 unbeatens remaining. Our top 3, Wumbo Drebin, will be in the spoiler role facing Matty Smite. We will continue to follow Apucci versus Crocodillo Bombardillo.
Nice.
Be back right after these messages. Phew. Hopefully we get an Apucci Mathis Smite final. That would be fun.
Yes. So who's the spoiler trying to take on Mathis Smite?
Wumbo Drebin. Now, I do know this is not Mumbo, in part because I know Mumbo is taking a short break so that he can come back fresh when there is a new unit on Thursday. Speaking of, have you had the chance to play with the Void Eye yet? And
I have.
I mean, without asking you to break your NDA, are you enjoying it? Do you of the things that you know that have been publicly released, such as the EMP armor and the ability to fly, do you have a favorite, and do you have something you're worried about in terms of its balance?
I think the sacrificial EMP armor play is going to be particularly dangerous, both for and against, like in aggro and aggro defense.
Yep.
In both situations, I think it's going to shine. You can't really test that against the AI because the AI cannot aggro or aggro defend to save its life.
True, literal and true.
It can sort of play standard if you want to just put units around on the board, but like a concentrated aggro push, it doesn't even know how to respect the strong side, let alone make a decision.
Right.
But I think that use case is going to be probably the most widespread use, disabling fort shields for spells to land, for example, on the push, or putting them where defensive multi-melters turn themselves off and then lose the lock so that the Void Eye doesn't even die, is going to be very strong.
Oof, yeah, that's brutal. Change the range.
And so I think that overall, I am excited to see how it performs as a committed unit. That is tricky to talk about,
right?
But I think that the unit has a lot of use case potential, and I think that it's going to end up being a used unit outside of the niche, tech disabling features. Is my prediction.
All right. Speaking of predictions, Channel Point predictions will be up momentarily for a round 6. Crocodillo Bombardillo versus Apucci. Welcome to what could be our final. It could be our semifinal, depending on the Mathy Smite match on the other side. The Apucci is going to be far side red with having a typing problem. Apucci far side red with the Rhino Specialist and a Hound Sledge opening. Titan, you think this is one of the best opening packs, full stop, right?
Yes.
That is.
I believe it is amazingly strong. I debatably think that Steel Ball is the only better pack Steel Ball Hound, even in standard because of their tankiness. But Sledgehound is also just an absolute A+ tier, amazing pack. But I think Steel Balls in standard are actually stronger than they are in aggro, unless you're facing another headbutt where Steel Balls shine.
Right. And speaking of steel balls from standard, Crocodilo Bombardillo is Amplify Specialist, running those with the amp cores on them, the SMAMP core. So,
and I ironically really like this into the sledges because vertical sledges are much worse in the role of standard v standard. So strong steel balls from standard, while your opponent's sledges are vertically structured, kind of uses their anti-steel ball hedge against them.
Right. Welcome home, little Miss Dumpster Fire. Says, good evening, my favorite cast student duo. And Magician wants to know why people like sledges so much lately.
Oh my goodness. First of all, they are just good at brawling. They beat hounds early, and when hounds can't clear chaff or can't level, you can kind of shut them down. They are great tankiness when it comes to defending Wraith or Steel Ball with locks.
And
they're good into Melter as bodies relative for cost.
Right.
Their counters have clear counters, so you can be the one to force a reaction with minimal investment and then commit to the counter, so you get the advantage in that matchup as well.
I'm going to point out, for example, because of the way an Arclight was latched onto a sledge, all the hounds and most of the crawlers on the left side survived for Apuchi. Get that tower, and there are, in fact, crawlers killing an Arclight at the very end of the round. These crawlers got to chew on 2 different Arclights this round, so that is one of the advantages of Sledge.
Yes. And that is part of when you place your sledges forward enough, horizontal or vertical, irrespective.
Right.
If you place your sledges vertical forward enough, you can lock the opponent's chaff clear with them while also being a low opportunity cost, which is another hugely powerful use case for them.
Crocodilo takes Improved Tarantula, sells out of one of the steel balls to be able to buy 2 of them already. Of course, they cost $250.
Amping them, of course.
They cost $250, so we sold out one unit that would have had an amp core on it in order to drop those amp cores on both Tarantulas. And then the Tarantulas now have 11 meters per second speed. That is one of the benefits is improved speed. The big thing is the improved splash. They're already up to 9 meters of splash, and 18,000 hit points. So they will get a really buff once they get their high explosive ammo and bring that up to 16 meter splash, which is just disgusting. So great choice from Crocodilo Bombardillo. We'll see how it plays out. Apuchi goes for 1 more hound. Doesn't yet know that there are improved tarantulas, although he saw that the card was available. So added 1 hound and 1 crawler to the side that he had lost last round.
Right. I will say, not being in a position to leverage the speed advantage is very sad, because the speed is huge when you're playing aggro Tarantula.
Right.
However, the extra splash is massive, because when you take splash, now it's like hitting like a Vulcan on burst mode as opposed to a sustained fire, but out of a 200 cost unit. And they absolutely shred even entire packs of hounds when they have their improved plus splash. They also brawl really, and this is where the vertical sledges are hurting him, because the sledges only 1 locks and the rest have to start driving, so you don't get the volley fire.
Right. It is a big round for Crocodilo. He does 600 hit points to Apuchi. Apuchi down to 3,800. We have not...
Birds for both.
Birds for Crocodilo really quickly. We have not actually figured out who Crocodilo is. I don't know that we have any strong Italian players. The current guess is either HD Susauer or Fury.
Right, those are the 2 most likely names that are alias prone and of the caliber that we are seeing.
Right.
I think Apuchi considered the forts, because forts are very good into Spider. But in standard right here, the free birds with tempo birds are just so strong that I think it just had to be birds for both.
Right. They did both take them. Apuchi locks both birds and a anti-interference module all on what had been his weak side. Still has his 2 deploys available. Toast wants to confirm the ruler.
Hackers. Wow, hacker bird.
Toast is going to confirm the rumor that Crocodilo is not Toast for sure.
I see.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to eliminate that from the speculation pool.
Little Miss Dumpsterfire, can you confirm that Crocodilo is not you either? I think we can.
I will say, if you can play Mechabellum and chat with us simultaneously at this level, then, like, all the kudos in that respect.
Right. Now, you and a bunch of people do see Hacker and Phoenix as being non-complementary. I actually think they are complementary, in that the only spots that they are not complementary are when the Phoenix is targeting something that and finishes it off before the hacker can hack it. And that actually happens a lot less frequently than you think it's going to happen. And of course, the way that Apucci played it, he's got the hackers on one side and the Phoenix on the other. So the Phoenix win to the left, the hackers win the right, and Little Miss Dumpsterfire confirms, I am not that person. Okay. We're slowly, by the process of elimination, we will figure out who this player is.
You just have to ask everyone in chat if it's them.
Exactly.
Because clearly it's a chatter of our stream.
Could be. Improved firepower for Crocodilo. I love improved firepower on Hacker. I wonder if Apucci...
Naturally.
Yeah, there it is. And... range for our improved tarantulas?
I really wonder if Apucci sells out of the bird to commit to Hacker or vice versa, if he layers both with both. Right. I like the Rhino on the bird side.
The bird side.
Actually. Because that's the damage side, and the Rhino does enough punching that it could also easily one-tap things.
And
by the on the left and on the right is fascinating.
And by the way, did you mention people ranging their chaff clear by round 3 or round 4? Both players here range their chaff clear on round 4.
Mm-hmm. Notably, it's tempting to range your hackers here, but you need to clear the chaff. And this is another example. Okay, so he is adding hackers and not adding birds. So this to me is a soft telegraph that the birds are useful. And notably, tarantulas have enough health that a bird can shoot them and a hacker can hack them and you don't lose it.
Exactly.
Into a lot of medium targets, so if a unit has 15,000 health, then they're not terrible together. I think that especially as the bird's level and hacker's level, you really want to pick one. Loaning for the range. Wow.
What?
Somebody smells blood in the water. There is a lot of hacker vulnerability, I will say.
That is a play and a half from Apucci. They're both at 3,800. This isn't I'm going to lone till knockout, I don't think.
It could be a 2-turn knockout, depending on how hard this round swings.
It could be fair. We have cleared the chaff. All of our hounds are still alive. We're now clearing the tarantulas.
The range was big.
But not enough. We've only got one survivor. Yeah. The Phoenix here were just able to get the job done for Crocodilo. But by get the job done, I mean limit Apucci to 1,000 hit points of damage instead of 1,800. Yeah.
Ooh.
Crocodilo can get back into steel balls. Or bird. Yes. Wraith, of course, already pre-countered by the bird on both sides. Fire Badger bad into the hacker.
All of these are low range. This is to me a Wraith to sell angle because it's the best money, unless it's a Badger angle. But honestly, if you're Crocodilo, all of these are pretty lousy.
Right. Wraith and Typhoon to sell is one of the things. Would be what I would be thinking as Crocodilo. Wraith in flank screen is the other reasonable place to put it if you're going to keep it on the board. And we don't even do that. We've got them in... Oh, we've got it in the middle on the side where there are no Phoenix.
And on the side there are Phoenix. He has them both.
Yeah, but the middle one is on the side that does not have Phoenix.
Yes. Now, it is worth noting Typhoon is upshoot, and another point to note, if you are Apucci and you are winning, keeping units on the board
yes,
so that you can do hit point damage can actually be valuable.
Right.
The range on the birds is really powerful, though, and Apucci's only upshoot is his own 2 unteched birds, and it would be tragic if he loses his 2 birds, wins the round by 1,000 or 1,500, and it all dies.
Pair of shields. Of course, Hacker does a third of its normal damage to shield. Something like that. So that's a good, solid choice for Crocodilo. And he's added more Phoenix on the side where that Rhino is, trying to hedge against that.
I think this oil is also on the off chance that there might have been fire badgers that could be lit on fire by your opponent, but it also slows the ground down, which I'm not even sure you want when you're playing hackers, because you kind of want the ground to be fast. You're a little bit, I guess maybe it gives your Typhoons a chance to shoot the air. That hacked tarantula taking tower is brutal, though.
Cool.
Shield's putting in so much work, literally being a single target killed by hackers. Only 1 pair of birds left, but the Typhoons are also upshoots, so there is that.
Oh, and Fuji still has 3 birds on the board.
Oh, 3, yes.
And there you go. It's another round for Apuchi. Crocodilo down
like
under 1,000. He is in a lot of danger. Haste module plus 40% on one of those hackers is big.
Absolutely. Probably on the leveled one.
I wonder
maybe on a Typhoon.
I wonder if Apuchi is thinking about Elite Wasp. For Crocodilo, I think there might have been a fortified Arclight angle if he still had those arcs, but he's been selling out of those round 1 arcs. They're not there, but I mean, just increasing the hit points means they take longer to
on a Typhoon. Okay.
Oh, haste on the Typhoon that had been critical on that outside. Now, I'm wondering, from Apuchi's perspective, last game we saw him hedge the wasps at the end of the game. This time there was Elite Wasp available.
I think with 2 Typhoons, I think your deploys are too valuable elsewhere.
But
Mustangs would not be a terrible add, though. Just in general, with the haste module, that was also a line.
Right, but what I was getting at was hasting the Typhoon was one way to kind of
cover without having to deploy
that, with having exactly. He has answered the range. Crocodilo has gone to Quantum Reassembly. This does not look like HD Susauer's bar to me. Thoughts?
This looks like an aggro player, although it's weird to have jump and elite.
Right.
Those rarely go on the same bar.
Right.
So this actually makes me wonder if it's a standard player who wants to have jumpy birds in aggro, where it is more of a standard player experimenting, which could also explain the alias. So it makes me wonder if it's an experimental Susauer.
Yep. Susauer playing with more freedom, if you will.
Right.
And by that I mean, giving himself more freedom. Does win the round.
Right, because
Go ahead.
We definitely have a bird problem here, and needed to. Now that we've ranged the birds, which I'm a little sad we did, I think you'd kind of want to be birds as the answer for Apuchi. But I think that Mustang might have been stronger, and it may be that the range limitation on these Typhoons is proving itself to be why it's not a good unit in Standard.
Right.
There is a massive chaff advantage on Apuchi's side of the board, and Quantum Phoenixes only do a fraction of hit point damage each, 25 a pop, as opposed to 100 per bird, because it's a summoned unit. And we do see more birds. And as the birds slowly level, there was one time in that last match where you did have a bit of that anti-synergy with Hacker Bird come to bite him after he almost hacked something that was low health.
For Apuchi, it's a bunch more birds. One thing Apuchi has been experimenting with is not selling. And I've seen him do this several times in recent games where it just never unlocks the sell button. My Rhino's not doing...
It's a 100 tempo on top of a minus deploy.
Right. My Rhino's not doing great, but it's still, you know, demanding attention and tanking a tarantula for a while. It's getting the crawlers behind it in closer, like it's really interesting, and I think that is part of him adjusting his play to this higher tempo of the current game right now. Like the current meta, a lot of games are decided by tempo, even if you are in standard v standard, right? And that was one of the things that you were coaching me on, where I was conceding too much tempo early, and because of that, I was getting tempoed out on boards that I felt were good, long-term commitments. And like, I'm going to win this game. I didn't lose this game. I just ran out of time. No, man, you lost this game.
But if you always run out of time, then you're still losing.
Yes, you lost this game by running out of time, by losing a bunch of hit points in the early part of the game. And that was probably the piece of coaching I needed to hear the most. And it was kind of how I gestalted what you had said, rather than something that you said directly. But because if you had attempted to make that point, you would have been so much more politically correct or polite about it than I was. Yes.
Strive to be as diplomatic as possible while offering advice.
Exactly.
Don't get too far. Oh my gosh. Pick your giant of choice.
Would you like a giant?
You don't get to choose. You get one of them. It's a matter of which one. And
well,
honestly,
if you don't want one, you take the Vulcan and sell.
AA here.
Right. How is it not Fort AA for Apucci, but it's Vulcan and...
I mean, there was the crawler. A Fort does add more anti-hacker synergy, whereas Vulcan is hacker synergy.
And, okay,
I don't know about the bird level, is a little odd, but...
It's Incendiary Bomb on 2 Vulcans to clear the board...
into level 2 birds.
Yeah, to clear the board of chaff so that the hackers get better locks.
Right. And so the birds can lock on to birds because the chaff is gone.
Right. Apucci has finally unlocked Cell to sell out of the Rhino, but until he lost a round, he really didn't unlock the field recovery. So.
Right. Round 2 not accounting, because that was just part of the tempo pivot of the spider.
That's Crocodilo who sold. Apucci literally only just unlocked a field recovery this turn.
Right. Apucci lost round 2.
Oh, I see.
Other than that round 2, he had lost a real round.
Yep.
Until then, right.
Yeah. And
Mustangs into the war crime, or the fire on the crown Vulcan is painful.
And also loose formation, which is not going to be much helped against the.
Well, that was last round and was very good. That's part of why Apucci took fire.
Yeah.
The loss of health into Vulcan actually matters. While they are more spread out, they vaporize instantaneously.
Toasty. They get crunchy.
Hackers putting in work.
Shield bubble survives. We've taken the enemy Vulcan, but again, we just don't.
Just barely.
There's 2 birds left, 3 birds left for Crocodilo Bombadillo, and most of them are summoned, so that doesn't even do 100 hit points of damage. Apucci just over 3,000 now.
Ooh, deploy your laser sight.
Additional deploy for Crocodilo?
Steel Ball is tempting, but in this matchup, I think that it's got to be one of the other 2. I think deployment is just too valuable, particularly when you're trying to fight a quantum board, but the range is valuable on one bird that stays out of range.
Yeah, having somebody hang out at the very back and just delete things. Oof, it is going to be triple anti-missile Mustang. And he took the additional deployment, so he gets 1 crawler on the line to pull all of the initial incendiary bombs into the middle.
I mean, if it's an arms race, and you were the one who took the additional deploy, that said, 1-to-1 Vulcans with incendiary can overwhelm if that's the game you want. This is hard. And this is why I actually think earlier I had said that Apucci committing to the birds was not the line. Because I think there are other ways to clear birds that are more bird resilient. I think that you are rewarding the bird commit of Crocodillo by choosing birds yourself. And that's where the classic Hacker Mustang or other lines might have been stronger.
Right.
And we are seeing him slowly sell out of the Typhoons.
Right. 2 more.
As the Vulcans are getting added.
Yeah, 2 more Vulcans added, and a haste module. Haste module has gone to this middle Vulcan. From
that middle fire is brutal.
The outside Vulcan lit this oil, so there's no chaff over there.
Now the laser sight birds are putting in work, but there's so many birds and they're all coming back.
Right, this is where Apucci is running both charge shot and launcher overload for maximum bird DPS. And this gets to be one of those spots where all of a sudden you start wanting EMP, and that's why I always have had to choose between those two. Instead, there's your EMP, Apucci.
Yeah, there's no question
drop.
here. It's
that's the quickest click.
It's good for both, but when the quantum is what's killing you.
Yeah. Gee, of course it goes on the itemized level 3. Shocking.
No, oh my goodness, you've got to put the EMP for Crocodillo on the laser sight Phoenix. But that's also something you might not notice if you're the other side, is that one of those like 7 or 8 birds happens to have an item.
Right. It's easy to miss.
Full war crimes.
We are going to clip the edge of this shield. I would have rather clipped the edge of this one, which is what you're saying. It is full war crimes, the sticky oil as well for Apucci. Let me just drop the entire board into flames. It should be fire from here to here. There will be some fire out on the flanks, because of course there is flanky there. Shields up for the hackers. Those shields will come down. Well, not necessarily. This one is...
And Wasp makes a lot of sense to tank the birds.
Yeah, this one's 48,000.
But I fear that if you don't close this out, you're just pushing Apucci into Mustangs, which was the correct answer, like, I think 4 turns ago.
7 turns ago, yeah.
I think Apucci was being a little stubborn, which I know is ambitious to say as a caster, but I think Mustang was the right complement to hackers from an earlier point in the game. Although it is notable, it's spooky to play that into Spider.
Right,
so there's logic to his decision, but I think the bird commit into bird commit was the wrong line.
And it's also left us with shield wasps on a mobile beacon coming in late to tank all of those late Phoenix shots on this side.
And I love delaying them, by the way. That's a really... It not only preserves the tech on them, but Phoenix can kind of pick them off if they arrive early and keep the Phoenix back, which protects his Phoenix from yours.
Right. And
which can be some of the side effect of slow air.
And that's actually, I'm going to say, making sense out of why Crocodillo didn't EMP the super lasered Phoenix for Apucci, because he was going to distract them with this unit getting in close. He didn't care about their extra range.
More giants. If you're Crocodillo, you could take Double War Factory AM if he runs it. And he does have the Missile Interceptor. And if you're Apucci, you can either take a cell, or you could, I was going to say, take the Melting Point to hedge against it.
Right.
But I actually think 2 War Factories with anti-missile on the same side as the Wasp side to win a side is, I think, the line here.
Apucci takes the melter and sells it for cash. So he's got 2750. Triple techs the Vulcans. They've got range now.
Vulcan range is good here. I don't know if Apucci has enough to kill the birds, especially now they are elite, and there's so many level 4s. At this point, they're out of range.
He's unlocked and is eliting wasps with range and anti-air. So that's where a huge investment, right? So
well, you sell the level 4 giants, so
yeah. I mean, he had 2,700 to spend, but I'm saying, like, you know, we've spent 900, 1,600. 1,700, 1,750 to get all our eggs in one basket here, as you were saying. And we're going to try to use those to counter both opponent's Wasps and ideally opponent's Phoenix as well. Opponent's Phoenix are now winning the Phoenix off, in part because they have elite marksmen, so they outrange Apuchi's Phoenix hard. They will always outrange them for the rest of the game. There is just nothing Apuchi can do to increase his range further.
These blue Wasps, though, are a big deal. I'm afraid the tower on the other side goes down, and that's going to be enough, I think.
And here they come.
It's also showcasing how to play around war crimes.
And Crocodilo Bombardillo has beaten Apuchi. He is down in round 6 of this tournament. Congratulations to those of you who took Crocodilo. Crocodilo, let us know. Who are you? Who is that masked man? Any additional comments? I mean, I know you were talking about the Mustangs early, and then Crocodilo, I think, identified that he had the superior Phoenix bar, and that was part of committing to it.
Right. Nothing on Apuchi's bar adds range except range.
Right.
And so by playing a bar that ironically doesn't run charge shot, which is wild to me, is also why I think that it's a standard player. Because nobody doesn't run charge shot. Even a lot of standard players like myself are running it. And I think that it's almost too good not to take. And this match obviously is not the match to take it. I think that it's worth noting that in a couple of games, Crocodilo has played Mass Mustang, has played somewhat low chaff compared to standard boards. So I have more observations than I do hunches, if you will, in terms of where I think this goes. But I feel like the war crime was Apuchi anticipating it just being over, and then it wasn't, and then just being over, and it wasn't. And I think that he was making closeout plays that kept missing the mark because the birds kept summoning back.
Right.
And
yeah, Apuchi
I think it really does go back to ranging the birds that round. When you added the third hacker, to me, that was when you sell the birds, you get Mustangs. That is your anti-air, and the Mustangs can tank Phoenix shots, and that's when the Phoenix are lower level.
Right.
And they can die faster. They don't get scaling, and you win this game 4 rounds ago. But it is fair to say that playing Mustangs into a line of improved Tarantula is spooky. And I don't begrudge that hesitance. There's absolutely the line of logic there, but I think that's kind of how the game played out.
Yep. Wow. All right. Crocodilo Bombardillo knocks off Apuchi in our semifinals. Matty Smite does, in fact, beat a Wumbo Drebin in our other side.
Spoiler roll.
In the spoiler roll, indeed. That sets up Matty Smite versus Crocodilo Bombardillo for our final. Coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Very nice. Crocodilo has been on fire, so the question is, can they beat Matty Smite?
How's that popcorn doing?
Satisfying.
Excellent.
Hopefully it's not disrupting chat.
I have not actually been hearing it in my ear, so I presume it's
I've been very careful.
You have been very good. So, well played. Channel point predictions are up. I cannot believe you guys didn't have more bet on that last game. But predictions are up if you enjoy your Gamba.
When I co-cast, I always forget to predict, or often predict because I'm just absorbed from round 1. But I'm going to be putting some points on Matty Smite. You know what? I'll even price match on Math is Might.
Ooh.
I'll just put that on record.
All right. Matty Smite, we believe is Math is Might, is near side blue for our final. Matty Smite versus Crocodilo Bombardillo. I am guessing from what we have seen that Crocodilo Bombardillo is Fury, but I am not certain. Matty Smite.
I can see that.
Matty Smite will be near side blue. Crocodilo, red fangs. Sorry, a fang, steel ball, fang, steel ball, supply specialist start. Matty Smite.
And I think it'll be played from standard, which we've been seeing. I think steel balls from standard are fantastic.
Right, he's gone flank screening fangs deep. And the steel balls like on the back line. Math is Might was 4th in Asia earlier today, looking to improve upon that, and of course, be the champion by winning this one. Marksman for Crocodilo Bombardillo already. Looking at a Arclight start, Arclight sledge start. He figured I'll take a single target. So he's running 2 single targets and no chaff clear. The crawlers are going to have a good round as far as distracting things. And this pack of fangs is very unlucky. They're going straight to an Arclight. They'll never get in range. They had a bad day.
They were the charge of the Light Brigade.
Yeah.
They just walked straight forward, no shot.
Yep. And as you can see, the crawlers did just enough to distract all the single targets. Kept all of the single targets alive for Matty Smite. So 4,800 to 4,000. That is why you want some chaff on round 1. He is the missile specialist.
It's a greedy thing deploy round 1. Oh my gosh, improved wasp
is available.
Mathis Might takes it. I almost would bet money right now that Mathis Might takes that card on round 2.
I do love that card on round 2. Again, it costs 50, and you'll have 350 left to do a triple deploy of 100 cost units, and then you've got improved wasp in your bag for later in the game.
Right.
Or you do take it, 50 to unlock it, 300 to buy a wasp.
Arclight, which means you counter the Mustangs already on board.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is so good for Mathis Might.
Right. Now, the thing he might be thinking against is improved firepower control. Does sort of push Crocodilo into Mustangs, and as we know, we've seen Crocodilo in Mustangs pretty much every time out.
That's true, but you're also missile spec, which can punish Mustang play.
Oh,
and
there's a dodge. Crocodilo Bombardillo selling out of the steel ball on round 2 to put the improved firepower on the other steel ball, which he's presumably selling.
Wow, and adding Marksman into the Wasp drop turn, or the Elite Wasp card turn, those are imminently distractible.
Still no chaff clear.
So greedy.
He's just going to try to get the chaff clear on the drop.
I mean...
That's it. Poor Titan.
You know, it's a bad sign when the behind the tower crawlers, of which there are like only the 2 packs, are killing the marksman, because nothing can get in front of them.
Or getting to tower.
Right.
Oy, oy, oy.
I think selling the steel balls so soon was a mistake. I think they were a valuable part of the board.
They were
just going hard.
They did slow the crawlers down a bunch. Yeah. Mathis Might at 4,800. Crocodilo down to 3,200. We saw him stabilize late against Apucci in the semifinals. He gets his chaff clear now. We've seen him run Tarantula. We saw improved Tarantula last game. This game
almost
is a
lost
regular Tarantula, but at least he's got his chaff clear.
There's the wasps. It's gotta be wasps.
It is, in fact, wasps.
Thank you.
Now, if you had taken the improved wasps, wasps would not be on the board. Crocodilo...
Right, but you would have improved wasps.
True. Crocodilo has unlocked and bought a Vulcan, so we have a Vulcan on one side and a Tarantula on the other.
What? But he's not giant spec, so he paid 200 to unlock a chaff clear when he got a level 3 chaff clear that he played from standard.
Right.
The Vulcan line or the Spider line are both valid. I don't think they both are.
What?
And I anticipate he'll sell this Spider for a Vulcan on the
We're
other
selling,
side. He's
yeah.
playing Vulcan Marksman.
Yep. That is the line we're going here, right? Vulcan Marksman, we've got the ability to best partner out. We are running Assault mode, so again, I'm going to say I think this is much more of a Fury tech bar.
Right. One of the things that I've been telling people in the Discord side of things and in chat, by the way, is if you're going to play Vulcan and you want to play it with any degree of success, it has to be on the board by round 4 or round 3.
Round 3, yeah. Makes
and
good
so
sense.
It is, in fact, round 3.
Yep.
Also, if you may look at Mathesmite's arc lights, there are 5 of them with range on round 3.
Yep. And they are getting levels.
The damage item on this Vulcan has been putting a ton of work.
Right. But I mean,
oh my gosh, it leveled. That is unbelievable. That is the dream if you're Crocodillo. That's a lot of leveled arc lights, though. Ooh, range is so tempting here. But to choose between that and Bombard.
Yeah, those are very good. It's too expensive to take Lightning Storm early. Matty Smite takes the Orbital Bombardment, drops it into the middle. He is basically going to be the spell specialist and hope that he gets a quick cooldown at some point. So you sort of expect to see him taking a bunch of spells. I am the wizard.
To take that level if you're Crocodillo.
And if you're taking the level, but you're selling this one, right? So you're gonna have
you're selling the Spider. You're taking another Vulcan. You're taking the level on the Vulcan.
He took the Lightning Storm. It was big expense. Takes that to get up to level 2 Vulcan there for his gold damage dealer.
He unlocked the cell. Oh, sorry, he already had the unlocked cell.
Yeah, cell.
Surely, yep.
Sells that.
Now, do you just range the Vulcan?
Gotta pick a Vulcan and give them range, and hopefully put them wide enough to not be both in the same bombard.
Now he's going to put it between the marksman. It's where it goes.
For
this round, it might be a little unfortunate, but it's the correct position.
You had him taking 2 more marksmen, right? So that he can afford the shields, I'm guessing? Why would you...
I don't think you shield here.
Yeah, why would... This is...
I mean, it's good into the arc light.
Mass recruits 1 more Fang, and the Fangs have range? Against the Wasps, okay.
Fang range is very strong into ranged arc light. I think it's underrated.
Okay. But it's also very valuable against the Wasps right now.
Right, and that's the other thing. It's good into Wasp, it's good into arc light. It protects it, which means that your opponent gets closer, which means your Vulcan doesn't get closer.
Right.
It's one of the best kind of secret techs, or underutilized techs, I should say, as the Vulcan marksman player.
Yeah, it was a key part of the, what we used to call the Galaxy Ends in Fires, or the End of the Galaxies,
Right, the Heat Death of the Universe thing, or whatever it was.
Yep. Was one of his early techs as well. To arrange the Fangs. So, Matty Smite at 4,400, Crocodillo down to 2,900.
And obviously Crocodillo took the more expensive spell there.
Right. Crocodillo gets
Intensive is amazing when you're the Vulcan player.
Matty Smite.
Because Vulcans at level 2 are an entirely different animal.
And he did just get a Vulcan and level it immediately. Matty Smite.
I guess what Mathesmite is going to level.
He took the intensive. Again, he's playing for that quick cooldown. Long term.
Yes, quick cooldown would be godly for Mathesmite here. Pulls out of the sledge, makes sense into Vulcan when you're not committing. Not sure what you play if you're Mathesmite here. There is a definite commit to the Wasp angle, add 2 more intensive, one of them, range them, or you can try to intensive your arc lights and try to play kind of a carry arc light angle, but into this many marksman deploys is pain.
We've gone for 7 arc lights with EMP now, and we'll throw 4 storms on top of it. Storms, obviously,
I actually think
good answer to the
range would have been super important here.
temp speed on Crocodilo's board, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we're gonna turn off the key tech on the Vulcan.
Which actually aren't teched yet, but the speed matters.
Yeah.
Level 2 also matters. Also, slowing them down means the storms can connect for damage, which is his kill condition.
And then the storms
Unfortunately, all of the all the arc lights on the left died, so they don't get the experience of participating in the Vulcan kill, which hurts.
Also losing almost 400 hit points of damage. Well, 300 hit points of damage from that. He still drops Crocodilo to 2,300.
Eventually, though, this is hard winning for Crocodilo. Eventually, Vulcan Marksman will absolutely beat Carry Arclight. Now, the Worm is a hugely valuable pickup.
Typhoon
on the drop.
Typhoon was taken and sold. Maddie Smite just keeps dropping this same missile onto those. It kills the level 1 marksman.
It needs
denies
a shield
them
so
levels.
badly.
Denies them levels. Takes out a Fang. It has been. You can see all the other marksmen have leveled. Just these 2 in the middle do not get to.
And it's important that they don't level, because a level 2 marksman with health from the tower survives the missile.
Right.
So as soon as they level even once, they no longer get one shot.
Armor enhanced worms on the far side. And Crocodilo's very first Vulcan tech is going to be best partner. He's also ranged marksman. So, again, the reason for best partner there, it's not going to be getting turned off by the EMP,
right.
So he doesn't care so much.
Almost clips that bonus marksman with that missile. That would have been amazing. Do the worms have armor yet?
They do, yeah.
They do.
So the Vulcans with no techs are going to be pretty useless against them. Marksmen do their damage, but they do it very, very slowly. On the other hand, if they can pin a worm on the surface during a tower debuff, they take down the level 1s. There's still a level 2. One last level 1 will go down quickly, and here is a ton of hit point damage. 3 surviving giants. Maddie Smite down to 2776. Crocodilo.
And this is where if you let the Vulcan marksman scale, it's just going to get dangerous.
Crocodilo, where are you going next? The interference module.
There is Ignite on the Fangs.
Advanced power system for speed. Mass-produced Scorpion. Fangs for the Wasps. This is your anti-air single target. The Scorpions would be your ground single target.
It's actually for acid.
One answer to all of these.
Delivery.
Yeah, I was going to say one answer to all of these is a War Factory, and having acid delivering Scorpions would be a good answer to that.
I don't want to even see range on these. I just want to see acid clicked.
Oh my god.
Their job is to waddle. There it is.
You get exactly what you asked for. We have Dillo. Welcome in, man. How you doing?
Age. I'm not sure I agree with that.
To keep them out of the EMP range.
I guess that's true, and it will mean that they outrange the arcs and still do enough damage to kill them. Okay, I don't hate it.
Get some good sleep, Dillo. Thank you very much for the raid. And nice set of play. No longer top 10. He's washed. He's no longer top 10 world. Sag. Oh no. We sorry. We sorry.
You have joined the everybody else other than 10 people club.
Yes, right? Speaking of non-exclusive clubs, you have joined the club of people who have been gifted a sub by Toast. Thank you, Toast,
oh my gosh,
for
that
the
is
support.
A very non-exclusive club.
Thank you so much for the support. Toast Chad, indeed. The worms are still doing their work on the left, but now they are going into the acid. The two scorpions sitting back there, not getting turned off. They just keep throwing their acid out, and of course that is extra damage to the worms for the marksman. There are no worms surviving.
Do damage to the hit bar of 300 a pop.
Right, so if they survive, which they did, they are almost mini giants. Maddie Smite down to 1476. Dillo, anybody from your chat, do we know for sure who Crocodillo is?
Yes, that's a good call out.
Do any of you know for certain? We think it is Fury, with a secondary possibility of HD Susauer.
Susauer. That's more by virtue of process elimination than like
yes.
a given tell.
Yep. It's Dillo's love child with Steel Sane. We have finally shielded those two marksmen.
Oh my goodness.
They've got their levels.
With a item that will be there forever.
Yes. Could be a Tungdill alt. Oh, interesting thought.
I could see that. Tungdill is also an absolute menace of a player.
Actually like that as a thought. Huh.
Man, look at the anti-missile devices. This is a no-nonsense, I win this round, nothing you can do about it, GG.
Yeah, I am going for 100%. Knockout right now.
There are 6 anti-missile devices.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. And these marksmen are finally able to have their moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, the acid landing here is absolutely brutal. And had I been in the marksman player's position, I would have forgotten about the EMP arcs when I was thinking about acid scorps, and they would have been too forward and would have been turned off. I had forgotten about that. But I knew it was for the acid, and as we can see, the subsidized...
So close!
It's still going.
Maddie Smite has a shot! Round 9, 246 hit points left. 1/10 of the hit points. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Nuke time for both, I would imagine.
Yes. It's better for Mathis Might because of the stationary nature, although it's harder to pop the shield, so it's easier to shield against. Oh, there's also an orbital to go with it. That's right. Oh no, that means there's lightning storm.
All the spells are up. We've got our nuke, we've got our orbital, we've got our lightning storm.
Lightning is going to mean there's no shields possible for Mathis Mites. Oh gosh, this is going to be just devastating.
At this point, yes, Thonix. This Pearl says this board is cursed. Yeah, Thonix, you want the hit points here because you've never ranged them. If you were playing a ranged DPS Vulcan from deep with range and scorch, right? Then sure, you know, as long as nobody's ever targeting it, great. But these guys are tanky hit point beasts that get up front. I imagine Zach...
you're using the health on them Vulcans, and you've never ranged them.
Yep.
Ironically, you've also played around the EMP arcs by having no text to turn off.
Right.
Literally, you just spawn your marksman.
Right. The marksman and the scorpions have the ranges and stay behind. And the poor arclights get chanked on something big. It's kind of like playing forts without range with bubble against an arclight carry. You run health on Vulcans now, so that they tank forts. Wow.
Doxin was running armor on Vulcans.
Uh-huh. Plus 50% health, right? Like, that's ridiculous. Nuke brings the
Like I said,
shields
the reason
down,
that I run,
but doesn't...
a big part of the reason I run Suck on Melter is for the 60%.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you called that out to me, and I was like, oh my god, I forgot about that aspect. Completely forgot about it. In terms of my own thinking about when to bring them out, right?
Right.
Now, the mobile beacon, great for Math's Might. He's gone over to the side, which was not acided.
Wow.
That gets the worms all the way to the tower. The worms have also been given a create another unit. The little replicate. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough. There are... Well, it's close. And it's a lot of value. If Chad Vulcan survives, that is GG's. And it is 3 units left. A Scorpion, one
also,
Marksman.
Look at the health on that Vulcan. It would have died with the range, and it needed that health.
Yes, it did. Kevin rocks. Kevin rocks. Kevin went down. This is like, you know, Vulcan number 4. I don't know what Vulcan number 4's name is, Zach. But nice.
Oh, we have a Skay in the chat. Do you think this could be
is it a Skay? Ult? You heard Crocodilo is a Nikkei player? What? Skay, is this you, sir? Is this you?
Would you like to take your bow on center stage?
Should have thought of Skay. This is right. This is not a Skay. This is not the Skay text.
Bars is Skay is always strange text.
Skay's known for strange text and does run a beautiful Vulcan marksman, but he says maybe you will never know. No, you cannot deny us this knowledge.
That's not a denial. That's not a denial. You heard it here first. Or you didn't not hear it here
I know. First. Wouldn't it be a manga player? Surely, right? It would surely be a... Well, the mystery shall continue, but Crocodilo Bombardillo will be your European champion. Congratulations. Came through a bunch of good players, including Apucci and Maddie Smite at the end of this one. Well played, a deserved champion. Again, when we saw 10 surviving users, all 10 of them were worthy of a title. Crocodilo Bombardillo is the one that gets it, with wins over FP76, Baller, Z-Man, Apucci, and Matty Smite on the run to the final. Congratulations to Crocodilo Bombardillo. Apucci, a runner-up, after only loss to the eventual champion, Unius Prime 3rd, and Matty Smite technically would have been 2nd, but clicked abandoned after the match, so gets dropped from 2nd to 4th for that. I don't like that.
There's something really fascinating happening on Math's Might's board with the way he played the worms. Mm-hmm. The reason they kept dying before was they get stuck on chaff, then hit by acid. So beaking them to the other side was attempting to avoid the acid, although there were scorpions there to intercept. But since the chaff was dead to the arc lights,
right,
they were only on the surface to fight the Vulcans, and then they were popping up and down to get value. So their delayed nature,
right,
was really important to outlast the chaff.
For that one, indeed.
And they almost got there. And since Crocodilo lost so many of his anti-missiles,
yeah, the next round would have been huge for Matty Smite, right?
And that was also into the lightning storm, which was stronger for Crocodilo. I wonder if Math's Might was about to do a hard pivot. So, yeah. Also, did you notice the steel balls in the middle of the map? I didn't. Crocodilo played a steel ball pack in the front of his board.
Yeah, the arc lights tanked. The Vulcans tanked the arc lights for most of the game. Absolutely. Skay is completely correct there. With the storms not having enough DPS because they weren't getting leveled, and you can anti-missile.
Right, the DPS check was an issue.
Yep.
Storms have not proved to me to be a very effective DPS into Vulcans in the Vulcan Marksman mirror, since the Marksman even will survive and oftentimes outscale them in range and just win the game in the late stages.
You are going to count on the Stormcallers, you kind of do have to level them. If you're going to count on Storms to beat level 2 Vulcans, you can't do it with a level 1 Stormcaller. It just doesn't work.
Yes, not leveling the storms was a huge. If you're relying on them for damage, level 2 is a good shout. Although relying on storms at all for damage can be risky, as we saw with the anti-missile spam.
Exactly. And I think most of the top players have run into that. Skay says the early commits to EMP arcs was a bit too much. I saw it happen. I thought it was decent for the line of if you had gone Scorch or if Crocodilo had gone Scorch and range, right?
Right.
But
I think that it was preempting a Vulcan tech that never came, and in that sense, it was premature, ironically.
Right.
But I think it's a canonically good answer, and there's a lot of timelines where the Crocodilo player does tech their Vulcans. But
in a different way.
Tech their Vulcans, it was able to leverage that resource inequity into other deploys.
Right, and knowing that that EMP was there, it never wasted money on Vulcan techs that would have been counted. Right.
Yes.
That is going to bring our tournament coverage to a close. Shoutouts to Skoo, Legnosia, Izil, Omlossi, Wumbo Dreven, and our very own Salt Monkey on the top 10 finishes. Congratulations, guys. Well deserved.
100% agree.
Very nice in a big tournament. We will show you guys out. There's 11 through 20, including a whole bunch of names you should recognize. From Dillo to AWM to Rooster to Steel Sane Diana and Faller, Lao 21st, Illuminati 23rd, Red Scare 25th at 3-0 after abandoning there. Unfortunately, when we got down to 11, Red Scare had to drop out. We will show you all the way down to about 50th for this one. So congrats to those who had a great run today. Forgotten Arbiter ? Also dropped out at 2-0. So didn't get to see them either.
It's worth noting something that I've recently. I was talking to Kat about worms in my prep for the Mecha Mini Masters tournament. And one of the things that he told me that makes so much sense when you hear it, but otherwise hadn't been an obvious connection, is the more units your opponent techs with range, the better worms get.
Ooh, yes, indeed.
Because they ignore the range advantage by being underground, and that's money wasted on the other side of the board.
Right. Makes sense.
And so into the worm play, ranging the Vulcans is less valuable. And so there's the fact that there wasn't range there was part of why the Vulcans were able to do better. And it's also, going back to the card, why you didn't take the ER Vulcan, because the health mattered so much. I think that would have been a throw in that position.
Right.
And the ER Vulcan.
That is exactly what Skay is saying. He says, if I used my money, and Titan says, quote, my, question mark. Well, so we do now believe that Crocodilo is Skay. If I use my money to range my Vulcans, then the worm play becomes much better for Mathis Might. So, nicely done. Skay, we believe, is your champion. Congratulations, man. He played it cagey until just now in chat.
Yeah.
Skay during Mag 1, I'm on a break. I'm experimenting with different. This was not Skay's line. I did not recognize that as Skay, despite casting 3 of their matches.
Signature Skay,
right?
In the play style, but it was signature Skay in some of the unorthodox tech bar play style conceptually.
let me go with the other one. It's Skay from quality.
Right, because it's not Skay from style.
Yeah.
As you say.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just good play, not traditionally Skay play.
Right, and Skay, I think not playing for 2 weeks is really solid. Right, I think every single one of us should take a week or 2 where we don't play. Right. I came back to it from after, I guess it's a little bit more than a year ago now, where I took maybe a 10-day break, and it just really rejuvenated. Yeah, it just really rejuvenated my ability to be in love with the game. Zach, you've done it, right? Just go to the gym, get outside, do whatever, like it's. Yeah, didn't play for 2 weeks, came back and won the weekend tournament. Not just the weekend tournament, the European weekend tournament, right?
And notably, you beat Mathis Might, which I think is like in the arbiter tier conversation right now. which is like the tier above S tier, in my opinion.
S plus.
Like, that's incredibly impressive. Because Mathis Might just almost never has off games.
Right. Yeah, that's true. There is no. You don't see Mathis Might go down hard. He might lose something. He might have made a choice that his opponent chose something different or punished or whatever, but it's never a lopsided match.
Yeah.
Skay says, I also played the Asia. Yeah, we saw the note there. Yeah, the Asia. Maddie Smite came in fourth in both of those tournaments. FT76 was second. Hawkins Space fifth. So a very solid run from them. But, oh, hey, Park! Look at you, sneaky little 16. Right up next to Monks. That's gotta feel good. Gotta feel good. I missed that one. I looked at that one earlier. But congratulations to Batoa for that one. Thank you for the raid, Clint Fleetwood. Much appreciated. All right, Titan. We think Matty Smite is Mathis Might, yes. Given the play and the quality, that is what we believe.
Right. Yeah. So. That is a very likely safe, but otherwise still an assumption.
Yes. So we are going to run our ads. We'll be right back with, we'll probably come back. Skay says, please take care of my MMR, please. So Park, you beat Skay. You beat the European champion. We now expect you to be winning titles, okay, Park? That is no pressure. No pressure. Well, what would you like to do with the rest of our afternoon? Do you have plans with your mom? I know it's your mom's birthday.
Give me 5 minutes to double check that. The answer is
I
may be stepping away.
You asked too much, Titan! Fine.
Oh my goodness.
Fine, you can have 5 minutes. Right. I am planning to be around for the Americas as usual. We will be putting up to you guys whether or not we play or cast America. So that can be up to you guys. We'll put that up to poll, but we do that much closer to the tournament starting. For Titan and I, we have talked about we won't be playing 2v2 tournaments tomorrow because that is his mom's birthday. So I do want to throw this out there. If somebody is looking for a partner for tomorrow, wait, don't ham in my ear, sir. If somebody's looking for, if somebody wants a partner tomorrow, just take a score with you. I want to play with somebody. Okay, welcome back, sir.
Amarok cheating on me with another partner.
So, like you didn't go off and win a title victorious. Yeah, about that. So, how about them Giants? They play a sports ball in one of those leagues right now, don't they?
I got to step away and I got to do it quick. So,
okay,
as much
good.
as the banter is like music to the soul, chat, have fun with Amarok. I'm gonna go do dinner with mom.
All right, man.
And
before you run, I do have to say, this was absolutely a balm for my soul to get to cast with you today. I really appreciate you being here. Thanks for taking the time.
Highlight of my week.
Exactly. Don't do drugs, kids. Is Amarok drunk? Possibly. No, we did our unhinged. We did our unhinged stuff on Friday. We are properly hinged today. I hope. All right. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Tournament coverage is over, but we will be out on ladder for a bit. We'll be back to do the Americas tournament tonight. Stay with the follow. Thank you very much, man. I was pretty sure you had followed previously, but thank you. We have our first match with a bunch of numbers. We're sitting at 1580 after winning the midweek on Wednesday night. Gave him a sub earlier. He's got to follow now. It's true. Ooh, I should make myself a lunch before we get too involved on the ladder. Somebody remind me to do that after this match, please? One of you. Whoever's in charge. One of the mods, maybe. Somebody. What are we taking here? I don't know. I do not know, Ted. Hands up dinner. Thank you, Van. Way to throw it. Wait, we have somebody in charge. Toast. Thanks. I'm not going to remember that long. Okay, I see. I see the problem here. Chat has the same amount of memory that I do. If I'm awake in 30 minutes, I'll send you an emoji to remind you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ted, I appreciate you. And you guys know I'm teasing. It's sort of my own job to like actually I told the kiddo this at one point. I was like, it is not the kid's job to be responsible for the parents. They wanted to be taking care of me one day. Yeah, but I'm the adult. I'm supposed to take care of you, not the other way around. Alright. I don't know this bunch of numbers. I have given myself a potential Carry Fang board. And floated some monies. Yeah. Oh no! Disaster! Disaster, gang! We have been recognized. Except he's now no longer covering the flank. Phew. Alright, that will work well for us. The idea is get in, take both of those towers. Now, we are outranged and out DPS'd once he's back out of the tower debuff, but the Fangs have had as good a round as you could ask for from them. Yep. Sure, ranged Stangs on the back line. They should clean up. Guys, mind getting that tower, please? I need you to take that tower down. They're not taking the tower down. Ah, this guy takes the tower down, though. Hello, Leaves of Lothlorien. All right. That's amazing. So, opponent is in the right answers, canonically. Also took Assault Fort. Gets themselves range. And, well, already had range. Gets themselves armor piercing. Opponent has added a bunch of scorpions. We are running the mini armored Phantom Rays. Many armored Phantom Rays do eventually go down. You think Fang Vulcan is out of the question? When Abyss. Fort Fang Abyss? That's interesting for sure. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, opponent. The feeling when you are in all the right texts. Nothing like the feeling when you are in all the right texts and it still doesn't work out. Alright, you're in Melter with EMP Barrage. Again, I say, it really kind of sucks when you feel like you're in all the right answers and it doesn't work. Assault Scorpion's great for him. I hope he does not take that. Acid Crawler interesting, but it actually makes the crawlers way worse against the fangs, so we don't mind it too much. The Mustangs still aren't doing anything to the healing phantom rays, which were the new problem over here. Even though he gets the yeah, we get towers again. You right on a tower. Your gold damage dealer. Done. Opponent panicked and started buttoning wildly. That is the hope. I think opponent knows in their head, right, that Melter or Stang should beat this. They haven't actually had to face it a whole lot. The multi-melt, I think, is the answer to the Phantom Rays with armor. But yeah, it just makes him worse against other key units. We really don't care about his steel balls at all. If he'd armored them, maybe. If these had suck, they might be getting something done. I mean, I've been pushing into him, not the other way around, right? Who are we dumping here? I would say that whole side, right? Somebody get that tower, please. Thank you. Not quite. Old fort damage. We'd have won this by now. Problems. What the heck? Oh my god, why have I not left? Ha! We will go with the Abyss finish, folks. Abyss versus Abyss. And our late arriving crawlers got there when I needed them to. But he's got the locks he needs. Wait, nope, maybe not. Ah! What a match. Ooh. We were hungry. We were hungry. The fangs were biting hard, indeed. Now, opponent only took the missiles. Gonna have to replay that last round, because 3 Abyss beat 2 Abyss! Food! Ted, you are the bestest! Thank you! Thank you, thank you. And a gift sub to Van MW. Thank you, Toast. Opponent had like 159. I don't know what I ended up at, like negative 22 something. But it was like 18 something. But hey, it was fun. Okay, but I want to know. Okay, food. Don't forget the food. Do not forget the food. Okay, but I want to know if there was something we could have done on that last round. Other than abyssing. What are you guys' ideas for round 11 of this? You are now top 100 world for 2v2. Very nice. Very nice. Maybe we take the marksman as a hedge against the abyss. Because everything else is an air unit, right? That's the play there. Okay, that's the play. Hedge. Hedge against air, because everything else is an air unit. And then is it literally? Yep, it is still the same result. We get down 2 of them with the marksman. We almost get this one, so double tap. I return to a giant fort concave. Should reconsider naming to Emma Fort. Yeah, punch would be better for this specific thing, but it's not really what I am trying to run regularly, right? Okay, so that wasn't it. What if it is those 2? And I'm just trying to place these like I have no clue where the main units are going to be, where his big things are going to be. Emma Crevice. Crevasse. We fell so far. Real Carry Fangs would have all 4. That was what we just tried last round, Tuzzle. It's literally what we just tried last round. But the Abyss missiles shredded them. This is on the wrong unit, which is okay, but frustrating. 1, 2 down. Bunches of big things down, but again, it is just too much for us. This missile's so strong. That's even worse. Oh, there is one possibility we hadn't tried. Lunch! Okay, last chance. Last chance. Make an alt named Amma Go Eat. Oh my god. That would be amazing. And silly. And I love it. This is actually close, though. Look at this. This is committing to my forts when I had this many of them. but it doesn't win it because we don't have the upshoot left at the end. Holy smokes. That is amazing. Okay, I go eat. I go eat, I go eat, I go eat. Apologies and thank you. I'll be right back. Somebody entertain us. Alright. I return vainglorious. Or with food. Oh, there we go. That's a round. Am I alone or with a pack of fangs? Hmm. Alright, let's try that. That gets very silly, right? And we're literally trying 4 anti-missiles worth, or 4 tech fort at this juncture. Nope. It doesn't look like Vortex Fort does it either. You guys might be right. We needed to win that one the previous round. All right. We're gonna there we go. One blue abyss with a range. Oh my god. That would have been amazing. Okay. Well, that was fun and silly. Right, looks like we need to update season to date before we update the rest of this. We went 1 and 3. So 168, 158. And fell to 1580, which was minus 27. No, minus 47. Oh. All right. Blue Abyss sweeps away most of the white ones, or the white ones and most of the Melders. Right. It's a sleeping dog. All right. Don't wake him up. Exactly. I think we like this saber, right? It would definitely be nice if you could. Yeah, I fully agree with that. 100%. Man, everybody wants to aggro with this. Do I want to aggro with this? Okay. Mm-hmm. It's smart art. Why are your arc lights so smart, sir? Not a fan. Shocking. Smart arc light and more arc light. Who knew? Who could have guessed? Have I ever had fried chicken and watermelon at the same time? I have, actually. They are not my... But we're getting hit somewhere. Greatest combo ever, you say? I enjoyed it. I wouldn't go that. It is better than Fang Fort. I would and I will, he says. Oh my goodness. There we go. Ha ha! You have you have been timed out for heresy. Heresy, I tell you, heresy. Perfect reply. Perfect reply. 10 out of 10. That Arclight's getting all their techies and all that. Okay, well, it's gonna be a bit of a problem, but... Certainly don't shoot up. Ranged is Phoenix. We do have the better Phoenix board. Car. Glad we don't have a Phoenix out on the flank, though. That would have been painful. Hmm. That's no ion beam for opponent. Does add some chaff. We tag the left side Phoenix. And the left side's highest level Arclight. Gonna let the rest of the board clean up. Whoops. Oh, we might be flying away from the thing we needed to be killing right now. Right. I'm gonna skip you. Okay, I like it. You could flip outside edges, you could aim for stuff like this. I think his best spot is probably here-ish. And he goes for the, for these guys, he doesn't hit any of them. Do you guys know what I'm thinking? Do you guys know what I'm thinking? We talked about it during tournament. This is a test to see who's been paying attention. Has any of you been paying attention? What are we thinking about taking right now that will change this this board dramatically? You spent the last hour Did you bring enough for the whole chat? Sorry. Okay. Ooh, I was so hungry I ate everything and didn't remember that we'd eaten it all. Right, a backside Vulcan would be painful for us. Your guess is the best? Actually, no. Opponent is not in any kind of Mustangs. They are relying on arc lights for their chaff clear. We can do something like that. All 115 of you, maybe if each likes an extra large portion of rice. Maybe a couple spoonfuls of curry. Love it. Okay, we did cover the Vulcan drop with this mobile beacon. Getting the right answer there. Let's go level 3 Phoenix. We got a follow from a Bacon Bankai. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Much appreciated. Honestly, I thought the loose formation crawler was going to do a lot better. Maybe we were lacking the fang clear there. What? Sure. You guys go be buff. Go get him. Go get him, team. You guys have 14,000 hit points now. He's got anti-missile devices, but yeah. Double elite. Actually, I think it's probably crawler. Okay. Where are you? Fish? More AMDs, sure. Calculated. No problem. What? Actually, we go right through you, don't we? Target is actually the anti-missile devices. If we happen to hit anybody else along the way, that's fine too. Flank Wraith was rude, but it doesn't have range, so it's out of range. This guy is anti-missile, or anti-air, so it's going to get him. The Phoenix are resurrecting, but not strongly enough, right? And this is an expensive round, because we've gotten 4 of his AMDs. Can we get one more, please? Get one more AMD, please. Really want you to get that. Thank you, and... perfect. What AMDs do you have, sir? Calculated. Let's go. Quick cooldown drops the... coming back on 13. You're coming back on 11. None of you come back. This over that whole group, I think. What are we doing? What are we doing now, gang? Maybe you guys back here. That's a lot of fire. Does he just win? Should have fired these guys. War crimes. We lose to war crimes and resurrections. Hmm. We woke the sleeping dog. Come on, now that's perfect, right? Why are emojis in this game so fun? Yep, indeed. Indeed. Oh my goodness. I love that. I mean, because it's such an international game, and so they've given us these emojis that are so entertaining. What levels were those arcs? Those arcs were smart. There were five of them that were smart arc from from round 2, and they just demolished us. So they were zillions. Do we want to run some 2s? War crimes are kind of OP. Just ask history. I love it. Okay. Big bowl of curry and Thai jasmine rice. I'll take some. Okay. All right. We will pay out to Sleeping Dog, and then we'll join some baller for some 2v2s. Sure. Where are you at? Why don't okay. Faster than I am. I'm gonna grab the coffee real quick, but go ahead and matchmake. Wow. That is a lot of head shaking. Chemtrails and Illuminati. Nice, easy round 1 match, right? Fighting the median voter. Wait, what? Okay, so, reasonable. Channel point predictions are up for those of you that enjoy. Ooh. I should check that, actually. I think there are stats for it. For me. But my true favorite is speed. I think speed is underrated. I think that's what we have picked the most. No anti-missiles on those. Only Woot watches that. Burn. That's perfect. Well, there is our single target air and ground. We take a crawler, a phoenix, well, 2 phoenix, honestly. Let's see what happens. It is a wasp into the mustangs? Sir. A wasp into the stangs. Are you kidding me? For being the inadvertent babysitter for the autistic 6-year-old today, he was overjoyed at seeing Mex battle it out. I am perfectly happy to do that, and if you tell me his name, I will give him a shout out the next time that I know you guys are watching, and we'll make sure to remember to give him the crawler first-person view. I am perfectly happy to have contributed that to your family. As long as Dad and kid are having fun today, fun together. And, we have winded this side. Why are you in wasps, chemtrails? Confused. Can I get the levels for the Mustangs, please? Alright, let's go. Mustang levels. We... That shucks. Like that. There was a fire and mobile beacon play over here. That, I don't think was it. Okay, so it is a Wasp Abyss play. Those guys tore right through me. A little rough. They were jump drives, so they had the speed. They repositioned from down south. Yeah, shield, orbital, and fire, and lose round isn't great, right? And drive boat gets out of that. Now it is double Titans. Double Titans with efficient on both. Fun. Swarm missiles expected. That's why we have the crawler there to beat first volley. Phoenix have leveled, which is good. Get that, please. Thank you. That's a fascinating strat, the double efficient Titans, huh? Kinda loving it. Who's gonna be in Titans? That is fine by me, sir. We will additional deploy this. We are playing twos with Baller at the moment. And against Chemtrails and Illuminati. factory coming this way. Oh, that's fun. Level 3. That was the drop we needed, for sure. No, we do not run Acid Crawler for this. Hey, you're doing great work there, Baller. It's good. I'm not... I actually probably should have sold out of this melter. Arranging the Scorps would have helped a bunch. Charged shot on the birds would have helped a bunch. You get me 600, which is enough for one, but not both. Also, welcome in, King Trismegistus. Yeah, I was getting there. I just didn't have the time. Kind of needed to sell out of all of these, I think, but then they wind up in the wasp again, so. And we needed the, we needed something like the, I mean, they ran it so quickly, you know? That was kind of the takeaway to me, is that that pressure came on super fast, and, you know, it's the same as it used to be with answering War Factory. If you don't do it quickly, then it is a problem for you. All right. Round 3, I think it was. Round 2, Wasp to bait me into the Mustang. To bait me further into the Mustangs. And a really nice tower snipe, by the way. To, continue that. We get Mutmba, and no, we don't. They have, yes, Baller says you win some, you lose some. I mean, that is fun. That was old school 2v2. You know, we used to do the Mobile Beacon, the War Factory over play. And that was why I wanted to go into the birds more heavily, is because I knew the birds are a decent answer to the steel balls. I got the EMP on them so that I could not be dying to the crawlers. The scorpions were too far forward. They should have been a lot further back. They might have needed range before acid. But, you know, all told, I'm not horribly displeased with that game. It's one of those I'm glad to see the strategy in action. And it reminds me to put my some of the anti-cheese strats, such as acid on crawlers, back on the bar for my 2v2s. Hecate and Thirsty. So Hecate, not the person who dodged us last time. Baller, are you dodging them? They're dodging us, right? I don't play Exodia and Fat Shady. Oh dear. All right, channel point predictions are up. Can we recover 2 MMR against these two? It is compact. I took a 2700 giant. Basically assume the aggro positioning from opponent. I actually don't mind the shotgun there. Opponent is speed specialist. They're going to be in my face. You are a quick supply rhino. I love it. Oh, and on the line into the storms. That'll miss. Make them miss, as it were. Whoa, what are you doing over there? I know if they win, they feel even better. Exactly. I like the round 1 rhino. That's clever. We are also landing some storm shots. Might lose the middle in a moment because I just assumed my guy was going to be outside here. On the other hand, it's taken him forever to get those towers. On the negative side, you're going to be stuck under the guns for a moment here. Sorry about that. I've left you a tarantula and a crawler. If the crawler got the kill, did it? The crawler was the one. Everything. Wait, did everything die? No. It was the one crawler. Big win by one crawler. Alt mode team, huh? Okay. What is there? 2 storms? Okay. We are here for your 2 storms. I don't know why my opponent is in 2 different... I don't know why my opponent is in 2 different chaff players. Let's see what they're doing with it. Am I supposed to sell out of the wasps? Is that the thinking here? One tower down. 2 towers down. 3 towers down. Let's go, baby. Should have been a level 1 crawler, but that... Phantom Rays with range. Oh. Alright. So we did not hit this wasp play. Did hit towers multiple times. Just kind of pour a bunch of pressure on. And take a W there. Just kept the pressure on, kept the pressure on, kept the pressure on. And we're slowly building our chaff clear and giant board as well, with the idea that we're giant specialists. We're going to wind up in ranged shielded forts at some point. And there it is, +2. We knew that was coming. All right. I keep forgetting to drink the coffee. I went and got the coffee. Having too much fun with the wasps that game, and concentrating too hard on the other one. So where are we for tourney play? 37 minutes out till tourney. So then I should throw food in oven real quick. Right, I didn't see who we drew. Does anybody know who we drew? Oh well, I'm gonna pick like I don't know who we drew, because I don't. Them. Them? Chemtrails and Illuminati? The Germans? The Germans, got it. That's what I needed to know. Channel point prediction is up. You predict forts, exploding head guy. We did not run forts against them last time out. He is a giant specialist and an aerial specialist. I am predicting war factories. No, Yesterdog. Rejected, sir. Rejected. Well, I mean, we can do it a different time. But I am not forcing votes on this board. I have to give Woot back his worms. And, yeah. You know, I know what's coming in this game. I am not forcing votes in it. Womp womp. I'm sorry, sir. Oh, I would love to be running Improved Fortress, but we will not be. We will be running you instead because it's the right choice. We are going to be alert to the Wasp Center. Mustang out here with an improved firepower control, huh? Okay. I haven't actually played TFT. There have not been many auto battlers that I actually liked. So do watch for that one as a assumption, I guess. You okay? Thinking that was a message. If you're ever interested, I've been almost every set. I'd be down to show you the ropes if you're ever interested. Okay. Appreciate the message, yes. Hmm. Starting to sell out of this side's push to bring us over here, I would imagine. Surprise Abyss, indeed. It is shocking. Alright, the Mustangs get the Overlord. Well, Assault Scorpion now, isn't it? Love it. Ooh, the Warfract, the Abyss are coming to me, baby. Love it. That storm was awesome call, Baller. It's not locked while power goes down. Get off my lawn, Titans! Get out of here! Oosh. Alright. Gotta go grab dinner out of the oven real quick. Well, that was a heck of a round for them. Where is partner? Heh. They are in 3 different parts now, but they do get the round. Oh god. Well, it might be a disaster, yes. I think I'm done. Maybe not. Maybe not. Actually, you are doing great. It's working out really well. Where'd the War Crimes Vulcan come from? I didn't have that. Did he have that? Hmm. Tournament registration is open for Tournament Americas. Our evening tournament, if you will. Nukes do good work. Nukes did very good work. Get off my lawn! And sanitizer kills 99% of germs. This answers the question, what if you knew exactly what your opponent was going to build and played for it? Mm-hmm. The War Factory player builds the standard War Factory answer. The Abyss player builds the standard Raiden answer. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's fun. That felt good. Saved that one. And congrats to those of you that had faith. Plus 29. Woo! We get it all back and then some. Thank you, Sabman. That one is all thanks to Sab. Sab, I appreciate the many, many weeks we spent working on War Factories. All right. Tournament Reg open. 11 minutes to go. I'm so proud of that one. All right, we got 10 minutes to go. You guys have a 10-minute poll to decide what we do with this channel for the Tournament Americas. Do we play or do we cast? Your vote will determine. If you really, really care one way or the other, you can spend rocks to ensure that the vote goes your direction. You're allowed to vote. Go right ahead. We have done play for something like 4 in a row, 5 in a row now. But we'll find out what you guys decide about a minute before the tournament starts. We'll find out. I won't know till you guys do. In the meantime, I do need to run a 3-minute ad so that we don't run one during tournament. And so we're going to kick that one off now and be back in time for a little bit of pregame chit chat, etc. And that was fun. That was so good. That was so fun. All right. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. If you missed what we are doing, we've got a poll going to decide whether we will play or cast. Currently, it is 25-0 in favor of playing. So I am going to kind of assume that one will win. I'm going to check my tech loadouts and all of that. I'm also going to restart client. So heavy voting early. Early returns say play. If you really wanted to cast, you're going to have to throw in a whole bunch of rocks. You can buy a vote at 100 rocks per vote. So you'd need to spend something like, what would it be, 3,000 rocks to turn the vote. Well, 2,600 at least. But you might assume that whoever went in, I was going to say, some baller bought like 20. So I'm going to say you might assume that whoever went in might defend that investment. I can't say for sure. I don't know how these things work. I don't get to participate in the polls. I get to participate if you guys leave it a dead heat. I will pick which one I prefer. Just to put it back out there, we do not have a partner for tomorrow's 2v2 European tournament. I won't be around for the 2v2's America, but I will be around for the 2v2 EU. So, yeah, caster's choice. I'm just gonna quietly assume that we might need to be registered. Check you guys for anything obviously off. If I was doing anything silly. I want to go back to multi for Melter. We'll switch to EMP. It's a cheap EMP on the hacker in case we wind up in facing assault mode marksman somewhere. Right. That is the something. You tempted to tie the vote just because you have the rocks to do it. He did. Oh my god, he did. It's a tie vote now. You guys are so goofy. Oh my god. I do have to right back. right, let's see what we got. The tournament vote is play. So play wins 52% of the vote. We will be playing. Last chance to get in. You've got about 10 seconds. 80 players in two groups of two. Streamer is registered to play. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. We are going to face SPJ's Lord in round 1 of Advanced Group 1. Final point predictions are up. Heck yeah, exactly. Play wins. Let's go. We are 2-1 today. Wait a minute. No, that looks like the 2v2's MMR. In 1v1s, we'll have something else. I don't like you guys. Try the fortified for now. Like we went probably 0-2, I think, today. We're 0-2, something like that. And wait, actually, we can probably go check that real quick. 0-3. We are 0-3, down 63 for the day. Good night, Zalex. Have yourself a wonderful night. Thanks for being here. As usual, I really appreciate you being here. And all the work you do with the banhammer. Man, that bans like nobody's business. Opponent is a giant specialist with a crawler Mustang start. We're going to assume a fort play eventually from him. Oh, he has gone to marksman. He's got assault mode on the bar. So it might be an assault mode marksman play instead. Awful deep for that, but okay. We'll come back to our automatic camera view. Sweet. All right, we are on 49.94. He's at 5,200. Mind having some air on the outside. Alright, we've added a Phoenix, a Crawler, 2 more Hounds, and we've kind of offset the Hounds. They're a little bit different depths than the fellows we already had. And room for staggered giants as well is kind of what I'm looking at there. Third marksman, lots of sledges. He doesn't have elite marksman on the bar, so we'll actually be able to outrange his marksman eventually with Phoenix. Nope, we won't because he has anti-air. But if he goes to the assault mode, we'll be in pretty good shape. On the other hand, I expect this is just a giant a Vulcan marksman line right now. What it looks like to me. These ER marks, really? Bit rough. Oh, they're going to thump down a early bird fort. You guys are shocked, I'm sure. We're into a giant specialist. We expect him to be in Vulcans. We expect a round 3 Vulcan. There is a round 3 Vulcan. Love it. Round 3, no techs. No marksman on the bar either. And he's got that kind of 4 pockets for things. Oh, hi. Just gonna assume he's coming after that. Building out a chaff board. Anything else to do here? We may not be able to make him miss, but we will try. We protected most of the... Okay, it looks like he's going for Exodia. He's got a level 1 Melter. He's not unhappy yet to see us in the fort. But we've already put him off his game, and we've landed our this. Let's go. We landed our jab. We land our hit. We've leveled a fort. And we've got 4650. Stonks is going to be so much long-term value, right? Right, so we stocked the fort, we've ranged our chaff clear. A little late for it. Second melter and smokes. Okay. Alright, and he's ranged the melters. Good. He's ranged the melters, but not the crawlers. Alright, we've got him into the melters. We just have to stabilize in time to not lose. Sounds like a plan, right? It's definitely a plan. Happy enough to just ion beam right along. Ion beam, if it exists, it should be over here. We should be dodging it. There shouldn't be any reason to put it out this way. Ours is running over a bunch of his key units. Oh, he's orbitaling again over the spot that we're not. So that's fine too. Orbital's cooldown is 3 rounds. Ion Blast is 3 rounds, Orbital's is 4 rounds, so we will get ours back a little bit. We'll get it back, I guess, the same time as the... Yeah, we'll get it back 1 after the smoke, right? Just don't lose, it's that simple. Exactly, Professor. Welcome in, first-time chatter. I hope you are enjoying yourself. We brought down both of his shields with the Ion. Our Ion does run right on into that melter. It's going to do good damage over there, while also taking out a bunch of Mustangs. Not as perfect as it could have been. And the tower over here is level 2 now. But we get it before he gets this one, which is pretty big. And our highest level fort is in the back, so it will be the last one locked. If that happens, he's gotten the second tower. We do have it. Oh, we have his Vulcan trapped in the smoke. Everybody else is coming to the big melter. Big guy gets the kill, gets his level, and SPJ's Lord starts to get into some trouble. See? It was just that simple. Just don't lose, baby. Thank you, Alpha Titan. I was pleased with that. Give him... That was hugely important. I do not disagree. You get your level. Been crawling around in the darkness for a while. Chatting is not quite my cup of tea. A lurker indeed. Well, the art of lurking is well appreciated in the Mechabellum community, so carry on, sir. Alright, I think we have opponent in trouble here. Get another shot off. Come on, baby. One more. Nice work. Level 3 fort gets most of the way to a level, gets its level now. It'll be level 4 with elite in a moment. And you'd already leveled, but, you know, close enough. You guys actually had good rounds. Hmm. A level 4 fort now has 175 meter range. His melters have 170. He didn't get to fire the oil, yes, but he's got it for next round. He can light that next round for sure. Does he get a next round? He does. 5:42 left. Smoke is up, sure. Trap everything in the oil if you can. And we get some shield bubbles covering the middle of the smoke. We can. Now the oil gets lit. Most of the smoke is burned off. He tried to missile out these. Because I had these a little off the line, he actually hit it. Now, he is up against it with the level 5s. This whole middle group was debuffed there. You are not paying attention to your target. Sir, what are you doing over there? It did eventually. Yikes. Well, we're gonna get some, He gets the round, I guess, with smoke, oil, and fire. Does he get the round? Yeah, he's real close. I mean, we still have a bubble. We aren't gonna win. We should drag him a little closer to the edge. 1972. I would like you to not die so easily, sir. You, specifically. Let's see. He has also taken one. It's a disintegration abyss. Our forts bring those shields down. Our Abyss is working on his Abyss. Our forts are working on his melters. Whoosh. One MMR difference, yes indeed. Why would that Abyss play lose the game? Onyx, his whole line is line abreast back here. Fraudulent, thank you very much, man. Was that you, SPJ's Lord? SPJS Lord? That is... I appreciated the plays. I loved seeing it. I think your Abyss would have been pretty solid into what I'm running if I hadn't also gone Abyss, right? Or if I had chosen to level and tech the Phoenix this round, it would have been bad. You're in the tourney, but would have gotten destroyed by the fortresses. Well, thank you. Thank you, man. Yeah, this one was fun. I like big forts, and if you can get somebody into melters and then outrange them, that helps. I think one of the keys was getting the enhancement module. It has saved me 800 in levels on this fort, and then yeah, I mean that's the sort of play. Like I could see it going either way. We did have some sandworms to sell if we needed to fund a little bit more. Yeah, and the plus 20% stats on this guy. So he's done 500,000. But, you know, this unit that Thonix thinks is bad, that was our gold damage dealer for the last round at 182,000 damage. Beam, if you can get your opponent stuck like this and pushing into them, the beam damage is just huge. We got 80,000 out of this one and 180 out of that one with beams and missiles. So... we get a round 1. We've reached Master. Well, thank you. And plus 20. Wanders off to get my 8th beer and pretend I can hang. No, you are always welcome to hang with us. Always. At the top end, Hecate was dodged us on ladder. Didn't want to play Baller or I, and then dodges a Poochie in round 1 of tourney, so Poochie with a free win. Shout off, Pig Random is now the 5 seed. Number 5 seed, Pig gets a round win. He's been grinding. He's been grinding. 305 gets a win. AWM, Coolman, Lilia Vera, Black Moon Joker, Ronnie James Dio, Nacho, Randrax. This game's still ongoing. The last one, Thonix beats Saj Suto. Zhaoji Queen Huanju beats Vibe. Rakamakafon's gone down. Those two are usually about where Amarok is, but we have been suffering in the MMRs. Sparty with the win, Cursed with the win. Couple of the 201s. Baller, Apuchi's number 2 fan. Wait a minute. Forgotten Arbiter, we think? And then here we are. We are actually ranked below Becca Mellum. Congrats, Becca Mellum. Nicely done. Becca Mellum gets a win. Ewok Love Shack. Amarok, Julia Sparkles. Green Key, ANS, Wolfpack. One Who's Is Many, V-Star. Fraudulent, Laplace's Shadow. The Savage Dad Gaming, Americus. Gunma, a really cool name. Sword Spirit, and Der Berserker. Dead Eye Dunny, Wintrask, and Never Knows Best. The winners, we have 84 players. we would have 42 unbeaten at this stage. So your matchup will be what adds up to 43, assuming there are no drops. There are drops. There are drops. It'll be what adds up to 41. So, Sword Spirit, 7, and Cursed are the drops. What adds up to 41 for Amarok? 18. Now you're going to be facing that fellow. Pig random number 3 seed. We will try to run our ad. It is not currently giving me an ad button. Twitch, why would you do this to me? Why do you hate me so much? I want to run my ads when I want to run them. Yo. A clicky button. Don't block it out. Okay. Alright, we got 45 seconds. Pig is doing burpees, it looks like. Yikes. Alright, 20 seconds. We have drawn, as we predicted, our fella here. How is he doing burpees while typing? I do not know, man. I do not know. Alright, congrats to those that took streamer last time. Go off here. Probably baller, exactly. Tis I, he says. Alright, this is a 2-1 player with a higher MMR than me. We are the slight underdog. We just amplify the hounds, right? Oh, we have a raid. Thank you very much. How are you guys doing tonight? We have just started this long fire. Hello, hello. Alright, let's move you guys over so we don't do anything accidental. 295 beats the 297s. So we one-shot crawlers right now. At least with those guys. Not over here. 46 does not one-shot a crawler. So that's why we're putting the hounds, giving the hounds the piece there. Apparently, we were getting airtime on Pig Random's channel, since our match ran long and he dropped in to say hello, or to watch our match anyways. We dropped in to say hello to him, is more accurate. I have our hounds who are slightly superior, slightly further up. And 5 wide. Let's go. Opponent is cheating. Aerial specialist flying. Definite cheating. And there we go. Around to the cheater. I mean, flyer with that gorgeous skin. Okay, fair enough. If you have the gorgeous skin, you're allowed. Just this once. Improved fire. Improved saber. Improved saber. I don't think I want improved saber. We're going to have a slightly different formation of Mustang. We're going to let them come up to play from deep while these guys are a little bit further forward. We certainly don't mind getting into Fort's staying, even if he's going to go aerial. Oh, now you're willing to let me run an ad, huh? Thank you, Twitch. We'll be right back with the conclusion of round 2 and the choices we make for round 3. You'll see what happens. Opponent also adding hounds. There's his bar. We have armor instead of putting out the flames. He may have taken a look at our bar and decided that he wants to run fire of his own. Which is, you know, fair. But we have armor and he doesn't. And we've still got some living Mustangs. Both packs of Mustangs had a good day. This one has leveled, and the haste module one has not. 4 packs of level 1 fangs, or riding on top of his hounds. I have no chaff. None. I like riding. 4 deploys, too good to pass up. if he clicks fire, we'll do something like that to pull a whole bunch of units into one spot. This round we're going to be pretty deep. It is instant fire plus Raiden. He is respecting the rays, or respecting these guys, respecting the hounds very much. We'll take extra deploys for now, because I have a lot of things I want to do. Alright, all the Mustangs get to work on the Raiden now. And we win the round. Drop him to 43-44. There are the marksmen that we were hoping for. We will just basic insta-tech them. Out here. We know you you are the aerial specialist. So I don't mind giving you what for. And how far out was this guy? Basically here-ish. We'll get everybody moving. We no longer care about these, right? You have neutralized them. That is fine with me. We take another Mustang out on this side. And add a hound back here. Alright, that's fair. take your bet. We just keep taking things here. You guys are gonna eat a whole bunch of missiles if you don't mind. Appreciate it. And some fire. Shocking, there's another one over there. Who could possibly have guessed there might be more of them? Alright, they are doing pretty good so far. The wasps in behind them are pretty solid. Agree with that. Not a good start. Fallout says I lost both my games so far. Fair? I mean, things happen. One, two. And it'll be 3 Abyss down in a moment. There we go. 33,000 apiece. Our Mustangs are getting beefy. He gets his rates. We'll take an Overlord, I think. Baited taking that last round. Maybe it should just be sell the Overlord. Take you two. Think about covering all the bases. One more deploy, huh? Clone temp range. You. We'll take you. I think we're in good shape. We'll leave it. Does he just miss that shield? Oh my gosh. Oh no, he just gets that shield. That's painful. Alright, fair, fair. Get a whole bunch of things down. We get a tower. We are getting some abysses down. Let's go! Crunchita, crunchita, crunchita. Right. I didn't think we get anything interesting here, but we'll just let wasps go. Have fun. You guys. Get all of that. Honestly think it'll be you. You. He tried oil. We defended oil. You've won 2 games in advance to Group 1. Let's go, ENS. Getting it done so far. We need range on the fangs, I think. Possibly. We've still got those crawlers deep, though. That is doing a lot of work back there. Let's go, crawlers. Let's go, babies. Fangs are slow killing these things, too. It's the late fangs have been huge. We've beaten an 1852. And onward we go. We had a great game in round 1. We had a great game in round 2. Wee! And we get to see Pig again. Thank you, Silverfang. Yeah, I knew he was in the Raiden already, and I knew he was aerial spec, so we just took the marksman and aerial spec to them early, and that was what we needed. Whoosh! We'll run an ad and be right back. I don't think opponent was going to have 1045 after that one. But, there's two players in a row who have started out standard asymmetrical against us. Plus 34 MMRs. That's big. Plus insight as well. I love it. Always happy with that. $29.85 is what we had left. Apparently he's going to jump into the Fraudulent game, which is still going. Fraudulent just ahead of Lily Vera. Well, 2,000 ahead of Lily Vera. There's one match left. Apucci is, wait a minute, 2-0 without playing. We're going to go tease him about that. And he's not speaking.
It's like missiled. It is the scanning radar for the...
So, what are we at here? We're 2-0. There are going to be 19 unbeaten, including Ian S., Julia Sparkles, Becca Mellum, P. Nova. Let's go, guys! Lily Vera did beat Fraudulent Sparty, AWM fan, Apucci fan. Alright, apparently I am ahead of Apucci and Forgotten Arbiter and Baller, and AWM and Sparty. Awesome. Things should add up to 21. We'll be facing Lily Vera, who we just saw against Fraudulent there. Well, welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Yes, right? Like, why bail on the Apucci game, right? Like, that's just a chance. That's just a chance to have fun. Yeah, everybody's afraid. Pig Random now number 2 on the leaderboard. I think we are facing Lily Vera. ENS, you are up against Pig Random. You died to this guy? Alright. 21. 21 minus X. So good luck against Pig. Indeed. He'll be up against Pig. He's number 5 seed. How is the 21 generated? So there are 19 or 20 unbeatens. You always have an even number of unbeatens, even if it's an odd number. So 19 becomes 20, and 20 plus 20 is going to face the number 1 seed. So 21. 21 minus N is your opponent. Oh, guess who? I do not mind if you spoil the tricks. Wait a minute. No, I can't. I really don't have time to go look at that, do I? I should have gone to look at it. That's okay. If somebody was looking at me, they have two totally different boards to look at. All right, round 3 of tournament. Oh, we are facing not Liu Livera. We are facing Ronnie James Dio, who I do not know at all. So it looks like somebody might have abandoned. Final point prediction up. Missile Specialist with Hounds. Missile Specialist is one of my best starters. Opponent running Tarantula into us. Well, okay. We are going to run very flat. Almost flat. And he is aggro-symmetrical. Ruh-roh, somebody knows my tendencies. But he's also a quick supply, and he has started with sledges, vertical, to try and slow down the steel balls. Luckily, most of the steel balls are going to the Tarantula. Honestly, feels like an early hacker game to me. Rumors are he's a holy diver. He can also see rainbows in the dark. All right. Got it. Got it. Subsidized ball could be very good, but not into Tarantula. Splash, right? Don't do it. Don't do it. Shield bubbles up for opponent. That is unfortunately also good against the hacker. A good round for him. A very nice round. $3,360 to $3,700 now. Oh, we're going to go ahead and establish you, I think. So you know what? We'll establish you up here. Okay, he has 2 more hackable units in. We have struck a back corner. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Get off my hacker. Hey, get off my hey, stop it. Ow, 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 ow. You need... Yeah. That didn't work. Alright. He should fly. Absolutely should fly. He should take those. We're going to take them as well because... Now, could Fang. That would be much better for him. Yeah. More hacker for sure. We need to sell you to fund stuff. Kinda think we do. Yeah, everybody is back. Everybody took Phoenix. Alright. Painful. Painful rounds. We're hemorrhaging quickly. Opponent should Wasp Swarm back corner. That's very frustrating. Also frustrating, but you know. Gonna have to not lose before you can win, I think. Yep. We knew you were going to exist. We knew you existed, sir. Well, we are down in a hurry, folks. $18.98 was opponent's MMR there. We will not be the long pole showcase match at the end of this one. But we only give up 3 MMRs. Let us see. Forgotten Arbiter against Sparty should be very good. Apucci drew Liulivera instead of us. Ian did get the Pig random game. He's facing Pig. Ooh, let's jump into this. ENS v Pig random. Sorry guys. Round to Ronnie James Dio. Alright, folks, you have 2 minutes to get your bet in for ENS versus Pig Random. ENS on 4,400, Pig on 2,300. ENS goes for the big nuke this round. Pig is a cost control specialist with quick cooldown, supply enhancement, and a shield airdrop. He's got 900 to spend. Ian going Smart Marksman, Elite Rhino. Hasn't teched the Marksman yet. Took the round 5 nuke. He's really going for a knockout here with what looks to be an assault mode marksman build, but he just doesn't assault. He hasn't assaulted them. He's dropping double missile strike and skipped the quick cooldown. So he's a spell specialist, skipped the quick cooldown. He's going all in on this one. Let us... oh, goodness. Ah, goodness. All right, we'll give that one to Pig. He's got a shield up for the nuke. As long as that shield is up, he's in very good shape. And he's hacking the rhinos. He's got... Well, one of the hackers was outside of the range there. Just gets that rhino on the right. Barely. That is huge. That is ginormous for Pig. He doesn't have any upshoot left, so ENS will win this round on Wasps. So ENS ran the nuke. Doesn't get a big round win out of it, but does get a round win. But the round win is more through the nuke, or through the Wasps than through the nuke. I mean, maybe it took out key units there. But that's really good for Pig's economy, right? He's at 1835. Loving it. Where are you guys going? What would be good for either of you? I would love to see Raidens for ENS. There is no chaff on Pig's board. Look how little chaff there is. Pig takes the melter. I mean, honestly, the Raiden could have been pretty big for Pig as well. Potentially because of these guys, these potentially going assault mode, right? You'd have the ability to EMP. They both took the melter. Don't see why you took the melter, sir. Although maybe that's for shield break. If we don't, no, we have shield break. We have level 3 sabers. Ooh, nice one. He's gone loose formation. That should be pretty big. No, that's not great into the tarantula, is it? Especially Pig just takes HE, right? Beccamelum took my bet. Thinks ENS is going to win this. Pig's still not actually taking these wasps seriously. This was one of the things that Alpha Titan's coaching on me definitely covered. Was a lot of times you can buy a whole lot of rounds with a wasp because somebody hasn't answered it directly. This rhino is just feeding levels now with a melter to back it up. So is this saber. We've got to have better chaff. The oil slowing down the crawlers was big for Pig there as well. It is actually Ian's own rhino that gets that right side to tower. And it's his own units finishing him off. Ooh. Oh, that's a big round. Oh, ouch, Ian. That hurts. 2138, 1835. Pig in control. I'm still thinking Raiden into ENS's board as kind of a finisher. If we can just pop a bunch of this, but maybe the hackers are already handling it. Extra attack for ENS. That's actually usually a good call for the hacker player. I am a little... Oh, he's taking the attack. We'll get a little bit of Pig's commentary, I think.
Marksman was the play. Because I think his big problem was just chaff clear this entire time, right? He just never invested in any chaff clear. So that was the big problem that he had.
Right, I think he was planning to go assault mode marksman for the chaff clear.
GG, well played, dude. That missile, do you pay for that? How do you get that? I've never seen that before. That missile's so annoying. I love it. I'm not saying take it off. I'm just like, oh my god, this is my first time seeing it. Is it like, did you get it in the in-game shop or something? That missile is so funny. Good aggro, dude. I was kind of like, damn, I should have gone multi-melter, but then I was like, no, it is good I went hacker, but yeah, I was a little worried.
Yeah, Enos stopped really by to say hi over there.
It's a season reward, avatar frame. Yeah, I don't look at any of the items in game. I'm so, like, I pay no attention to any skins. I'm such a fucking old man gamer. Normally, when you hack normal crawlers, they insta-kill the hacked one, but when spread, it actually takes them a bit of time. Oh, I didn't even think about that, Mad Sai. So it's actually more disruptive against loose crawlers. Okay. What was the Raiden pickup? Should have taken a Vulcan or something, right?
Pig has cracked 2100.
Incendiaries on me could have done well, right? I don't know. Incendiary bomb's a bit of a gamble because I'm popping shields. I thought you were going to take the battlefield cooldown, dude, Ian.
Yeah, why he didn't take the battle
level 3 Rhino over battlefield cooldown, I think was a little bit crazy. I was like,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because your missile spec battlefield cooldown is wild, dude.
It is amazing, for sure. I agree there.
It was Battlefield cooldown training module or whatever it is, and he beat Rat. Like in a game, just fucked him up with missiles. I was like, this is so OP, man. Like, you're beating Surrey. What the hell? Yeah, we're above 2100, guys. It's sick. No, I've been like I've been trying so many different things, I would say, but the reason my MMR is spiking at the moment, I'll spoil it. If anyone I play actually knows how I play, they can probably wreck me if they're a top level player.
Interesting. Let's listen in.
That was a rare example, but you'll notice I didn't upgrade them. I don't build arc lights and I don't build hounds. My chaff clear is limited.
Wow. Yeah, low chaff clear is
or go straight to something else.
Yep, go straight to a melter.
I don't build hounds or arc
Vulcan.
lights. I don't like unless I just have to start with them, I like never upgrade them. So even though I've been trying a lot more different things, my chaff clear game is very limited. Mr. Thanks for the 4 months, dude. There's a vision of assault marksman went away as soon as you hacked it. Oh, that would have been cool.
Right. Yeah, that would have been amazing. Have you been getting coaching?
Oh, you're putting sledges on the flank. Let's get a few hackers here. Have I been getting coaching? No, but I've been casting the pro games, and it makes me a lot better. Because you guys have seen my commentary style is going, why is he doing that? Huh? I'm like, ooh, in this situation, and there's a lot of me I'm basically playing quizzes with myself the whole time where I go, I think Apuche needs to do A, B, C in the next round in that priority to get back in control of this game. And then he'll do something completely different, and I'll be like, oh.
Yeah.
I'll kind of, expand my knowledge of different options. Or they'll do
absolutely.
It correct, and I'll go, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I knew this. Yep.
Yeah, when you cast games, you kind of level up a bit.
Right.
And I'm lucky enough that we have high-level players drop by the chat all the time, and I ask
right, you are very well known.
Like the moment Sacco or someone shows up in chat, I'm like, Sacco, Abyss versus this, how does it work? Who wins this matchup? What do I do this? So I'm just like, I ask a lot of questions the few times when I can. So I mean, keep in mind, I've only improved as fast as I have at Mechabellum. Kind of like I got to 2K previously just playing Vulcan Marksman or Vulcan Phoenix or whatever.
Fair enough.
I got to 2K once in like a month and a half after I started playing, like maybe 2 months.
Really quickly when it was the thing.
I didn't know how to use most of the units in the game.
I
was like, oh, this composition's fun. And then I got bored of it, obviously.
Yeah.
I dropped like 700 MMR.
Just trying other things, sure.
There's a lot of things to think about, isn't there, Amarok? There's a lot of things to think about. Guys, I've eaten nothing today, and it's past midday, and I got up at 5 a.m. 6 a.m. maybe. So, Vulcans on defense with shields, when they trickle out the chaff, feels really tough when I'm trying to do aggro. Try Abyss, Mad Sai.
Speaking of, I have dinner.
There was a game where a guy was, I saw a game of 2 pros, and one of them was defending with Vulcan Melter and wrecking, and then telling you, man, that Abyss, that elite, they went elite Abyss, level 2 Abyss, it just one-shot all the giants. It was crazy. But yeah, Abyss can actually be quite good as an aggro position breaker. I often play aggro, and sometimes I pivot into long-range game off aggro as well. Sometimes I do, like I'll pivot into like storms and stuff like that. But if you're already too committed, you can't go into storms if you've already got like a bunch of guys in the corner or something. I'm gonna grab some food. Give me a minute, guys. Before the next round starts. Let's chill.
Yep, three more matches to finish out.
And
that was the voice of Pig Random. We were just watching his game, so I figured I'd put him on. And we'll give him a shout out as well. For anybody who does not know, that is X5 Pig. If you're not familiar with him, oops, sorry, I'm trying to do a shout out, not a colon thing. Oh my god, what just happened? There we go. So that's his stream if you guys want to go say hello. Ian S., I'm so sorry for betting against you. I just stepped into that and saw the nuke and was like, either it wins and I don't lose anything for this this bet, or how do I take my coffee? That's a good question. I I am currently drinking it back. Thank you for the shout out. I refuse to improve. No, that's okay. I usually take it black now, Meeper, but in my heart of hearts, it has a bunch of sugar and a very tiny splash of cream. But, yeah. Speaking of, if anybody wants to buy us a coffee, we do have a Buy Me a Coffee open. Proceeds do go literally to coffee, hardware, channel improvements, or gifts for kiddo. And that is it. That is, 100% dedicated to those things. You guys funded the channel improvements, the artwork, etc. that we got. So much appreciated. We will be right back after ad. Speaking of funding the channel. You see me. Hey, they well played, man. But yeah, no. So I was over 260, I think, on, and I did. I lost about 40 of it, 45 maybe, by dropping sugars, and the key element for me was the. I started doing Weight Watchers, and I actually looked back at my previous day, and the previous day I had eaten exactly the right amount of calories in food, and I had drank exactly the right number of points in food, in beverages, basically in sugar. So it was Starbucks, it was sugar in coffee at office, and then tea and honey and tea, and I wasn't even drinking sodas, but and juices was the other one. So it was like that was the sugar intake that I needed to cut out, and lost 45 of it. My ex was pissed at me because we both did Weight Watchers together, and she was looking at that and like, "Hey, you didn't change what you eat." Like, yeah, I just changed what I drink. That's not fair. How are you losing 5? How are you losing 5 pounds a week? That's just not fair. But yeah, I mean, women do lose it much more difficult than we do. Good luck, everybody. Do not forget to ready up. If you don't ready up, if you're new to a tournament, if you don't ready up, you are done. That's a loss. So click the ready button. We do. We drink way too many calories these days. And, if you're one of those people out there that drinks 2 cans of Coke a day or 2 cans of soda, whatever, take a look at that. It's not good for you, If you were throwing down 2 Starbucks a day, hey, that can be like 1,000 calories. That was the primary source of mine. All right, welcome to round 4 of our tournament run here. Weekend Tournament America's number 106. Do a Farseer Specialist with Storms and Hounds. Or you could just be a Fortified Steel Ball Hound. I think we'll take the Fortified Steel Ball Hound. And I'm going to agree with Cheese Mechabellum there. Sugar is evil. We're going to be over just a little. That and alcohol. I mean, alcohol, degenerates into sugars, right? That's the whole thing. Isn't it? Like, your body breaks it down into sugars? Healthy choices. Exactly. Make healthy choices. You don't have to be perfect. Just make the unhealthy choices in moderation, right? Sustainable choices. Lack mind. That's a really good way to describe it. Choices you can keep going. Savrin, yet again, we are going to face a unbalanced standard formation. Everybody wants to run that against me right now. Why does everybody want to run that against me? That's one of my strongest things to line up against. And it looks like hounds are going to win. We don't have any chaff, but really I wanted a single target. We didn't really take a single target either. Our Phoenix, I think, are the right choice into everything else, except for the crawlers. Scorn says, only time will tell if betting the home team was a healthy decision for my points. True, true. But was it a sustainable decision? So what would that even mean for betting rocks? I am now I think I've just confused streamer. I'm just gonna bet that this guy is one of those that does the level 2 tower out there. Mustang? Why is there a Mustang on that side, sir? Interesting. Was it supposed to handle the hounds? And one more sledge. This is very abyssable. That is extremely abyssable. Outside tower was level 1. He is going to win. His Phoenix got our Phoenix. $4,600 apiece. Laser sight for a laser sight for one of you. And laser sight over here. What I'm trying to do with that is just have Mustangs that'll be at different ranges. Drop reminds you had a game yesterday with speed spec, improved ball, and haste module on the ball. Wowza. Opponent went with a pair of level 2 fangs over there. That is going to be a bunch of experience for the new Mustangs on that side. And we get one steel ball with a couple of hit points all the way through to that tower to bring tower down. We've still got some ranged Mustangs. They're poor man's range with the laser sight. But the poor man's range, part of the thinking there was that they would have they would outrange other Mustangs for the purposes of fighting against fighting against N. You need it, right? Fighting against an abyss. To complete the thought there. Sorry. Sorry, I got distracted into my own thinkings here. I get the Phoenix engaged over here, if I can. And this will save some of those Mustangs for a little bit later in the fight. More Fangs. The Fangs got range. What are you playing at, sir? Why are we in this board? Savrin, what are you doing, man? I do approve of Carrie Fang, but I'm not sure I recognize this Carrie Fang. Gotta be going Abyss, right? He's aerial spec. He's going Abyss. I'm sure of it. Right? I'm not dumb. I mean, I can be. I'm just saying I'm not dumb about this. Late crawlers are going to help. Late fangs were huge against those other Abyss. Armor. More. You've gone Efficient Giant, you've gone Advanced Shield, you've gone Armor on the Sledges into a whole bunch of steel balls. Okay, and the Phoenix. It's an interesting build for sure. When these guys come over and get some experience over here, that would be great. Oh, that'll tank. That's nice. That's very nice. He needed that round. Okay, 4,200, 4,114. Hi. Want to play armor shenanigans? We can play armor shenanigans. Let's do it. Oh, there is a 3x3, isn't there? But why would he do that out of aerial? We'll push him into the hacker with this. Pushing him into the hacker. We sell you. Take you, right? And you. You. Melter? Melter? What the melt? Why would you be melting me? Why are you melting me? That's okay. Why did he throw down a melter right into where I had the steel balls that I sold? Those steel balls would have eaten this thing. That's just confusing. What is going on this board? Oh, it's a rain. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Oh, I see. Right, if I had thrown a Vulcan on that side, that makes sense, Scorn. Actually, yes. And there's the hacker now, which we were basically anticipating. Which is why we've been selling out of the steel balls, right? We wanted to make it worse and worse for him to run hacker. Okay, and 4114 to 234. That's definitely super supply time, right? He should nuke the Rydens, right? What else are we doing here, team? We sell you because you died, right? I mean, you got hacked, is what I'm saying. Trying to say. No nuke. You didn't nuke my air game, huh? Well, we nuked yours, sir. Not all of it, but enough of it. Sorry about the rude finish, sir. Alright, we have the Ridens for the sledges, we've got the the Mustangs for the Fangs, and we've got the, everything. Yes, sir, GG Severin. Way to get to 2-1, man. Oh, you're at 1295, huh? Okay. I like the Fang board. If you're going to do Fang Hacker, you want to get the Hacker Barrier up early. And but this is a pretty solid Fang board. He's on 234. We've shown how to beat with itemized Mustangs from deep. He's also trying to absorb pressure, which works less well for Fangs. Fangs will actually want to be the aggressor, with the Mustangs in defense, if possible, because you don't want to... They're going to stop outside of range and just let their units trickle in on you, which is basically what we were doing. Nuke on the back corner was kind of the kill shot. I was anticipating a nuke on top of this whole side. What else? The arc lights are actually stealing experience from your Fangs. An interesting one. Still decent, though. It's a decent board. I think if he starts thinking about selling things, right? As soon as I've got crawlers out here, he can sell this Phoenix. It's not doing as much. These Mustangs aren't doing as much now that they're just running out in front and being chaffed for the Fangs. So selling out of those would have gotten him 700 more on his board. That is, I mean, that's an up-and-coming player for sure. I am... We handled it the way we're expected to, right? But so other thing is he really didn't make use of aerial specialist or efficient giant. Actually, he also didn't make use of advanced shield much. That is 3 cards that aren't really getting used. That Sabrin could run additional, or get additional value out of playing. Right, if he's in the advanced shield device anyways, you might as well be playing some shields, especially when you're down to almost done. Efficient Giant, I was sure all game long that you were going Abyss. I actually also thought about Abyss on top of your board, but it just looked very much I'm set up, I've got my 7x7 pockets back here. In fact, if you have this saved game, try selling out of these 3 units. Right? Like, what would you do with this much monies in Abyss? And just think about it. Yeah, last round of the game, you've got 4 singleton untechs. There's a +7 for our troubles when we get to 3-1. Poochie beats Shadoff. Forgotten Arbiter beats Pig Random. That is an unlucky matchup for Pig. And that's going to leave us with just 5 unbeatens, right? Ronnie James Dio, who beat Amarok. Apucci over Shadoff. Nacho over AWM. 201 player beats P-Nova. And Forgotten Arbiter over Pig Random leaves you 5 unbeatens. Coolman, Pig, Shadoff, Zhaoji, Quinhuan Zhu, and Amarok round out your top 10 at the moment. We're still in with a shout for a top 10 finish. 2 matches ongoing. Oh gosh, Tuzzle! He said carry Fang 2, Fang harder. I actually read it as Fang hacker, because that's in the secondary monitor, is off to the side, and I kind of like glanced over, glanced back real quick. So Fang harder, Fang harder. 23 meters per second on a ball. Meeper, I love it. Well, we will pay out to those who bet on home team, but there was no bets against. Vibe staying alive at 2-2. Olivera Sten. Party Toss all getting wins. Julia Sparkles over Savage Dad. ENS gets to 3-1 over Laplace's Shadow. Very nice. Becca Mellon 3-1. So a bunch of us from about that bracket are doing pretty well today. Streamer will eat between now and next match. I think I might be up against Xiaoji Qinhuanzhu again, if it's side by sides. If it's top bottom, I'd be facing Sten, which would be a rematch. That would be fun too. It'd be a rematch from the mini tournament. Hui. Right, we're going to run ad now while I'm eating. You guys aren't missing much. I'm not chatting. I'm not casting anything right now. We'll just be right back. All right. My streamer has just about eaten. Remember, we made that dinner before tournament started. Oh well. Update for all of you who follow Kiddo. Kiddo is super excited to have had Rat. Came over to visit the rat twice today, despite today being a day at their mom's house. Rat is very, much more energetic than I expected. A female rat is not a sleepy pet. She is very active, awake all night, sleeps during the day, but, awake from sundown or so. Rat! Exactly. Wait a minute. Yeah. Kiddo, very, very happy. Happy Kiddo, happy Ratto. Kiddo's MMR confirmed higher than Amarok's. Kiddo has a rat. Wait, no. All right, 10 seconds or so. If you are in this tournament, come on back from whatever you're doing and get ready to ready up for your round 5 match. There are only 5 unbeatens. Ronnie James versus Forgotten Arbiter, Apucci versus Nacho, and our 201 guest facing somebody in the spoiler role. We are up against Party Toss for a round 5. Hello, hello, Party Toss. Good luck, have fun. See you on the other side, my friend. Always fun to run up against somebody you know. All right, Amarok versus Chat. Wait a minute. Now, Party Toss knows our tricks. Party Toss knows all of our tricks. Does Party Toss know how to stop all of our tricks? Also, does anybody remember, is Party Toss better or worse in MMR? Okay, we're gonna assume well, we don't know where they're coming. We're going to assume outside, perhaps. And we're going to take slots such that if they are deep, we can run our standard sledge formation. They are shallow on both sides. That's interesting. Aggro, symmetrical, and split. Oh, well. Interesting, because we're the speed specialist. We have done... I just coached somebody not to do this, because this actually starts to pull the steel balls down towards the tower. On the other hand, the steel balls get sort of stuck on it. Maybe I don't mind so much. They become kind of like a last line of defense for the steel balls. The hounds had a whole bunch of troll, and then the steel balls pull. Oh, that worked out much better than I had any right for it to work out. And the steel balls get a tower anyways. And Party Toss wins round 1, 4,500, 4240. Redeploy could be really useful. Anti-interference could be really useful. I have a plan for an anti-interference device play. Let's try it. You go forward, you go backwards. Well, that'll probably be good enough. Right? Right. Surely that's good enough. You guys go the wrong direction. The crawler and a marksman over there. Marksmen have aerial spec. That is not great for what I was planning to do, but the marksman also gets distractibled. Left side wins without the draw, with one extra sledge. Near side loses with the draw. So adding a crawler near side, but a sledge far side. He added the marksman on that near right side. We get the tower eventually, but Party Toss will win again. 4190 becomes 3990. Party Toss on 4500. Party Toss gets the Fire Badger now. When these guys are to slow down a wasp push middle, there could be a mobile beacon wasp up there. There. A world where that's a good choice. Don't think so. Oh, that's fun. Flank Fire Badger. He also took the wasps. Both sides on Wasp. We answer Fire Badger with Wasps. What is his Wasp bar? He's got ground instead of air. Holy smoke, sir. Okay, I love it. We should have the win the ground game Wasp bar, or win the air game Wasp bar. And they're supported by the Fangs, don't forget. Meanwhile, his steel balls are just, doing steel ball things. Steel ball being steel ball. Who could have imagined? And that's another small round win for Party Tots. I'm alright with this. We're at 3589, he's at 4500. More Wasps are opponent, and he ranged them. But he has committed to the Wasps, folks. Super happy to see it. We have turned off some of those Wasp attacks, and basically turned off a whole lot of things on the outside, while also mech raging the sledges. Our Wasps are still alive, our Fangs are still alive. Nope, we are out of Wasps. We're gonna be out of Fangs in a moment. We've gotten the left side tower. One hero Fang trying to hold off all the Wasps over here. There are about 4 or 5 Fangs left in the rubble of the steel balls, too. Well, this guy by himself. Now 4 more Fangs versus 8 Wasps. But the Wasps have to work their way through level 2 sledges. 7 Wasps. 6, 5, 4... 3, 2, 1, 4 Hero Fangs! All the way through the European tournament. I was hoping to get a Hero Fang. We finally get it. So satisfying. Well. Absolutely happy. Go with this, then. Every Wasp is born a hero. Most just don't come back alive. Every Fang is born a hero. Most just don't come back alive. It's true. It is very true. Okay. Now what? You guys earned your promotion, I think. 2 more levels in the wasps. So he's 3 techs, 2 items into the wasps, and we can hard counter them by going AA. He goes for... Oh no, why do you run armor piercing when you've got air and ground? If you had aerial spec instead of armor piercing, like, ground spec makes this so much better against the ground. Aerial spec would let you engage with mine and not lose this head-to-head. Like, ditch this tech for aerial spec, and you win this match. And the reason is, okay, because plus 50%, plus 25% per level. So this is basically the equivalent of saying, oh yeah, it's level 2 by Elite Marksman. So you would have gotten exactly as much plus attack from Elite Marksman, and then they are additive, not multiplicative. So the plus 200% from ground damage becomes plus 250 with that one. So, like, there's just no world in which that is the choice you want for your... for your wasps, I think. We take aerial. $35.89 to $35.79. This is close. It's very close. I'm gonna give you this guy. Just don't know, but we're gonna take a very late Fang here. Also think we're gonna take that one. Yeah, if you have air and ground spec available, you just have 2 better versions of armor piercing. That is absolutely the way to think about it. Opponent took the ranged 8-gun Wraith into, believe it or not, we took the photon coating on that side for those wasps. So they will be able to tank this damage for a long time, even from the 8-gun. And, yeah, actually not as long as I was hoping. And, yeah, he's winning it. He baits us into AA Wasp. Ay, well done. Ish. Do you win? Because these wasps are going to have a great time. And so is that Wraith. Okay. Very nice. Very nice, party toss. Bait us into that. Ah ha ha ha. Well done. But, hold on. We get the melter. I took melter, but I did not take the deputy. Maybe we would just want this one. I'll line those up. Hold on a minute. Is this another trap? Let's take you with the leveled one in the middle. Leveled one in the middle, you get the anti-interference module. Axe, no EMPs. Nothing. Can't touch this. Bum 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 bum. Okay, what do we need next? I'm not actually thinking about this turn at this juncture. Let's take high mobility this turn. Oh, ho, ho, look at that! Hold it. When your level 3 melter blind counters the newest Wraith. One too many Trixies. One too many Trixies from opponent. We've got the level 3 melter going down. This thing will be a level 4 next round. He does get some... Well, there's no shaft clear left, really. Well, and now that we have that, we can just suck, and they never die, right? Well, that one doesn't. Now we are up to triple tech. I'm assuming there should be a wasp in here. Or more melter. Can't lose melter locks, so we're going to take our loan for this. Some of the junk out of the way for the melter. Get quicker locks. Assume the same thing here. If I'm wrong, we still knock out some of the crawlers. Sandworm has entered the chat. Actually? Yeah, it could be. It could be Sandworm. It is more Wasp, and he's also taken Elite Marksman. So we've got the, we've got a triple-tacked Wasp war. Yeah, that was the turn, huh? With EM. Elite Marksman on it, yeah. Yikes. Yeah. But we kind of knew we had this one when we took the... He comes forward. We don't want to. We just want to make sure he does come forward. We want to ensure those guys get into this zone. It's Pig! Oh my goodness! Hello, hello! Pig Random, welcome in, man. I hope you had a good dinner. I hope you were enjoying the tournament. I was definitely hoping we were going to see you see you take it all. You're due at this point. But yeah, if you were up from 5 a.m. or whatever, your time, that's a long day, man. That's a long day. Thank you very much for the raid. Deeply appreciate it, brother, and I am super glad to see you doing as well as you are. We are in a Wasp-off. Honorable Wasp v Wasp. He added Wraiths, we added Melters. I think we are winning this in the Chaff War at the moment. And the way to keep winning the Chaff War would be keep building it. We're going to turn off a bunch of it. Hey, thank you for the follow, Mads. I'm deep into a tourney match, so I'm not going to be paying too much attention. I don't think there was much he could have done about the EMP. But that is going to turn off a bunch of stuff. We added our new sledge on the left side. We ranged the sledges so they just hang back. And stay alive. Dude, Joey, thank you very much for the follow. GG, Party Toss, a viewer who was in chat and had the good grace to say, all right, man, I will see you on the other side. He is slightly higher MMR. Now, I have been above 1900. We've had some really poor play recently. And ironically, what Pig was saying about never taking Hound or Arclight, my coach came in and was like, no, you need to be taking Hound. Hound is really, really strong right now. So Hounds and Sledges, I think, are very strong. We're using a, 5 up front. Like I tend to think of chaff in terms of 4 waves. So we've got very front chaff, frontline chaff. That is this one Fang. The early mid, late mid, and late chaff. And you will see I have Fang, Fang, Fang. So I have 5 depths of Fangs, and then 1, 2, 3 depths of crawlers back here. So it is a big... yes, actually, I completely agree. In fact, the coaching, I would say, is ditch armor piercing. Get armor piercing off of your wasp. If you have aerial spec on your wasps, I look at this and I'm not certain I can win it. But as soon as I saw your wasp loadout and I saw that you are not running aerial spec, I knew I could eventually win the wasp v wasp. So I let you get into teching them and taking extra levels early so that I could get into the later wasps late and kind of snowball on it. The Wraith turn was great for you, bringing them in double teched. That was absolutely brutal that round. But yeah, I think if you're on ground spec for the wasps, you chew through everything on the ground quicker, and then you get to my wasps better in those earlier rounds. But this one was definitely I looked at my bar, I looked at your bar when we both played the wasps on whatever that was, round 2, round 3? Round 3, because you had the Fire Badger blind in the corner, right? So I put the wasps covering the corner, you put the Fire Badger blind on the flank, and the wasps got a level off of that. So, but then I was just looking at those 2 bars, and I went, okay, 2 wasps versus 2 wasps. He should sell out, because I will win the wasp war. And, you don't have the... If you've got AA on wasps, you can use them in a aerial versus aerial. And changing up the game, right? Changing up the game where you went to the Wraith was great. And then I was like, okay, I'm either going to take Phoenix or Melting Point, but Melting Point dropped. So I took the Melting Point. If I hadn't gotten a Melting Point drop, I probably would have taken Phoenix and just lined them up straight across. You played one too many Trixie plays. So it had me thinking about Trixie plays. So the round that I took the Melting Point drop, I actually bought the 2 outside at level 1 and blind countered this Wraith with the level 3. If you hadn't been playing quite so many Trixies, I wouldn't have blind countered it. I'd have just played 2 outside, and this guy would have had free reign for that turn. But just one too many, it got me, thinking defensively and thinking, okay, this is a... So, Party Toss, I look at players as either Ms. Diana style, right? Like that Monkst Rat, Ms. Diana, Azan, who we saw earlier in the European. So I classify people by either they play very straightforward or they play a lot of tricks. If they're playing a lot of tricks, I'm going to play much more like this, where I'm trying to just cover every angle and play a very, very solid board. For those of you joining us from Pig's stream, I really appreciate it. I am Amarok81. I am the voice of Mechabellum. We do tourney casts on Saturdays. Right now we're doing we did cast earlier in the VOD. We cast the European 106 all the way through, paired with Alpha Titan, who you guys might know as Age of Alpha Titan in chat, if you've ever talked to him. He is one of the Mechabellum Guild, or Mechabellum Discord folks. Mechabellum Discord moderators, I should say. Why do I call myself the voice of Mechabellum? Is because I was hired to cast the Launch Clash tournament and the DreamHack summer tournament last year, so got to cast some of the very first official Mechabellum tournaments. Now, I know you guys are enjoying Pig's casts, and I'm not trying to take away from that, but if you are looking for other perspectives, that is one of the things we do. I usually do play the 2v2s on Sunday with Alpha Titan as my partner, so we came second in the European last week. Did not follow particularly well this week. We're not going to do that this week because tomorrow's his mom's birthday. Excuses. Like your mom comes before the game. Gosh. Thank you very much for the follow. Peel this banana. Also, to that one dude, Joey and Mad Sai. Really appreciate you guys. And yeah, I've been all the way... We've run from 2000 MMR in 2s and 1900 in the 1s. And, you know, I got myself into a situation where I had 3 bad habits that were sort of combining together to cost me games. So we have hemorrhaged some MMRs. We're trying to get it back. Did bring home the Advanced Group 2 tournament this week for Americas, and looking to add some MMRs with like a top 10 finish tonight. Woof! Hello, Doxson! Doxson, you guys might know in Discord as Doggo Scientist. So, Apucci beaten by Nacho? There's a headline for you. Nacho, well done! That is one of your best dubs. Gets into a Exodia. Exodia, of course, the name people have given to the Vulcan Melter build, as you have your chaff clear, you have your single target. If you are in this build, you never click the energy diffraction. The Vulcan is to take care of the ground game, and the marksmen are to take care of the air game, and the Melter is to take care of whatever big giants the enemy has. Apucci went for a ranged Siege Acid. If you don't know Siege Scorpion, it reduces the rate of fire from 4.5 seconds to 6 seconds, but his was 4.5, and we can tell that means he had the Assault Mode Scorpion. Mad Sai, thank you very much for the follow. Again, in a different account. I'm going to run an ad real quick, and then we will wait for you guys to get back to ready up for our round 6 match. But gotta get the ads off for Mr. Bezos. Congrats to those of you that picked Amarok for the previous match. You guys got your rocks. We have paid out. Wait, what? That is 2 different Mad Sais? No, wait. Hold on. It's Mad Sai and Mad Sai 752. There you guys go. You can find each other. Mad Sai underbar, Mad Sai 752. There you are. Oh, we've drawn Sparty. No. I know Sparty. I know Sparty too well. Sparty is solid. Very solid. And longtime member of the guild. Now, I should just wait for folks to come back, huh? We'll pick them up when they come back from guild. Or from ad. We've got a couple more seconds. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Sparty. Alright. Tilted Pooch politely ends stream. Oh, no. Blink, yes. Tilted Pooch is difficult to take. Like, it is difficult to do. That man is just so chill and cool and genuine. Yeesh. Alright, well, welcome into those of you who might have been watching Apucci's stream and are now joining us. We are in round 6 of this tournament. There are 3 unbeatens left. There will be a spoiler match concurrent with this one to determine whether or not there is a 7th and final round. Welcome into our stream. Welcome back from those of you who saw ads. Now, Sparty is a 1900s to 2000 MMR player he and I know each other really well. We've been playing. I was running an ad, sorry. Yeah, that would be. I would not want to deny him the pleasure of the match, but he does should be the heavy favorite. Okay, if you guys are doing the betting thing, if you don't know, you can bet in game. And Sparty and I are from long enough ago when there used to be combat power that you would bet against each other as a cheer. There was no MMR. You would bet against each other as one of the cheers at the start of a match. I am going to guess this is an assault mode build. Sure looks like it. We have changed our tech bar for assault mode builds right now. There we are. This is not that's not bad manners. That is legit just how it used to be. 2v2 matches, you didn't even used to be able to get MMR from there. From 2v2. So it was de rigueur to create a board, create a room, and then everybody bets one insight, one ticket at the start of the game. If you guys are wondering what I'm talking about, for the channel points are called rocks. Everybody wants more rocks, right? You want more rocks. I want more rocks. Everybody wants more rocks. Of course, you know, as Amarok, channel points are rocks. We are going to run Hounds as our chaff clear. The Hounds are terrible into sledges, so we don't expect to do great round one. Stormcaller's also terrible into sledges. Sledge, the recent nerf to Stormcaller, not really a nerf, but changed the rate of fire from 6.0 seconds to 6.6 seconds, and that, you know, changed. So in theory, they bumped up the ATK, so it has the same DPS, but it actually didn't change the number of missiles required to kill a sledge, so it just means that missiles kill sledges less quickly. Mass-produced sledge. Interesting. Is it time to go unhinged for the viewing audience? He should take the wasps. I have no defense against the wasps, right? Fine. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm speed specialist, assault storm with the extra speed. Gets those beasts up to 14 meters per second. This gets them up to 19 meters per second. We'll run your crawlers down from behind. Yeah, too many people are running sledges for improved sledge to be happening. I took it once recently and was kind of sad. Okay, we're going to have this. We're putting it on the side that he's got two marksmen on. Kind of have to take this. This is to draw those wasps while these fellows shoot them. If they're over here, they can kind of cover that side. And we'll have a missile for this side. Best I can do to cover the wasp call-in. He did not play the wasp call-in. Did he take? He didn't take the mass-produced sledge. Instead, he's gone to arc lights. He's going to count arc lights as his chaff clear. So arc lights don't really work well with assault mode marksmen. They are competing with the sledges. We have reduced our Stormcaller range, but they are tanky now. They don't die easily. Even the marksman can't one-shot them anymore. That'll be a nasty surprise for Sparty. Now, we just missiled something. Well, that's a waste of a missile, isn't it? Minus 50. We do have an icon for that. If you are thinking about following and you're undecided, you might need the minus 50. There you go. I know, right? We'll send him some love. Send him some love. Ooh. Well, if you guys watched Pig's stream, you know what I like. I like big forts, and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. When a fort walks in, Oh, excuse me. Assault Storm is going to move fast. These guys are also going to be like 9 meters per second. So... Yes, bacon. No, not bacon. What? Bacon? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bacon? Hey, Sinju! Sinju likes bacon. Oh, Pig likes bacon. My bad, my bad. That would make... He has a bacon emote. There it is. And Sinju, first time chatter. Welcome in, man. Thanks for joining us tonight. We are going to do that. Do we want one more? No, we don't need more crawler yet. Yes, we do. We don't need more chaff clear, is what I should have said. We don't need more hound. You're going to be straight opposite the sledge. Let's put you back one. Now, most people do not play Fort from deep. Don't try this at home if you don't have the right fort bar. We have the right fort bar. Sparty, level 2 Wraith. Wraith? Well, we have, theoretically, a couple of Mustangs. The Mustangs are not going to last, but we have a couple. I don't think, even if they survive the entire rest of the round, they're not going to go play with the Wraith. On the other hand, they've decided to go play with Assault Stormcallers, so I'm pretty sure that is not how he drew it up. The Sparty's going to be sitting there going, wait, what? But it's 300 hit points of health damage. We have the right greetings for each other. Traitor Wraith, everything else, look, we have blue. We have blue. Was Pig on the mobile force, or... Are you kidding me? Hold up. Get a stonk module? We're already in a giant? Are you kidding me? Okay, so the reason I did that, if you're new to the game, or Pig hasn't explained this, I have no idea what he's explained. Enhancement module lets you level something up for free, but you still can sell it for the initial sell price, for the actual sell price. So, Stormcaller normally costs 200. Buy them back, they did good, I agree. We will drop over here. It did not give out to me, because I was Mobile Force. The Steel Skin team won it in the end. Okay. We are going to missile out the chaff if there is any. And we're going to let the crawlers run away. If there is no mobile beacon, the Wraith will be chasing the crawlers. If there is a mobile beacon, these Phoenix could be in trouble. But if there is not both a mobile beacon and a chaff, the Phoenix will handle this. And it's sold. Perfect. So we have a Phoenix that we might have wanted anyways. He's jumped it over here with a bit of jump driving. Sure. Jump drive Wraith is totally a thing, right? Sure, jump drive Wraith is a thing. He's added the Farseer on that side instead. It's going to handle the Phoenix. Fair. Phoenix not happy about this. He doesn't run armor on the Wraith, so our Mustangs will be fine as a long-term play. I don't think I actually should have bought back the Storms over there, but... Fort came so close to leveling, that would have been big. But that's okay. That's alright. These are not the droids I was looking for. We don't want to run Phantom Rays into his marksman. I don't really need Tarantula. Oh, we've already got our chaff clears happening. We'll take and sell the Scorpion. Range you guys. Drop you two. Extra damage for the Mustangs. Mech Rage for the Hounds. So 17 meter per second Hounds, 19 meter per second Mustangs. Will all outrun the forts, but there we are. No earlier barrier. Okay, park a fort in front of this one. Nah. Okay, well, I should have parked it over here, Doxson says. Now, we will see. Brick the Farseer on the fort? Okay. Thank you for the follow, Big Head Baby. Love the name. Our Mustangs are going to have a pretty good round. He did take the Scorpion on that side and ranged it, so ranged Scorpion will outrange us for a while. We've had a much better round on the left, but eventually the Farseer gets it done. Nice round for Sparty. 3,900 for us. We have dropped to 16, 13, 10 over there. Lee. Pick our free fort level here. Portable shield you. A whole bunch of it'll do. You can't always trust the splits, but basically what we're looking for is just make sure that this guy's not getting an early lock on these two. And then, in theory, our forts should be enough to handle that. You get that. We'll take the range. Extra range. There is a new Scorpion on this side. It's all level 1 now. And the level 2 Farseer already over there. But, we do get the Farseer down. Slight problem with late chaff clear right now. And we don't have late chaff of our own. This is if you compare to the boards from the last 2 games, we have no late chaff. And that is a big difference. We're going to take another 900 right now, down to 400 hit points. Fraudulent, I completely agree. Unfortunately, I don't have a ton of control over that. It's supposed to kind of represent a, it's supposed to represent, yeah, a bird on the right and some, what? you take out the Wraith first, sir. Come on, birds. Birds needed charged shot. That would have put them in front again? No, it wouldn't have. They just need charged shot. Whoops. That is what we should have taken. Or blue. Yes, blue bird on that side would have been much better for me, huh? A charged shot would also do. And that is going to be GG's. Alright, Sparty, good. Sparty, very solid. And in that category of player that just never makes mistakes. So, GG, well played, man. I think I'm going to agree with Doxson. This second fort should have been on the left instead of on the right where his Scorpion was going to be. It should have been breaking the Farseer. So that is way back on turn 4 that we lose this matchup a bit. So if it would have been Fort and Mustang on this side, with the bird, the Farseer gets bricked, the bird gets to kill some things, we get the tower, and we might have a shot at coming from left to right on it. But that one goes Sparty's way. He's very solid, gets the job done, and he is one of the folks in the guild. Has been in the guild for over a year. If you don't know what the guild is, you know how there are games. I'm not going to mention any names, League of Legends, but you know, there are some games with some very we've gone 4-2, right? So that'll be 5-5 at 16-16 today. So there's some games with some very poor sportsmanship, let's say, and we have been trying to cultivate the Mechabellum community, if you will. Oh my goodness, this tournament is just about over, guys. Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu, who is also a very solid player, does upset Nacho in the spoiler role. Don't know, the top unbeaten player plays the top player with one loss when there's an odd number of unbeatens. Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu beats Nacho. That means Forgotten Arbiters win. Here, which we never got to see, is the championship match. Julia Sparkles gets a win over Lee Oliveira. Very nice. Sparty beats us. ENS versus Ronnie James Dio. ENS could be on for a top 10 finish. Let us jump into Becca Mellum versus... Nope. AWM beats Becca Mellum. Congrats to Forgotten Arbiter, indeed. Petition to not hold us hostage at the end of tourneys. Agree. This, I mean, you shouldn't, at this point, so what he means is, if you click abandon, right, you are sorted by minor points. We are currently 9th. We will probably finish 10th if, because one of these two players wins. So yeah, we should drop down to 10th. Now we are still at 9th. Oh, we're at 9th because Lee Oliveira abandoned. So, you know, as people start to abandon, as you can see, Lee Oliveira at 4-2 with 19 minor points should have been right here with me, but abandoned just a moment before. So there is your tournament final. There is tournament final there. Forgotten Arbiter, your champion. Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu beats Nacho Man to take the to take second and third with our 201 guest, Ronnie James Dio, AWM, and Sparty. Top 7, Julia Sparkles, Amarok, and Cheese, rounding out the top 10. Your streamer gets a minor. Hey, Cheese, Julia Sparkles, look at you! This is your first top 10, right? It's top 10 in the top division, right? That's your first one, right? Very nicely done. I bet you are pumped. Well done, man. So I'm pretty chuffed, actually. This is only about the third top 10. Yes, somehow you are welcome. This is only about the third top 10 I've gotten, so I'm pretty chuffed with this as well. We do, as is tradition, we show down to something like 50th or so, maybe 40th because we only had 84. We don't want to show anybody who is like 0-3. We just want to make sure they don't. But if you had your best run on a tournament today, and you get your name in lights, got Ewok Love Shack might be the first time he's made it to the top 20. Dang, Nacho, exactly, Mad Sai. Welcome in, first time chatter. And did you meet the other Mad Sai? See, I told you there are 2 Mad Sais that followed me within 2 minutes or so. So, and she says, Julia Sparkles, you got me good with that nuke. I should have thrown something more in front. Respect the cheese. Pig drops out after 2 losses at 26th. I do think he is, if he's good enough to run top 5 seed, he's going to be good enough to win one of these anytime, guys. Westmonland, welcome in, man. First time chatter as well. You gave me a scare last round. Very nice. And there you are with Baller coming in 40th at 2-1. Savage Dad Gaming 2-3. That is just about it for our stream, guys. Is anybody... This is crazy imposter syndrome. There he is, exactly. There you guys are. I don't know how you guys did it. All right. If you play the 2v2s... Hello, Westmonland. Welcome in. If you play the 2v2s... this is like 5 a.m. for me, right? Like, this is... I don't get up for this one. I will be on for the 2v2 Tournament Week European. If you guys play 2v2s, we have a Discord guild. This is not the Amarok specific... Oops, sorry. This is not the Amarok specific channel guild or anything. This is a Mechabellum specific guild, English language speakers, and our motto is be a gentleman, win or lose. So if you guys would like an invite, it's actually only 10 rocks. So anybody who came in on Pig's stream, you should have 10 rocks from having watched this long, right? Promise me you guys have 10 rocks, right? So please, if you are the kind of person who does not get toxic after a match, we want to encourage you to kind of keep playing the game. And we've set up this guild with, there's like 250 members now. There is, looking for player. If you are interested in any of the 3 tournaments, you'll be able to find a player who is about your level to queue up with. You guys can practice ahead of time. There's Discord chat rooms for you to, like, you and I, let's say Trojal and Mad Sai don't know each other at all, but they meet each other in the guild. They're like, okay, we just grab, Team Charlie and we're off and running. So that is just to support you guys for these 2v2 tournaments. You would like to join the guild? Cheese? Absolutely. I would be glad to have you in the guild. Guild rules, we are very, very strict. They're very difficult. Wait, no, I can't invite you because I have hidden them. Okay, we are out of streamer mode. I apologize. I have to be out of streamer mode to copy the link. Okay. So we have Mad Sai, we have Cheese. Excellent. Yes, if you like to chat about it, I mean, we literally have people from 800 to 2200. You'll find all sorts of levels chatting about it. The guild rules are very simple. Be a gentleman, win or lose, or be a good sport, win or lose. So we'll try to be gender inclusive. No racism, no sexism, no homophobia, no spam. There you go. It's a tough bar. We have had to ban 3. So, but, that's about it. I'm actually pretty sure. Oh, hey, we hit master. We get medal master. We get master medals now. Excellent. So if you are, new to the channel, I know we had some viewers from new places. We've been around forever. This is Baller, if you don't recognize the name. So, hit 2,000 MMR and 2v2s in the preseason, and then ran about, almost broke 1900 in season 1, broke 1900 in season 2. Like to finish season 3 above 1900. Also, we are part of the Curator program, which means you guys should tune in on Tuesday or so, because we will have sneak previews of the Void Eye, the Undo Button, and more that are coming in the 1.5 patch. 1.5 patch releasing on Thursday. It'll be Thursday the 22nd, but we get to sneak preview it to you guys 2 days early, and we'll spend all of Tuesday's stream on the branch, and then Wednesday we'll come in, we'll play mini tournaments. We might jump back to the branch between mini tournaments, and then go back on over to the branch to show you guys the new units and stuff. So look for us on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I will be streaming on Monday, but that'll just be straight MMR grinding. And then, of course, the Saturday stream is my highlight stream. Honestly, it's one of my favorites, is to play and cast tourneys. So right now, I'm pumped. I've had a really good time. Top 10 finish in the Americas for the first time in a long while to build on a Advanced Group 2 tourney title. So I'm very pleased with that. I do have some thank yous to say. The mods today we have had... Oh, Solidware, we will get you in as well. Mods today have included the OGs. The OGs in terms of mods. Zach and Ghosters were both here. The Ghosters co-founded the guild with me. Zach was one of the OG folks here. Here you go, bud. I'm not charging. I'm not even charging you the 10 rocks. There you go. And nice to meet all of you. Okay, other mods, we had Zalex all day long. We had Katsumi. We had Alpha Titan, who co-cast with us. We had Whooped all day long. So really appreciate you guys being here. And Cody, Tab, Katsumi, Decaf are the others. Oh, and Jerry Hattrick. We do need to update the VIP sponsors because we have a new VIP sponsor. A shout out to Anabolica23. Thank you very much. Toast94, Blue Feral, Just Nash XYZ, Fab4200, XFireX. The other VIP sponsors emeritus, Ocellatus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, Salt Monkey is Zach, and Blue Feral all supplied hardware to help lift the stream when we were back on the crummy laptop days. Thank you guys very much. I spend, of course, tomorrow with the Real Star Kiddo, except for one thing. We're talking about all those 2v2 tourneys. My regular 2v2 tourney partner is not up for the European EU tourney. Doxson, you still around, Dox? Because I'd love to play. I'd love to play some 2v2 tourney with you. And anybody who's interested in that slot, please give me a shout. Again, for the EU 2v2 tourney, you can give me a shout on the Discord. Looking forward to it. Let us raid you on to somebody else streaming Mechabellum. Them's the rules. I don't make the rules. Well, I kind of did sort of make and enforce this one. But yeah, let's run you guys out to somebody. Looks like Vibe is finishing a stream, I think. And Gav the Mighty. Oh, Gav has just started a stream. So let us give it... Now, this channel is family friendly. We had a 6-year-old viewer earlier in the day. We try to keep the language friendly. But Gav the Mighty is a talentless hack who's grumpy with mature language. And he's been on for about 7 minutes. He's got 2 viewers. And give him some love. Gav is a member of the guild, has been here in chat, and he's playing some 2v2s. At the moment, against a sane-looking dog with a cowboy hat. Yeah, I don't know what I'm sending you guys into. Good luck with that. And thank you all for watching. And